apa namanya, dari banyak banget dari ya spam.
They put 100,000 people on one arc and gave me a bed on deck 943. No elevator, only ladders. People fell every night. I climbed down for breakfast.
I feel like they need to win much harder. Really annoying hero. She got nerfed, but that doesn't really matter.
Happening.
Vanguin got caught, and now.
What other hero has that equivalent in the jungle role actually that would be worthy to be picked? Well, they say it's Fanny. Gonna be the ban. Gonna be the pick for Vamos. This one I'm very surprised with, but there was.
CWC
That he uses is still pretty strong-ish, but I feel like he really needs those early game heroes. Unless they really like, okay, Long, play position 1, all of us will do everything. You just come join us at minute 12.
At minute 12 is the place that they're going to actually go for it. Hopefully we get into the draft real soon here as both teams, you know, are setting up and are prepared to actually head on into that. We'll get right to that as soon as it pops up. In the meantime, please enjoy the minions simulating what it looks like to be in a mobile MOBA.
Banana. Legit, I'm gonna learn the minion language just so that I can have a conversation with Brigida.
Oh my god, does she know fluent minion?
She can pretend. She can pretend.
She can pretend. All right, I'm pulling up some stats
I've only
here.
watched one. Despicable Me. She watched all.
Oh,
so the
dude.
next international, I have to watch all of them. Like 3 times to get the language down.
Hey, you better hope that's enough of a long flight to finish all the Despicable Me movies. And don't forget, it's not just the Despicable Me movies that you gotta watch. It's also the Minions side quest movies that you gotta watch on top of that. So that's a lot of media to consume. Now I pulled up some stats from MSC, and for all the calculated games, right? This is all the data from beginning all the way to the very end. It's telling me that it's a 53.1% in favor of blue side compared to 46.9 on that red side. But I feel like when we start to cut the data down towards the end, I don't think blue side had that big of a win rate.
I think that one is, again, really like, because first pick, what do you get? You get Hirara. Other than that, I don't remember like a clear-cut pick. We've seen some Belleric first picks. We've seen some Valentina first picks, but that doesn't really shape the comp. I think like what really shaped it was that Hirara, where I feel like the reason why is just because you kind of want to ban her, but at the same time, other things are just a little bit more annoying. So you just have to deal with her.
Yep. It's all about finding the 2-for-1s in the draft, whether one hero can counter 2 other heroes on the opposite side. You're looking for ways to kind of influence certain aspects of the game. That's really the small advantages that you're trying to squeeze out of your draft in a lot of the types of compositions we should be seeing here today. One big dilemma that a lot of teams have either respected or opted to play a more pocket pick mid laner comes down to Atlas, Belleric, and Valentina, right? If all 3 are available, they're guaranteed 2 of them with Valentina +1, and then it's going to be Atlas on the opposite side. That's what we've seen 90% of the time.
By the way, this is such a long time before the draft. I think I can name all the sponsors. Thank you very much to Samru Kazina, Ministry of Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Astana Chess Federation, Halik Bank, Banks and Credit,
Yes.
Alatau City Bank, Kazakh, Freedom, Yandex Go, Lancaster Group, Beeline, Buy Group, Kazakh Telecom, Air Astana, and Moon Global. Oh, goodness, that's a lot of sponsors. Shout out to you guys.
Yep, shout outs for making such an incredible event to allow us to have such cool graphics while we're waiting for these games.
Minions.
A lot of minions as well. I mean, you know, we've at this point, it's basically just another world war happening with a number of bodies that have already gone down. Can we get a minion death count here, just real quick, for production? But we've also got an entire digital audience waiting to watch this upcoming game. And I mean, I'm excited to kick things off, but you know, until things are ready, a lot of things are happening at the same time. The Digital Games isn't just about the mobile MOBA. There's also a physical aspect to it. Yes, that's why they call it Digital and not Digital Games. It makes so much sense once you watch the mainstream, as so many major disciplines are coming together, either going for the laser tag, whether it's basketball, whether it's actual football on top of the eFootball. There's so much to watch here.
I mean, that's why they held it in Zaklisik Uskipirov Martial Arts Palace.
In
you know?
Kazakhstan, yes.
Yes.
It's the only place to have not only the proper gear, but enough production space to fit all the digital aspects on top of it. So they are well prepared, right? Really, really well prepared.
I think we're actually waiting on the other stream to start their game as well, so that we can start at the same time. Where, let's see here, I think they are playing right now for ESPORT and Bushido Wildcat. So I just saw them getting ready in the other stream, presented by Freedom. Shoutouts Freedom.
Shoutouts Freedom.
Do you want to try saying the venue name?
Oh, don't please, dear God.
Zakislik Ushkempirov Martial Arts.
Yeah, I think I would rather walk into ongoing traffic, man. I think, you know, I would scale the Twin Towers by hand without a safety rope, just so I don't have to say that. I will butcher it, and I refuse to butcher such a beautiful, beautiful name. Even so, once we get the streams lined up, once everybody is prepared, and hopefully these players have already set up their phones, because again, every single time we expect these players to just, you know, sit down and get ready to play, that's just not the case, right? A lot of teams need to take the time, and especially now that we have many different configurations of heroes. Some have 3 abilities, some have 4 abilities, some have 2 abilities. You want to make sure that you customize, make sure that you have the proper setup for each of them.
Honestly, that slightly tilts me, because I think especially for Melissa needs a special configuration for you to really utilize her. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in the draft here. Entity 7 will be first pick blue side, and Dengfeng Yaoguai is red side second pick. It looks like we already started the ban with the Paquito, Zushin, as well as Atlas banned by Entity 7, and the Fanny, Selena, and the Freya banned by Dengfeng Yaoguai.
All right. So they've already kicked things off, and as expected, we get the Hiraro as the instant first pick. And now the real question comes, who's going to get the Beleric on top of whether or not you want to pair it up with the Valentina to deny your opponent, or you're holding on to that mid pick to maybe get just a little bit more. And as of right now, getting a Valentina doesn't sound that bad when Marcel is already on the other side. Not to mention they've also got the Barats.
Yeah, that or the Eudora as well, just to make sure that you can deny a potential assassin pick coming in from Dengfeng Yaoguai. But instead, they pick up the Harif here. Quite interesting, but it does seem like they want to speed the game up, where Harif might be position 1 here, and I feel like they can start things off by his first item. So Dengfeng Yaoguai, they have kind of a defensive start here with the Barats as well as the Marcel. They need some kind of firepower though, and I wonder if they want to go with a lot of crowd control with the Eudora, or do you want to pick up their gold laner now before it gets, you know, banned out, which I'm not even sure what does Lil want. Does he want the Moskov or the Claude here going up against the Harif?
That's the thing. I feel like it's a lot safer to go for their gold. If they want to, they can set their mid laner first, and then afterwards just target ban down the line. But at the end of the day, I just think that Entity 7 just had kind of not really no reason, but were disincentivized to go for the Valentina. Now it's a lot more straightforward. We got the Eudora. We're expecting to for a way to actually deal with the Hirara, or at the very least try and win out that mid. But we still have that second phase, and let's see how they influence it, as Dengfeng Yaoguai will get that first ban in the second phase.
So now it looks like both teams have different ideas here, where I would say Entity 7 is showing their hand, kind of, by showing like their strong heroes here, but then for Yaguai, they're kind of hiding it still. They're showing a lot of their utility, not really the damage, and now even the Ballista gets banned out, which, look at the previous game, Vamos as well as Vitality does seem like a very contested pick. Other than the Valentina here, what other heroes do you want to ban out? I would say ban out any kind of EXP that can deal with the Barats, although I do have to say, right now Barat seems pretty strong. Oh, Uranus. I feel like Uranus should be banned out.
Yeah. I was thinking the Uranus as well. Uranus has a pretty decent matchup overall, can out-sustain the Barats, and actually keep pretty close in contention with the lane proxy. Lilia also going to be the follow-up ban here for the side of Diangfeng Yao Guai. Not bad, but it does kind of give us a bit of information, right? Valentina ban, as expected, you know, nobody's questioning that. It's really about what's going to be that front line, and the fact that they already got the Marcel alongside with the Barats, I feel like they might be setting up for just one more.
Yeah, I feel like a Moskov would work well here, but you can delay that just a little bit. I wonder if it's fine for you to show your assassin, but instead they go for the Claude, which is again still okay. But I really feel like if Entity 7 picks up a Uranus, it's going to be very difficult for Yaguai, because what the Uranus really does is make this Eudora kind of useless, where he can basically force out all of her abilities, and then she does no damage onto him. And I would say kind of the same for the Marcel. The Marcel will try to stun you, and then the Uranus can just chase you to the end of the world, and then it's like, well, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to be the case here, unless it sort of depends on what the entire purpose is going to be, right? There's still, I was thinking that maybe they could have set up for the glue, but with so many like high priority supports, that's just not going to be the case. Instead, they're going for a lane winning matchup in that CC. Do they want to pair it up with a strong mid laner that has some scaling? And yes, they want to be able to kind of wombo combo here with the Zetian.
I would say the scaling of the comp coming in from Entity 7 is relatively smooth, where the peak is really for that mid game between, I would say, 6 to 12 minutes. That's where they're strongest. After that, they might fall just a little bit, depending on what the last pick coming in from Diangfeng Yaguai here is, because they already have one scaler. I'm worried if they have another scaler in the jungle, and it's not. It's gonna be a Harley, and I feel like Harley is a pretty good pick, but you got to choose your targets well. I don't think you can kill the Hierarch, but I feel like you can deal with the CC.
Yeah, you deal
or Shin.
Exactly. Yeah. I was going to mention that. Like, they can probably just immediately attack Shin as soon as they hit level 4. I'm not sure whether they're expecting the early ganks here, because there's the problem with mid-game where, unfortunately, Zetian has a very low, well, not as low as Lilia's health pool, but very close to getting one-shot by Yi1, and with a little bit of extra damage and a little bit of help from a concussive blast coming from Zed on this Marcel, that should be more than enough, roughly around level 6, level 7, to expect a one-shot, assuming that Zetian doesn't have her passive active. Now, another problem that we saw from Entity 7 is Vanguin's engagement. He finds these huge angles, but there's like zero follow-up during MSC. I want to see whether they fix that problem this time around, especially against Diangfeng Yao Guai, who's most probably going to be the ones who want to be the aggressors, knowing that they didn't go to the international.
Well, right now we are going to jump into the game here. Diangfeng Yao Guai going up against Entity 7 as the minions fight it out in the mid lane. I think that's the mid lane. We're going to jump into the Land of Dawn just to see how it starts off.
All right, let's kick things off here. Immediately, when it comes down to the emblems, it seems pretty on par with everything we should be expecting here. Wilderness Blessing on top of Quantum Charge here for Zed on this Marcel to go extra fast, extra quick. But it will be matched at the very least by Shin. Vanguin opting to go for the tenacity. He just wants to stay as thick as possible. And it looks like he opted not to go for the concussive blast for the extra wave clear. He just wants to survive.
Yeah. Interesting as well that Fish God actually goes for Festival of Blood here. I don't know if it's because he's matching up against a CC, or will he eventually have crazy enough a War Axe to like deal with Entity 7? That's something I'll check out. I mean, like, maybe it's normal for a Barat to have a Festival of Blood. It's just not something that I usually use.
Yeah, I think the Festival of Blood is, I mean, it's nice to have, especially if you can get like some early assists. Then CC becomes less oppressive in the lane. It's like, okay, sure, you can trade out against me. You win out pretty much every single trade. But what Baratz is especially good at is just manipulating the waves, right? Yeah. He's a jet expert for a reason, and it's just a really good way to either, you know, push the wave back into you or set it up in a position where you can start freezing.
Yeah, right now, as we can see, it looks like Entity 7 is winning out on the lanes here. But definitely Yaguai, they're able to clear out fast enough. It looks like they are going to be able to help out Fish God here. Because, I mean, like, for sure, he's going to need a little bit of help. Akashi on this CC is just going to be a bit much for the Barras to really do much. So it looks like we're going to go to the turtle phase without really anyone dropping bodies just yet.
Oh, I don't know if Akashi saw Yi1 stick out his nose there for half a second, but they might make the play here as they're trying to hard shove this out, split the EXP amongst Yi1 and Fish to make sure they hit level 4 on time. And that's a great way to play it, right? They do sacrifice mid-pressure, but nobody's picking up that gold, so they're at a net positive.
Yeah, right now it looks like definitely Yaguai, they want to go in, able to get on to 2, but right now Entity 7, they're able to get Fish God down very, very low. Akashi goes on for the cheese, open the vengeance, might die here. First blood goes over to Shin, and Akashi still survive. Bango and Shin try to get away, and now the Harara from hide on bush, try to get Zed. Looks like different Yaguai, only Fish God got taken down.
Oh boy, the damage has been laid bare. Fish God ended up dying, but Entity 7 win out of the fight. And the best part about it is that they chunked out DFYG so hard that they can't actually capitalize on this turtle at this stage of the game. That's gotta be a little frustrating for Dianfeng Yaoguai, but at the same time, it's a big win for Entity 7. They don't mind dragging this out. You saw what the Wombo combo looks like with the Wrath of the Dryads and the Fury of the Phoenix. It's hard to dodge, but DFYG are purposefully not sticking their nose out too far and making sure that they space far enough to not get hit.
Yeah, it's just that the screen just slightly a bit pixelated, so I'm actually not sure whether Fish God was somehow into on his Daytona's welcome, because I think I saw the gulp, but I don't see him spitting it out. But that's gonna be pretty interesting because I don't think anyone can really cancel it. And now it looks like he's gonna eat someone again. Poop, able to get out Vanguin. Vanguin right now with a rapid Dryad, able to get 3, but so far still safe. And now Zed able to get a Vanguin hide on Bush as well, gets taken down by Zhao Shi with the help of Zed with that golden hour.
Oh, big punishes all across the board. And Entity 7 ain't happy with this. They're still trying to chunk out Yi1, and they've already done so, but there's too many healthy members inside of Dianfeng Yaoguai to make sure that this turtle falls into their hands without much punishment. Zed, he sticks his nose in, tries to see whether or not the purple buff is up, and it looks like it's already gone, so they're immediately going to start making their move down to the bottom side. And well, hopefully they're already double waving Lung. He did opt to take Purify this time around to make sure that it doesn't die to a lot of the Wombo combos that Entity 7 have provided, but that laning phase becomes that much more dangerous, especially against Doom. If he doesn't have his BMI and he happens to walk into a Zaman Force, that slow on the Zaman Force could get him killed.
Yeah, right now, at least in terms of the gold, it's not that big of a difference for now. The big problem, though, is Zhao Shi now does have that Genius Wand, does make it much easier for him to really get in kills here. And this 7, even though they might feel fine if they want to scale up, I really don't know if that's really the best call here, because if Lung really has been spamming this quad for a while, he should honestly be able to at least 1v3 once he gets his 4 items. Compared to Doom on this Hive is pretty strong as well, but his 3 items is much more pricier compared to a Claude's.
Super expensive, but it makes sure that he scales like even harder once he gets those 3 items. At least for Claude, once he gets 3 items, you still need that 4th to kind of guarantee that you can, you know, stack up very, very safely, or utility items in case, you know, somebody can like one-shot you in those moments. And that's the dangerous part. As they go up towards this top side, DFYG are still trying to play for the strong side of the map, and down by bot, you can tell some trouble's happening.
Yep. Good placement on the golden hour, and Golf able to Daytona's welcome, and now Akashi's all alone going up against Tree, gonna get taken down to bot lane. Looks like they were able to get Lung as well, so I would say it is pretty equal trade, but it should be better for whoever is able to get the turret. It looks like it's 7, they're trying to get that turret for themselves.
They're trying to trade this as soon as possible. A lot of that gold is going on to Zhao Shi at this stage of the game, and Entity 7 not gonna waste any time. Gonna try and take away this purple buff as soon as possible.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be quite difficult here, but looks like...
Oh, it's good.
Hide on Bush got it, and now able to get Zed as well. Fish God try to get away. I would say that's a good trade for Entity 7.
Is very, very nice. And not to mention that Doom able to get an assist in the meantime. So now he not only has... Oh, hold up. Are they, can they actually take this? I don't think so. But the FYG have shown their face, and I don't think they're going to let this happen.
Yep, Fish God right now tries to turn things around. Lone with the Blazing Duet. Not enough damage just yet. Has to get away. Jumping Yaguai. They got engaged on, and there's not much that they can do there.
I'm not sure what the entire plan was, but let's look at the items so far. Thunderbelt already completed here. for Zed. He's eventually going to scale very nicely into this game. The Genius Wand is a really smart pickup here for Zhao Shi because there's a lot of members on his side that can actually utilize that magic damage. I would have imagined that Entity 7, had they gone for the Uranus, it would have made this comp just a little bit safer to play overall. But hey, you got to give it to Kashi. He's doing a pretty good job kind of maintaining his lane over everything else. And better yet, that curtain call will force Diangfun Yao Guai to at least have two members stuck right next to each other.
Yeah, I really feel like it's just Yao Guai, they were just at a bad spot in the previous altercation. But because of that, we're over about 1,000 gold difference here, where Entity 7 is 1k ahead. Just by picking up a few kills, but more importantly, taking a lot of those green camps, because Zhao Shi is going to have quite a hard time here. Look at Hide on Bush, already level 11, and Zhao Shi only level 10, even though Zhao Shi has a better KDA.
Yep, he does have the better KDA. Not to mention, he's also a level down. He's trying to kind of keep up with this, but so far with Entity 7, we know how Hirara generally plays. It's just a tough snowball.
Yeah. Zed for now looks like he is just trying to scale up his Thunderbolt as much as he can, just so that he can actually be a proper front line alongside with Fish God. Because unfortunately, that's just the thing. If you pick up the Festival of Blood, it does make you sustain, but you just have to hit your abilities. And sometimes, as a pure frontline, you don't really get that benefit a lot. I think it will better if he has Festival of Blood if Zed is using a frontline hero, but you know. C'est la vie.
Yep, c'est la vie. To each their own. 5 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns, but I don't see much of a setup from either side, right? Entity 7 is trying to hold this position on mid for little to no reason at this stage. There's kind of nothing to really fight over in terms of invading as well. So it should be about lane manipulation, and it looks like, you know, DFYG, they've already done their homework, and Lung very diligently just trying to set up the wave down bot side, and might be a little off here as they look to fight for position over the Lord.
Oh, but Loon just took quite a bit of damage. Now he has to heal up with as much green camps as he can. And looking at the heal, it's not even that much, because I feel like the burn from the glowing one is still there. Loon really has to be careful. He's taking free damage from Shin here. Oh, Rather Drive goes in, tries to get one, gets Fish God goes in, flickers out, still dies. Killing spree for Shin. Zed tries to help him out, but looks like the golden hour was just not fast enough.
There is a little bit of anti-synergy with the composition, right? If Zed hits like a 5-man golden hour, everybody needs to be ready to counter-engage as soon as it times out, rather than Lung coming in really, really hard with the blazing duet, and maybe you could influence the way that they rotate, or at least fall back with the golden hour. But if both of them happen at the same time, they're going to get a net nothing. So, Entity 7, recognizing this also, wants to make sure that they can try and control Zed, and Akashi will start the zoning same as Vanguard.
Well, Zed tries to go in, able to stun up everyone, but now the blazing red coming in from Lung. Lung has to get out of there. Got caught by CC's ult, and right now the Lord is about 7,000 down, and now go in! Heidenbush still able to get the Lord, and Zed gets taken down. Entity 7 win is all.
Great fallen Maple coming in from Vanguard to dodge the spit back coming in from Fish God. I mean, Fish God was targeting Heidenbush anyways, but now they lose the mid-tier 1, and now this opens up the entire jungle. Now, for all of you, you know, Mobile Legends fans, you know exactly what's going to happen afterwards. For those who are tuning in and thinking, like, how do I get better at this game? What this means is that once the mid-tier 1 breaks open, walking into enemy territory is a lot easier, and it gives no fallback to your opponent. So you can start taking away green camps, walking through that mid lane underneath T2 if necessary, if you want to get into faster positions and take everything. Now, Dianfeng Yao Guai, at least Zhao Shi is already level 13, right? It won't take too long until he hits level 15, and they just have to worry about dishing out enough damage against the Lord. But they have to stick his 5.
Vanguard already lost a lot of HP, might get taken down here. Zhao Shi able to kill him, and now Yuan finally does get that Divine Glaive. Unsure whether it's going to be enough though to do with Entity 7.
I mean, he's got some poke damage, and so far Lung has been taking a lot of that quote-unquote poke.
And right now, Golden Hour able to freeze one, but Fear of the Phoenix able to stop them. In fact, deals quite a lot of damage. And now Dianfeng Yao Guai has to retreat, but now Doom with the Zaman Force able to get anyone.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. That could have been a moment. It could have been a moment, but that's the anti-synergy that I was talking about. Not to mention, unfortunately for Lung, it seems like he's a little antsy, right? A little like a little jumpy. Maybe jumping the gun a little too early in a lot of these fights. Let's see a bit of more synchronization from DFYG if they want to make this composition work. It's not easy to pull off, don't get me wrong, but I think they need to wait for Yi1 to actually have his flipper available to try and punish either Hide on Bush, ideally Doom as well, but he's running Purify right now, so it's all about the timings.
In terms of goal difference, there's about 4,000 difference here. Vanguin unfortunately misses the ult. It looks like DELWIN Yaguai, they're thinking whether they want to re-engage or not. It looks like they're not going to do it. I do have to say though, right now DELWIN Yaguai, they have to take care of the positioning because Long is taking way too much damage. Tries to get onto Vanguin. Vanguin able to escape that. Look, takes way too much damage in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he's putting himself out there. Like, he's doing the correct thing. You as a marksman, especially with high mobility like the BMI, you should be walking up and auto-attacking the front line, but you also got to manage your expectations with the chip damage that's being thrown out. Akashi, in this case, he doesn't mind taking the damage because he's so high on sustainability, but then when you're not trading well against people like Shin, like people like Hide on Bush, there's a very good chance that this could turn around on your head if you are not careful. And for now, at least 18 seconds until the next Lord is going to spawn, and luckily Vanguin doesn't actually have his flicker. So that's one less ability to worry about.
Right now for DELWIN Yaguai, I would say they're still in an okay position if they're able to win out the second Lord. Even if they don't secure the Lord, at least they get like 3 kills. I think that's still going to be pretty fine here because more than not, I think they just need some kind of map presence. Once they get like mid turret, now we're seeing the game become even.
Well, let's see. Are they going to use the Fury of the Phoenix early on as they fight out again? Vanguin, help.
Vanguin very low. Looks like someone got caught by the Tato's webcam, but now looks like the golden hour cash too long with a blazing duet. Tries to get some kills here. Akashi gets taken down. Hide on Bush tries to go in, but looking very, very low. DELWIN Yaguai wins out that fight, able to take down Akashi.
Really, really nice there. Again, you can see that Akashi, he was willing to absorb the damage for Vanguin. I don't know if that was the correct decision overall because it wasn't Detna's welcome, but at the same time, without it, hey, you still need your frontliners to be thick and keep on scaling in this game. The only person who can really do damage to Vanguin at this stage is probably only Yi1 with the superconductor on the Fork Lightning, or Lung when he's got at least 2 to 3 stacks of the Art of Thievery. Even so, Item Bush has been playing pretty well. He's been dodging some key abilities. Let's look at the items here real quick. 3 items already complete for our Harith, and now let's see whether or not they want to defend this with their lives, or maybe they get a trade back.
Yeah, Vanguin really has to be careful there because, again, all of the wins is really by his Flicker Raft of the Dryad, but he just took way too much damage coming in from Lung, and then DELWIN Yaguai just used that to their advantage. So yeah, I feel like he just needs to be careful. Like, he is pretty tanky, but not that tanky.
Yeah,
I feel like if Shin hits on Lung, then that's great. Zed goes in, Fury of Phoenix able to get 3, and now Yi1 has to get away, but look at that Rough Dry getting onto 3. Fish God got stunned up as well. Now he has to flicker out, could not use the Daytona's welcome, got stunned out. Beautiful by NT7.
Really, really good wombo combo there. They understood exactly where the choke point was going to be. And once you understand how choke points work, it's very easy to actually hit the Fury of the Phoenix. Well timed by Shin, and a good follow-up coming in for Vanguin as well. As soon as his flicker was up, he knows, I just got to get in there. I got to make sure I hit the following Wrath of the Dryads, and then it will be easy pickings for Akashi, Doom, and Hide on Bush, which is exactly what happens. But what does this mean? It means that Entity 7 now loses a little bit of their gold lead, right? They hit 42k first. However, DFYG has caught up. The next Lord fight, they should have already hit 42k in terms of, we look at the top right, the total amount of gold each of these teams have developed for themselves. And that just means that all your core fighters, or in this particular case, when you're looking at Zhaoxi, alongside with Lung, they should have 3 core items already complete.
Yeah, I feel like Fish God should try to just be a little bit more proactive with the game's welcome, because I think what's been cast is Daytona's welcome. Either he himself slides it in the wrong direction, which I've done quite a few times, or he got confident because of that. The channeling just canceled. So it's a very important call. So I feel like either try to outplay Vanguin or try to get someone new. So that's why I want position of the Zalman core so that nothing happens. Other than that, try to be a bit stingy with to wait the entire duration of that Zaman fourth. I'm pretty sure that Doom is probably seething, thinking like, oh man, if I just had a couple more seconds, I think he would have completely eliminated that back line and maybe still had enough to take on Claude at the very end. And this is why I kind of feel like Harley is going to be a pick that you kind of have to be careful of because, again, honestly, with 2 items, it's going to be enough for him to be a threat. Even if he doesn't get a kill, it kind of doesn't matter as long as he keeps the opponent low enough and then his team can capitalize. I gotta say, that was not the best Barad's game, but hey, you know what? You're a pro. If you die, you die. As long as you give space to your team, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, I think so far Barad's was doing really well. Well, it was doing okay in the early game. Started to pick up like a lot of
or something else entirely?
I would say our playstyle is more aggressive than other regions, so that's what makes us different.
We asked Andres about the hidden cost of elite level consistency. What's the secret to playing as good as you guys? How do you train? And how much time do you actually spend on it?
Train like 8 hours a day, and then on top of that, like the players, they can play rank for themselves. And then we have one rest day per week. Firstly, you need to like win the game a lot. You need to play for like some years, and you need to play consistently every day. And then in some cases, some people they just have more talent to do some stuff than others.
What will the games of the future mean to you? What will they bring you beyond just another victory?
I think it's a great event because it's another chance to show our skill, and then we are very glad that we can compete in this event against other teams.
From intense 8-hour training blocks to the electric atmosphere here in Astana, DFYG continues its masterclass in modern esports. With raw talent, relentless discipline, and an unmistakable hunger for the fight. This is a team writing a brand new chapter in competitive gaming history. Good luck to Andres and the entire DFYG squad here at the Games of the Future.
I think they will let the Herrera through again. What are the bigs? Paquito? Do they want to ban up Paquito?
They're thinking about it. I think it's very understandable if you want to get rid of Paquito, because usually he's one of the key picks in these double fighter comps and ultra flexible, whether it be gold fighter alongside with, as we've seen very recently in the jungle as well. But it does kind of, cap your composition into like how far you can actually scale into this game. So they get rid of the Selena instead. So Paquito and Herrera up for grabs here. I'm pretty sure they're going to go for the Herrera, but then again, Akashi, if he's very vocal about getting the Paquito, he might just hold on to it for the early stage of the game.
And now Hyden Bush able to get that Herrera again. And I do gotta say, he is a pretty good Herrera player, so winning and losing isn't really because of him. He's doing as best as he can. They just need to set up for Doom just a little bit better. And I feel like starting it off by having at least 2 front lines is gonna be good, because just now Bangwin was the only one frontlining for the team. Akash on SCC, not able to do enough. So now do they want to go for Belleric plus 1? Because in the previous game, they picked up the Marcel as well as the, what was the mid again? The Eudora.
Eudora?
Yeah.
I was thinking that as well, but they only picked up the Eudora as their like 3rd pick here. The Belleric is almost guaranteed, but they're going to go with the Paquito this time around, just to have a little bit of pressure, but it's still a flex pick. So if if for any reason Entity 7 misread the situation, they go for Esme, they might set up a bad matchup for the EXP. First of all, they're going to go straight for the glue on top of a very quick Valentina pick. Valentina is expected, but I like the glue a lot.
Yeah, so now they got to pick up something like a Carry, a Vixana to be able to deal with this glue. We saw earlier Vamos try to use the Hanabi to deal with the glue. Really was not it. It was not good enough. Instead, they pick up the Harley, and I don't see why not. Zaushi was amazing on the Harley, so now banning phase. I wonder if they're just gonna ban out those mid laners the gold laners, just to make it so that there's no good pick against this Harley. Because I really feel like for the Paquito, sure he will have losing matchups against some people, but Paquito doesn't really care that much. Even if his lane is like so-so, into the fight, that's much more important.
Exactly. He just brings a lot to a team fight, a lot of kill threat. Actually, this could be a potential like double fighter composition coming from the outside. Let's see what these bans are going to be, right? If they get rid of things like they get rid of Melissa, they get rid of like Moskov, that could shape the composition to fall into that category. But instead, they get rid of the Sora, rather interesting ban.
I guess Sora can win the lane, plus I don't know, able to influence the fight around the turtle. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting, but there is that one Kid Boba game where I feel like Sora's still a big threat. But anyways, the Eudora does get banned out, so we'll see what other heroes that V1 is able to hold on for this one. Some of his earlier heroes, I remember being that Onic, which honestly might not be that bad, but you have to see the EXP laner first.
That's the thing, right? Especially when you're thinking about the relationship of like all the different lanes going up against each other. It's usually the EXP laner who makes the mid laner's life generally difficult, and then the jungle can kind of like pick and choose where he wants to find a kill in this game. Now, if we're going to start talking about EXP laners, the direct counter Esmeralda is still up and available. They also get rid of the Moskov, so this could be very, very telling.
Yeah, definitely just making sure that there's a good lane for the Harley to go through. I think they just banned the Moscow because they're like, well, against the Harley, we're pretty good. I think even if they pick up a Melissa, the Harley is gonna smash her. So yeah, I think the Moscow is a pretty good ban here. So did they want to ban out something like the Claude, just so that Lung doesn't get that? But I don't know, I feel like they can deal with the Claude actually.
I think they can possibly deal with the Claude. I think if they are banning, do decide to ban out the Claude, that kind of means that they want to lean into the Melissa, maybe even for themselves. But it really depends. I don't remember. Okay, getting rid of the Arlet on top of everything else. It's not like their composition had that much CC to begin, like reliable CC to begin with. But see how they develop this even further. Right now, it's going to be first pick on the red side from Yao Guai. And at this stage, a mid laner would be kind of nice and kind of hide the entire composition.
I feel like the Harley ban was just thinking that, yeah, this Paquito 100% has a good chance of maybe, maybe strong sides, maybe more for Taquito, just because it's kind of hard to kill the Barats in the early game. Actually, no, I feel like you can. You know, if you need
You can achieve it. We're about over to game number 2 of our second series of the day. We can get a good look at where the oppositions actually want to take us here. Immediate technical pause. Break it down 1-5-1. Because again, this is a very traditional double. Fighter Pop and E1 ended up going on this pretty important and make sure that you know, they don't move out too hard at level 1, because people tend to forget that glue is particularly strong in the game, and if you do way too much damage, there's kind of no coming back from that.
And you've got a lot of teams coming in from 7. A lot of crowd control as well, so I can definitely see this Spirit Fire helping out Iwan a lot, especially if Akashi is able to somehow get on top of him with the Daytona's welcome. So looking at this, I honestly wanted to see the endgame setup, and I'm just curious to see if Akashi also wants to run a Festival of Blood on this Barats.
I don't know what spell to kind of go to, right? You don't really need the Builder's Blessing, because half the time, every single time the neutral objective comes up, you've got the, you know, helping you out to get to where you need to be.
It's usually tenacity.
I like tenacity as well, but it really depends, right? Because if you take Festival of Blood, you have a much higher cap in terms of sustainability, rather than like, I got the raw numbers to survive when I am low. So it's Festival of Blood is better when you're ahead, tenacity is much better when you're behind.
Well, right now looks like our referees are just making sure that the players are having an okay time. I think we're having a bit of an issue with them coming out wide. Hopefully it doesn't impact the players that much. Hopefully it's just a quick fix so that we can get back in the game. Still, you know, looking good in terms of momentum, which I see a thumbs up, so maybe all good. Maybe it's just an audio issue thing.
It probably was just comms or something like that. I would imagine that, you know, everybody here at Five is making sure that these boys are going to be playing on the best performance possible, making sure they've got the best hardware on top of it all. But once we start getting back into this game, and hopefully we see the first level 4, well, assuming that nothing happens in the laning phase, we'll probably see a couple of teams, you know, dropping out early because they made a mistake, an early recall, and then just snowballs out of control 11-minute onwards. But back through the portal, you know what, we're going through the same one as we head on in. The level 1s are going to play out, and it looks like they minimize the contradiction, right? They're immediately looking to just clear waves and not interact with each other.
Yeah, looking at the ending setup here, it looks like Akashi is going to go for that tenacity as well as the brutality, just make sure that he can actually survive for a long time. Other than that, it looks like everyone is going for the same old double Festival of Blood for Fish God as well as Lung, and then having that Quill as well. I like Yuan going for his Weakness Finder just to slow everyone down. This does make the early game quite a lot better, making it easier for the team to actually catch up and secure the kills.
Okay, look at this. We're already seeing a little bit of a proxy here coming down. Sorry, our boy down the bottom lane. Lung is doing a pretty good job, and he's immediately looking still like at least one camp away, which could impact specifically Hide on Bush. He should still be able to hit level 4 on time, assuming everything goes well. But it looks like Lung, he's forced to walk back. He's not going to go for a second proxy.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, you know, I would punch in there, but
Same.
I would so punch in there. There's a lot of people. Maybe he would make a mistake, you know. But I'm like, I got a flicker. You know, like, you know, what's the worst that can happen?
It's true. But look at the way that they're trading in that mid lane. As long as Yi1 isn't engaged upon by Vanguard, he's able to just come out as long as Bellark is nearby. Now they've got information on where forces of the FYG making their way up topside to try and test for level 4.
Yeah, looks like Akashi is actually doing the trades here, and Zelshi trying to get it. Looks like Vega is able to secure that for himself. He'll be able to hit level 4 earlier than Akashi, and that really does help out this last move much more. Speaking of, right now the turtle has been started. It looks like both Zed as well as Fish God are just zoning everyone away, so that's a free turtle for Gyeongkung Yao Guai. Almost gets up, but looks like right now level 4, no threat to him just yet.
Yeah, they didn't see Akashi actually go for the recall. They just assumed that he repositioned himself and then maybe hit level 4 sometime later, so they just wanted to make sure everything was safe. Oh god.
Hide on Bush gets on the tree, and then Vanguard, everyone else got caught by the all Entity 7. Very easy 3 kills in the mid.
It kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looked like they just sort of ate it. I feel like Yuan had many opportunities to get out of there if he wanted to, but it's just really uncomfortable timing that he used the cover packs to get over the first wall. This definitely teaches you, hey, you hold on to your mobility for as long as you possibly can. You can't use it willy-nilly like that because you never know when the next fight is going to happen, especially when you're facing off someone like Sekarang. She closed the distance so fast.
Part of me understands you though, because even I'm like, there's no way they're gonna pick us going right. But that was amazing engage coming in from high down bush, trying to things up. And then Shen able to steal away the raffle drive from Zed, making sure that everyone's just chain CC. That was a beautiful chain of events. In terms of how does it translate in gold, quite a lot actually. About 1,300 ahead just by those 3 kills. That's great for Entity 7.
Down by the goal lane, honestly, not that bad for Doom. I think Doom has been having a pretty good time overall, right? With Loom already, dying on the very first interaction, and Doom able to actually pick up 2 assists alongside with the kill for himself. He is in prime position at the right time. Counter-Strike finally completed by Loom, so he's got the early game damage, assuming that he can close the distance on someone like Shin, Doom, hide on bush without the drive frames.
Yeah, right now this will really test why how do they perform with the double fighter here, because the second kill, this is probably where they should be waiting quite a lot. They're waiting in the bush here. Akashi got caught just a little bit. Looks like the rapid drive only catching Akashi alone. Looks like Loom tries to push Vanguard away. Chomp, eats someone up, and able to get Fish God unable to do much. And this 7, they're the one that got into the bush, but they got immediate control.
Yep, they gotta understand how their comp actually functions at this stage. Without Loom, they don't have like the raw burst damage, right? So they have to depend on people like Fish God and even... Wait, hold on. Loom's in trouble.
Yep, tries to flicker away, able to. Yeah, definitely Yaguai. I would say they just didn't know the priority because it looks like they were attacking everyone. Instead, they should be targeting 1% at a time.
Yeah, they really need to get their priorities down straight. They're gonna dive this.
Yep, Zed gets caught. Looks like he's gonna be pulled out of the turret range. And at the 7, they're still staying under there, not really carrying all that much. Long stays just to get the gold. But down from Yaguai, despite them having the double fighter, they're losing quite a lot in the early game here.
I mean, Doom has managed this lane very, very well. They've won on the very first couple of interactions, which honestly shouldn't have gone in their favorite anyways, right? Down from Yaguai was able to get that first throw, but those 5 kills from Entity 7 is really kind of setting the tone on how these side laners who were supposed to be losing are now in better positions. I mean, of course, Barat's sure, all right. Ooh, it's a quote-unquote winning lane, but it's really a sandbag, right? He's not going to be able to find a solo kill onto Fish God. All he cares about is coming into these team fights and eliminating one target from the fight and turning into a 5v4.
Yeah, honestly, definitely Yaguai, if they wanted to target Akashi, they got to target all, like everyone has to target him at once, right? I feel like that was part of the mistake, because I feel like Yiwan tried to attack Akashi, but then the rest of the team are like, wait, should we go for Vanguin instead, or what? They were not in sync, and that's not what you want in this kind of comp. They go for Akashi again, but look at that, Yiwan already has to use the Purify to escape Vanguin. He really needs to stop starting the fight when he has no stacks on that Sky Piercer. He doesn't have a second item.
Yeah, or better yet, just wait. You don't have to immediately hop over the wall. You can just walk around it, and then as soon as you see Vanguin try to do something, that's when you go for the hover packs. And by that time, even if you wombo combos, he'll be on the opposite side of the wall and still have enough to get away. So he ends up losing out his hover pack like very early. Oh wait, hold on. What's the flicker out of Zed at this stage of the game? I don't know if they can contest this anymore. This should be a freebie. Oh!
Well, they're able to get hide on Bush. Now Shin tries to catch on to Zhaoxi. Zhaoxi gets caught, looking to flicker out. Double dash away. This is not looking good for down from Yaguai just because they look unsure of what to do. Because I feel like Yuan, hold on, Fish God jumps in all alone and making it so that Yuan gets caught by Vanguin. Vanguin secures a kill. Fish God 1v3 still. But that's cool and all, but your team kind of loses its win condition.
Well, win condition, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Vanguin played it immaculately. He was just so good, and not that E1 walked up and got hit by it again. Still, 10 more seconds here, but oh god.
Well, Akashi, Chum, it's Fish God. Fish God gets taken there, although it's actually set. Now the Zaman Force, looks like the damage isn't enough just yet. Able to get that. Fish God gets onto Akashi. Akashi dies, but Fish God will give himself over to Shin. Yeah, it looks like they're fighting for the sake of fighting. They're
concussed. They're concussed. The Entity 7 just knocked them top of their head. They're rattled.
Let me just say, can't tell the difference.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm dead serious about what I'm saying. They're just so concussed after, you know, Entity 7 hit him so hard into the temple that at this stage of the game, it's just like, what are we looking for, right? We're getting Fish God flickering to kill Akashi. Like, that's how far they've been concussed, when really he should be holding on to his flicker. Say whatever. If Akashi gets the kill, then it doesn't matter. You don't need to chase for those fights. You are looking for better targets. In this case, hide on bush, especially during those neutral takes. Doom, especially when he tries to, you know, stick his nose a little bit too far forward and you need to trade battle space. Those are the moments. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, okay. Fish God tries to get out the Doom, changes targets, get out to Penguin. I was so shocked. Hold on, right now Shin almost got caught. Now Zed has to get away. He's very low on HP, same as Long. Everyone from WFY unable to get a positive trade. Right now Shin forces the Zed to use the flicker, and now Bush gets the kill. Penguin dies to Yi1, so that's a stack for the Sky Piercer of Kimmy. But Ending 7, they're not going to stop here. They're going to get the mid lane turret. This time, Xiaoxi on this Harley, unable to do much.
Okay, they're pulling it back. They're pulling it back a little bit. They did lose their mid-tier 1. Okay, but at least E1 was holding on to his abilities, and he knew for a fact that Vanguard was going to get on top of him soon. He's saving the second saving Purify for the second half of the combination after Vanguard was on top of him in the ult form. Even so, this is a pretty dangerous position for Yao Guai, because now that they've missed all their mid-tier 1 and all their tier 1s, holding on to their jungle, you would assume that Entity 7 is going to start invading, and they already have. They've stolen away the purple buff on their side of the map as Jiangfen Yao Guai look for this first position. And Akashi, he knows he's just going to hold on to the priority of the Lord.
Long is all alone, 1 versus 3. Long should try to get away there. Looks like he already used the flicker. Not much he can do against Harara. They just chases him non-stop. Oh, what the heck? How does that interaction work? Xiaoxi's dead.
He's dead.
Congrats.
Nice. And Vanguard, yeah. Make sure you let him know. They made a mistake. Giving you this blue. And it's very understandable at this stage of the game. After what happened in game number 1, you know exactly that Entity 7 are looking to ego check Jiangfen Yao Guai to say that they have the better mechanics.
Can I just say blue sometimes makes no sense? That's not the first interaction where I've seen something like that happen. I'm just surprised it's not the last.
Yeah, no, the way that his ult works, again, it's a really fun iframe. It sucks that he gets like a good chunk of his health back. I would have imagined that, you know, they make less that way. Okay. All right, I don't know if our API is correct here, if I'm looking at this correctly. I'm just going to assume that it is.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Xiaoxi already went to Kyrgyzstan and then bring it back to Kazakhstan, man. Like, that's a bit of a stretch in terms of how he's able to pull that off.
Hey, maybe a stretch, but look at this mid-tier 2 getting collapsed down by a single man. And that's Doom, as he's looking to cut off all the angles.
Well, I don't know about Doom being a single man, but looks like Zed is taking down Akashi, secured the kill. Vanguard now, taking a bit of damage. Fish God goes 1v3 again because he's dead. He's still surviving for now. He presses the block a lot, able to get a kill onto Akashi. Look, Yao Guai, you guys are surviving by the cojones of Fish God.
Hell yeah, that's exactly what we want to see here. But now they're not done just yet. The second wave is starting to push into that top inhibitor. And we'll see, because now all the holy shielding is gone.
Dealing quite a lot of damage, dies to Doom. Xiaoxi tries to get a kill onto Shin. Shin still survives. The only reason why Entity 7 is still alive because the Gyarados of the Lapu Lapu is not there just yet, but now gets targeted, and he flickers forward. Might die here for no reason. Hide on bush, scared the kill. I will not glaze this man anymore.
Oh man, what a Chad. They face check bushes. They're face checking bushes.
Dude, he was trying to hide. You don't understand.
Nah, man, he got seeked out. He ended up dropping down. Oh, that's super unfortunate. It's like they're not paying attention to like when the cooldown timers of their ults actually end for the side of Jiangfen Yao. Why?
At least he doesn't have a Sky Piercer.
Oh, that's true. That's
wait,
true.
He does. No,
Oh,
he does.
man. I thought maybe the API was hallucinating again. I was hopeful. But at this stage of the game, based on what we've seen, what was built previously, Akashi, it's very smart of him that he's like, I'm not going to try and sustain my way. I know exactly what I'm doing. I just just need to be thick. Because so far, Yangfeng Yaoguai, especially when Akashi is walking up forward, and he uses the Detna's welcome, he almost guarantees an interaction.
Well, Zed taking quite a lot of hate coming in from Entity 7. Penguin gets on top of him, rapid drive, grabs 3, and now looks like Shin might be targeted by Fish God. Doom secures the kill, but Zhaoxi able to take down Shin. Doom right now is a monster, getting that double kill, still full HP, hide on push, takes down a Fish God. Now it's just Yuan as well as Zhaoxi, the two magic spitting heroes.
Yep. That's the best way to put it. That's the best way to put it. I can't believe
No other way can be said to describe them.
Look. The prioritization on the targeting is really interesting here. You know, Penguin, he's done it multiple times. He's already gotten the Belleric out of the way. They've traded ults at this stage of the game, and it's strange to see him just, you know, kind of being able to get away with any good thing. And that's because of the draft, right? Yangfeng Yaoguai just don't have an answer to this glue. All they can do is try and chunk him out, but if they walk up too close, especially if E1 doesn't have that passive active to get the extra little bit of range of penetrating shots, Penguin easily can force a fight.
Yeah, I really feel like despite Fish God as well as Logan have pretty good AoE, I feel like they need to understand with the Kimi as well as the Hive, you kind of want to force one target out. Like, okay, if the Hive focuses on one target, you guys want to ignore that, sure. But I feel like, how about the Kimi? The Kimi has the Sky Piercer, and if you're not helping the Sky Piercer stack, you're kind of shooting your friend in the foot, which sounds like a good time. Thank goodness that Holy Crystal is going to Zhaoxi and not Zed.
Hey man, we haven't even talked about the fact that Doom has, well, you know what? Let's just say the API was hallucinating it. This is going to be his final build. He's already hyper strong. Like, every 1v1 is difficult except for Zhaoxi, and even then, there's still the potential for Doom to actually go for the big outplay. But here we go. The sieging has already begun.
Yep. Lord is still marching up top, but doesn't look like Entity 7 was able to sync up the minions, so this should be pretty good for Yangfeng Yaoguai to be able to defend here. Looks like they're still going to get top inhibitor though. Right now, they're trying to get mid as well. Look, trying to clear up the wave. Looks like they're trying to engage with Shin. Stealing away the rapid drive, but the real one catches Shin. Shin gets taken down, and now everyone gets taunted up. Hide on bush, tries to run away. Zhaoxi will try to chase, but a double for Yi1. Gets 2 more stacks of the Sky Piercer. Entity 7, they tried to force a bit too much, and Yangfeng Yaoguai responds.
Yep, E1 actually coming up with a big play at the very end there. I would have imagined that he was going to be out of the fight with his position, but then he suddenly decided to go hyper aggressive onto the back, able to throw 2 people at once in the middle of that fight with a big follow-up coming in from Fish God. This could be an endgame angle here if they don't clear out this wave, but they might just have to sacrifice it. Worst comes to worst, it's just a mid inhibitor, right? It's still very manageable. It doesn't really influence how these Lord dances usually go. You need a long lane, either top or bottom, as long as it's the opposite side of where the Lord spawns.
Yeah, considering how the map is looking, that was amazing. I'm pretty sure definitely Yaoguai would prefer to get any of the side ones, especially the bottom. But again, they're just too much, and the wave was already prime and ready for mid anyway. So I feel like definitely Yaoguai, they're not out of the water just yet. If they're able to get another inhibitor, then that would be icing on the cake. That's all they need. But for now, Yuan, he should be having 40 stacks. Because I feel like after the second death, he hasn't died yet. So I'm optimistic by thinking he has 40 stacks.
He's got like 30, but he actually got it, if I remember correctly. But we'll check out the stacks in just a bit. For now, it's just going to be a big contestation for this long lane, because Entity 7, they want to set this up nice. Top side is naturally going to be pushing. If they can get a slow push down on bot side and kind of defend that wave, then unfortunately for Yangfeng Yaoguai, they have to send some resources down to manage it, because even when we look at the inhibitor health, the last remaining one for Yangfeng Yaoguai, it's so low. A single cart minion, a ballista, can walk up and take it out.
Yep. So right now we can see Lord trying to fix the waves here, and now he's on the way toward the Lord. 70 minutes, this Lord is not going to get bursted down fast enough. So Yangfeng Yaoguai, everyone should be prime and ready. Looking at Zed also has a flicker if he wants to force an engage. And it looks like it was Shin actually the one using it, and I don't know what Yangfeng Yaoguai is doing. They're not trying to stop Entity 7, but in the backline, looks like Long trying to take down Doom. That was a bad idea. Long is low HP. Hide on bush, try to run away. Fish got unable to hit his stun onto anyone. So right now the team fight is messy. There's no clear gun. What they want to do, Yi1 gets taken down, and now Entity 7, they're moving forward. Doom is still helping. Doom dealing a lot of damage. Penguin tries to get on top of someone. Long all the way to the back. Nowhere close to Entity 7. What is he gonna do here? Can he get kills? He
just trying to outmaneuver the other. And even for Long, I thought he was like kind of out of the fight for a very long time, but he still manages to still pick up 2, which is in their favor. Right now, if they can take out Doom, then they've got an opportunity. Here we go.
Fishgun is gonna try. He wants to take down Akashi first. Moves forward, almost takes him down. Now try fake cage. Looks like unable to do so. Long misses the punch onto Doom, but down from Yaguai. Still able to protect their base. For now, the bottom hitter looks like it's okay, but it should die now. Yep, there you go.
There we go. Good setup here for enemy 7 for the next upcoming war. At least they got anti-heal on everybody. At least 3 of their members already have it, which is perfect because so far the sustain coming in for Fishgod has been so good. He's bought way too much time for his team. And I mean, look at this item build. 1 War Axe is his main damage item, and everything else either to buff up his HP, give him extra cooldowns, but most importantly, make him a big boy. They can just keep on healing for E1. They've definitely got an opportunity, but here comes the conceal.
Looks like they do see down for Yaguai. No one's gonna get caught. Kashi just takes a little bit of damage, but Vanguard tries to get to the back. Fishgod tries to get away, gets terrified. Fishgod jumps forward, jumps onto Akashi. Vanguard is on top of Zed. Grab the dry use, no one gets hit, but back. Looks like Akashi might get taken down, but it looks like Saoshi was the first to get taken down by Doom. Double kill for Doom, able to get Yi1, so all the damage dealers coming in from Death Yaguai is taken down, including Fishgod. Triple kill, Kashi gets taken down, but not gonna matter. Hide on bush, secures the kill onto the Long, and now Death Yaguai. Looks like this should be the end. FD7 wins game number 2.
Yep, it looks like they've got both waves to go for them at this stage, and unfortunately for Beleric, there's very little that he can do. He doesn't even have his ult in time for this. Congratulations, they bring it 1-1 as Entity 7 even up the score. This is going to be a harsh lesson here. Yes, there were moments that Yang Feng Yao Guai could have turned these fights, but a lot of it comes down to the micro mechanics, right? What abilities are available and how to actually progress with this comp. I don't think the drafting was that bad. Obviously, I was a little skeptical about the Lapu, but inevitably, we even saw from Shin, he was not incentivized to take the bravest fighter. He's always looking to take the Wrath of the Dryads, which in this particular case is great, but man, the anti-CC, you can't turn him around, and he zones out multiple people, and the ultra sustainability when he's stuck in the backline against 3, it's really tough. It's really tough.
Well, Gideon, you did pose the question, Long being known as a marksman player, now with the double fighter being meta, I don't know, personally for me, at least based on this game, it doesn't look like he's all that ready to use the Paquito in the gold lane because there was not a lot of pressure that he was able to establish in lane and in the team fights as well. And unfortunately, I feel like not a lot was done there.
I think this is the first time we're seeing him actually play against Paquito, right? I don't want to be too harsh on him because like the first turtle, which was probably not the greatest kind of early game setup for him. Anthony said also just made sure there was some numbers down and faking information, so he can't necessarily be hyper aggressive. But at the same time, there needs to be a certain degree of like bravery when you're playing Paquito, especially when you have like flicker as well, right? You don't necessarily need the flicker in these bigger team fights as long as you position it really well. But then you see these later game fights and it's like, oh man, it kind of feels 2 for 2 in the lane phase at this stage of the game, and unless these scales, it's hard to make a big showcase.
Yeah. So I feel like for Yaguai, if they're not ready for double fighter, I think it's okay for you to just use illegal marksman because they try to get E1 as like, I don't know, position 1 or position 2 trying to carry the game, but yeah, it was not it. I feel like they need to win much harder in the early game, and part of the reason why they couldn't do it is probably because of this blue, because it's hard for you to like kind of like push him down, and then once he let goes of all the long lines, he's kind of very hard to take care of. So yeah, I think once they see that glue, they should have changed the strategy.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, once the glue is out, I think a lot of things become much simpler. If not pick up the glue for yourself, then you're kind of giving the Belichick over, and then you have to start thinking about the Valentina. It's complicated when it comes down to the draft, which I think right now, coaches are super valuable if you have that kind of brain to kind of work out all these meticulous little interactions with each other to generate some form of a lead. Well, like you mentioned, Yangfeng Yaoguai, I think they need to go back to their roots. Play traditional marksmen. They do not seem ready for this double fighter style. And if they're not ready for the double fighter style, then it's better not to abuse their type of compositions for the first phase. With that being said, our players are going to have to hit the drawing board once again, come up with the final draft here. We're going to give them some time to think of something better for game number 3. But we'll be back right after these messages.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. KEMARIN мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Standing next to a team, which is based in the South American region. Entity 7 Team's first debut happened in 2023, and over its short span, the team has managed to collect victories in prestigious events like the MLBB Mid-Season Cup, MCT Amer, and MPL Leitom tournaments. Are they the dark horse of this competition? Let's find out together. Please, could you introduce yourself?
My team is Entity 7 and my nickname is Akashi.
Thank you so much for coming. First question, what is your favorite hero to play and why?
My favorite hero is Paquito because he is very strong.
The heavenly mist, Paquito. Oh, okay. Second question, which Mobile Legends professional
exceptional player.
What is usually the hardest part of preparing for a big tournament?
I think the hardest part is to face the other thing, like teams of Indonesia or the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, players from the Southeast Asian region are known for their toughness. How do you keep improving when you're already competing at a high level?
I believe the answer is we need to practice every day.
I see. Hard work always pays off. Next question. What do you think makes a team successful besides individual skill?
I believe we need to play together every time, every play. I think this is make a strong team.
We do agree. What's one thing that has improved the most in your team over the past year?
I believe the team play. We better now in team play.
We are glad to hear that. It is always nice to know that the teams are constantly working on themselves. Final question. What has been the biggest challenge for Entity this season?
The biggest challenge is faced to Indonesia and Filipino team.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Sanchez and Team Entity 7. We wish you luck in the tournament.
been exhilarating. 1-1 with teams still. We don't know who's actually going to be walking away with 2-1. Who's going to be able to move on into round 7 to go down to the overtimes. Of course, this is the final games of the future with our mobile category in Mobile Legends. Of course, with Fell here at the helm to cast these games. We've got Diangfeng Yao Guai currently on the blue side facing off Entity 7 on the red side. The current score 1-1.
Well, here's the thing, Gideon. I feel like for both teams, they either want to go to the bottom side of the bracket or do not. Depends on when this team spirit gets over to TOS, because team spirit is in the lower bracket and the loser will fight against them. If team spirit could not make it in time, then sure, he will get a free pass, goes over to qualified. But you know, it's hard to hope for that thing. But anyways, WY is going to be blue side. For Spicker, we got a Fanny, Selena as well. Kilo, I'm guessing they're like, okay, no one going to use it. We really don't want them to use it. So now Marcel as well. Korea has to ban out by 7.
Understandably so, and I think this is now that we can out what is patterns other than just Keto at this stage of the game. I think that Entity 7 now can see the holes that it's potentially hurt in actually find in the draft itself. Rara gets bagged out for it. I was hoping that Diangfeng Yao Guai was going to play on a blue side from the get-go. I'm surprised they gave it up in game number 2. Now coming into game number 3, let's see what the first pick is going to be.
Position is hot, but instead they go for the Barats instead. I feel like at 7 they can pick up this mission as either Atlas or the Valor here, or Atlas Valentina could work as well. I feel like, yeah, this Barats is less on Fish God being amazing in game number 1, and more like they don't want to deal with Kashi on this Barats again.
I think that's a totally fair argument. I think it's going to be the Valentina Atlas here for the side of Entity 7. That would make the most amount of sense. It really depends on what he's more comfortable with. Personally speaking, I think that Atlas generally is kind of a must pick up at this stage of the game. A lot of the fights end up where you're chasing your opponents down. That's where Atlas really shines, right? Finding these big mini stuns in the middle of the fights, and not to mention has
around her just so that she can free hit. The only thing that you have to be careful of is Kashi uses something like a Yuzong, like a Lapu to like die for her, but other than that, you should be pretty good. But now Zed picks up the Cho, which is kind of one of his signatures, but I feel like showing him early does make it so that Seven can wrap around it.
Yeah, I think the whole entire purpose of this is to kind of force whatever matchup in the lane to actually get Purify out of it, right? I think that's kind of the only purpose that they will want to show these three particular picks very early on. You want to disincentivize you from actually playing a traditional assassin in the jungle. And now that kind of Hirara is out of the way, as well as Fanny, the power pick up for the side of NTT7. Nobody's surprised about that, but now the second half is where it gets interesting. A lot of the ban actually was targeted towards EXP from the side of Yangfeng Yaoguai to make sure that the mid laner is a little bit safer. For NTT7, it's all about getting rid of mid laners.
I think maybe banning is going to be really safe enough because it does okay against Alice and it's okay to survive the fight, but I think Alice, based on her range, she should be able to reach Melissa. At least that's what I haven't fought against a lot of Melissa, so I'm actually not entirely sure.
And yes, you can without getting like hunted away at the bare minimum. Like the Throne of Ruin is pretty gigantic. It's very, very large. It covers a pretty decent sized area. Like even if Melissa does get hit by it, she still has to go away from me, which can get punished by Alice if you charge Fiddlers long enough. Ooh, okay, Lancelot back here. Feel interesting.
I mean, like, it makes sense in the sense that Lancelot was one of those heroes that can get through the go away. But honestly, he doesn't have to get through. He just needs to hit his second ability on Melissa, and that should be good enough. But yeah, I agree with you. Very interesting.
Yeah, or just like look to one-shotter with Lapu. Something that has some anti-CC to kind of cut through to get away from me. It's a decent amount of burst damage, and obviously it's not going to like scale all the way to the late game, but for the earlier stages, as long as you get that snowball going, that should be more than enough. I'm hoping for another mid laner here for the side of Entity 7. Instead they go for, actually, you know what? I like this more.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And now for the final ban here. If they want to, I think a Nolan wouldn't be a bad ban. The other one, okay, maybe not Yisun Shin, because I feel like they have quite a lot of scaling on it. 7. If they pick up Yisun Shin, it's gonna be Trolley.
I think they can get rid of.
Looks like they're hovering Yisun Shin. They're thinking about banning him out.
Really? Really? Do they really need to worry about the Yisun Shin right here, right now? Especially since you've already got the Cho, right? So it's a pretty easy way to kind of zone him out. I think getting rid of something like Uranus would make a lot of sense, considering that a majority of the damage on their composition as of right now is going to be on the MR side. But I guess they're just not worried about Akashi at this stage. They ban out the Suyo. They really want to limit down and pinch on the jungle options.
That's very interesting because I don't know. Personally, for me, I would let go of the Suyo. Considering like Suyo is still strong, but I feel like if you're able to get something like a Eudora, you should be able to deal with it. But now they pick up the Ling, which I feel like a Eudora pick would be great here. And then in terms of the jungle, even a Saber wouldn't be super bad. It will be bad against Shin and Bangwin. I like the Saber. I just don't know against Atlas. Is it good enough?
I don't think so, unfortunately. I mean, I think the only good thing about Saber is the fact that he's got a little bit of shred. Unless they're going for like a double fighter comp, I suppose. But no, they still need something that actually scales. The Farsa doesn't sound like a bad idea, but it is pretty susceptible. Or a Yishin Shin.
No, it looks like they're picking up Farsa Yishin Shin here, and then the cameraman's like, "Oh wait, sorry guys, sorry. Showing too much."
I don't know if it's showing too much. I don't mind it. I don't mind it that much, but at the same time, it'll be an interesting matchup because if we're really thinking about it, I think that the mid lane is pretty straightforward. They just clear the wave really, really fast and pray that at least Zed doesn't get chunked out too hard before they walk away, and then Zed just has to hard farm. Same goes for Zhao has to hard farm on this Yishin Shin, same as Haidan Bush.
I feel like they pick up this Yishin Shin as well as the Farsa. There's one clear theme here, Gideon, which is they want to farm very, very fast. I feel like they saw that Ling and they're worried that the Ling is going to farm up faster than any other picks that they have. I would argue Nolan would be faster, but maybe they're not too confident on the Nolan, so they pick up this Yishin Shin as well as the Farsa. The Farsa should... I want to say should be able to deal with NT7, even though Akashi and Hide on Bush can burst her down, but her job is for the early and mid, right? As long as you're able to make it so that Shin and Vanguard is not a problem for the first 8 minutes, you've done your job.
I'll be real, I think Iwan is just a secondary shield to your boy in Lung down on the gold lane. Like, I think that he is going to rip that ult as soon as possible to try and pull as much attention to himself, because that just seems to be the vibe that Iwan has been giving me throughout this entire series. But we'll never know who the winner is until they crack that base. We're gonna head on in to our third game in our second series of the day. It's Yangfeng Yaoguai on the blue side facing up against Entity 7 here at match point.
So right now for NT7 as well as Dianfeng Yaoguai, I honestly just want to see, this is very interesting here. It looks like Doom is protecting Hide on Bush, and that's what I want to see. I want to see whether NT7 will be able to do a good enough job to protect their jungle. Because the thing about Ling is, it's pretty strong, but the problem is, they're early to mid. Like, at that point, he's the weakest. You're able to invade his jungle, able to get the camps, but for now, it does look like he's pretty free. In fact, he might even get this Litho without any contest.
Yep, they're really selling this, and I love this play. I love this play a lot coming in from Entity 7, right? Because it's falsifying the information that they're giving over to Dianfeng Yaoguai. They're expecting him to, like, start on this purple side, and then they realize, wait a minute, it's still back up. Now, we have to move on to the top side, and they see that Litho Wanderer is already down, and that means that they made a wrong call here. It didn't cost them much, but at the very least, it gives them now an idea of where this Ling is going to be, and they're expecting him to show up on bot side sooner rather than later.
Yep. So right now, Dianfeng Yaoguai, I honestly feel like they're not utilizing much of their comp just yet, but maybe they're just planning on fighting for that turtle, because having the chill as well as the far side, you should be able to get a kill once far side is level 4, or even before Vanguard already forced out to use the flicker, so that's good. Oh, Iwan gets the kill!
Okay, all right, I respect it. You know, he was still able to trigger enough damage to cause the passive of Farsa to actually get the snipe at the very end here, but now it just means that everybody else is going to be a little delayed, right? E7 trying to get their members to hit level 4 on time. They can actually get it from the mid lane here, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. A slow down to play. Oh, God.
Zed is able to get away. That's one of the good things about a Cho, is that even if you get caught, were you really know you're able to get away? But now Shin does have the Farsa ult here. The defended S-Strike is something that they have to be careful of, but now Chum able to get one and able to take down Hide on Bush. Shin has to get away, but Zhaoxi is trading jungle or jungle here. Yuan not gonna use the final hit on the S-Strike against Turtle, because probably NT7 can steal that away. So smart coming in from both teams, not to take that 50-50 and decide to just let it go. Like, just reset it.
Yep. Honestly, pretty funny how these fights are actually going, because the mentality seems to be like a little bit different, right? It's like, okay, we stop the junglers, we take away the retribution, and then when they see their boy Hide on Bush get hit by the Detonator's Welcome, the first thought that ND7 said, you know what, we're gonna take out Zhaoxi in response to this, and they have to really force their way to get on top of him. So now they come back to this neutral state, and Detonator's Welcome, it's about to come back online, and both supports now having their ults as well is a really big difference. Way of the Dragon and Fatal Links now in play.
So now treatment is in, and Dianfeng Yaoguai has 2 kills over NT7's 1, and I feel like this is very tricky again, because technically both teams scale up quite well. The Ling is a good position 1, Zhaoxi being that Yushin is good position 1 as well. It's more about who gets who first. Speaking of who got who, looks like Fish God gets 1, but then what is the rest of the team doing? I mean, like, bro, you catch one, you kill that one.
Look,
like,
they're just watching the Odyssey. It's a 3-hour movie, dude. Not everybody has the attention span for.
Oh my God! Atlas goes in. Akashi hits no one. Zhaoxi gets killed by Penguin, and now Penguin almost dies as well. Zed flickers forward, trying to get on the Shin. Shin gets kicked. E1 secures the kill, and Hide on Bush secures the turtle. Oh my God! I'm loving Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
No way, dude. What an engagement. Wow. I didn't think it would actually progress like that, to be fair.
Oh, Akashi?
so, forcing it really, really hard in that previous fight. No flicker as well. This is something that Young from Yaguai should utilize. They should start invading. This is when they need to start to get a little bit braver to get some of the bigger spells out of Entity 7 prior to this upcoming turtle.
I do agree. They need to be a little bit braver, try to secure as much as they can. And now they even force out Doom to use the Zaman Force, making it easier for... Alright, never mind. I was going to say Doom's going to secure that, but I think Penguin got it.
I think Penguin got it as well. Oh boy, and I got Bush can cut his current item. Bradley has Mr. Fury now looking to finish his T2 boots as the set have responded. Did Young when they weren't looking for first positions at all. They were invasions at the side. Now they're just making sure that this border is safe, that they can actually walk up against Frozen on. At this stage, he want to start double waving Doom, but if he starts this Frieza is on the move and you see Doom, he's not wasting.
I gotta say, by the way, right now for both teams, I'm not even being sarcastic. I don't know whether it's good or not for them to be playing this slow. Because, like I said, yes, they can scale, but the scaling is pretty weird. Akashi gets taken down by Yeon. And now Fish God looks like he's just gonna get away. Back to my point, I don't know if it's okay for them to play this slow for Defiova and N7. Speaking of, Hydon Bush takes a little bit of damage. Good flicker coming in from Zed. Still, I didn't know that interaction worked like that. Zaushi gets caught, traceless out of the way, and now Solo, he can't do much. Hydon Bush secures the turtle, tries to get away, but now for Shin so far looking pretty safe. Tries to get away, gets caught, flickers forward. Looks like he's gonna get caught. E1 unstoppable. 5-0 and 1 on this Larson.
Look at Paul. He's doing a much better job on this Barca. This was the pick that cost them. And even now, he made sure that he's looking very.
Well, right now, honestly, I think that Yaguai, even though they're in a very, very good spot, they still gotta respect when Hydon Bush gets the second item, which I thought was going to be a pass swap, but looks like Hydon Bush is saying that he might not have enough time. Oh wait, I think he's still going for that hotspot, because yeah, hotspot is pretty much necessary for him to survive going up against Yaguai here.
Trying to sustain as long as he possibly can. And the dominant size finally completed by Penguin. The anti-heal is going to be extremely useful in these fights. Endless battle, nowhere close to the side of Zaushi. And everybody else seems to be on track. The major lead that we are seeing is actually being developed by Doom at this stage of the game.
Being over 500 over low is going to be pretty good. So I feel like Yaguai, as long as Hydon Bush doesn't become a problem, I feel like they should be winning this now. And for N7, if they're able to catch Zaushi first, that's basically it. Which jungler dies first is going to be what we're seeing from minute 1. Well, I would say minute 2, whenever they're fighting around the turtle. That's like the main thing everyone is going for, right? Everyone catch Hydon Bush, everyone catch Zaushi, and then after that, it's a free-for-all.
Just need to keep fighting it out. Alright. This is going to be a punishment for one. It looks like they're lying if they commit everything. Just want to hurt him. Just choke him out. Take away a little bit of his HPs. They've already got first position here on that top side. I definitely are holding back here. They don't need to be here at this stage of the game. They just need Zaushi to actually go for the full clear top to bottom.
Yeah. They're being very disciplined, and I'm not entirely sure if that's good or not. I don't know, because they have a lead, they have a Cho in the far side. I really feel like they could have started a lot of things, and now Vanguard able to get Zed able to figure out, use the kick on the Hydon Bush, dies to Doom, but in the middle of that, Akashi goes right in and dies to down from Yaguai. Right out for both teams. They start off, it looks like it's a 1-for-1 for now. They're gonna continue on Fish God, looking forward, not able to get much. Machine has to flicker backward, but it looks like he was able to get the Daytona's welcome in that fight.
Yep, Fish God had to protect Yi1. They don't want to give that free shutdown. It's 5-0-2. It's a pretty fat shutdown on Yi1 right now for anybody who can get him, and Akashi was able to close that distance. So, honestly, not a bad Detona's welcome coming in for Fish God. It's just sad that Yangfeng Yaguai finally initiate and start off a play, but don't get anything from it. Did I just see Yi1 have a genius wand?
No, hold on. We gotta wait because we really. Oh wait, no, Yuan does. Yeah, he does. He does have a genius one. Yes.
Interesting. All right, let's see whether or not this is going to benefit him. Because now they're holding first position, and Ling, you can see him just hovering around that back line, making DFYG just feel like a little uncomfortable.
Yep. But now he understands he has to get away because Zed finally saw him, and they might try to get someone. Oh, flicker forward. Got one. Got who? Looks like able to get Shin. Shin gets taken down. And now Penguin tries to fight back, but Fish got secures the kill. Akashi with the bravest fighter. Unable to get anyone, not even Long. Long right now is surviving all this while. But finally gets taken down. Lung able to take down Akashi. Right now, it's only Hide on Bush, the only member from Entity 7 still alive. Definitely Yaguai starting up the board.
Very clean fight. Very clean fight as Yi1 was able to hit every shot of the feathered airstrike onto the correct targets. And now that they've got mega damage on their side, yeah, take it back. The Genius One worked out really nicely for them at the end of the day. Nobody can really walk up to Yi1 at this stage of the game except for maybe Akashi, but I think he's fallen too far behind. Now that he's got a second item, maybe there's an opportunity, but even then, we've seen multiple just great cancels from either Zed or Fish God to make sure Yi1 is always protected. Now the question is whether or not he's going to get extra aggressive, because as soon as he does, he will get punished for it. Hide on Bush, he finally has completed the endless battle on top of everything else, so he's got the raw damage to take Yi1 out.
Yeah. Honestly, I do gotta say, Genius One, if the enemy has 3 tanky heroes, sure, it might feel bad, but against only one, it actually feels pretty good, because the Genius One does make it so that one rotation of your skills, you're able to take down any damage dealer, which at this point, I see 1, 2, 3 damage dealers, so it's looking pretty good for that Genius One build. Yamba Yaguai, looks like they're not gonna be moving with the Lord, letting Lord does his thing in mid, and just getting the outer turrets. Still pretty clean. Wait, you got a kill? What happened?
Yep.
What?
He blasted somebody down with a feather airstrike, apparently. Just
Hide on Bush.
Yep.
It's Hide on what?
Yep. That, I mean, I was thinking the exact same thing because he didn't have lightning truncheon. I would have imagined that he would have been able to survive, but I think he caught Hide on Bush just after the Finch Poise, and he even used the Tempest of Blade. So I just think that Yuan, he's just too strong right now.
Zed tries to get a kick. Unable to get one. Well, he got a kick, just not the one that you usually see in highlights.
Hey, it's a
That
zoning
play.
kick.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. That's the zoning kick. That was the macro play, not the micro play. Yeah, I gotta say, the fact that you won killed Hide on Bush, it's kind of like the bird killing the stone. Do you get it?
Yep. It's look.
Okay,
Sometimes
as
you
long as
need
you get
two
it.
birds. Sometimes you need two birds to be in position. But if it's one bird, the stone doesn't expect it. The stone is just like, what am I supposed to do? There's the other counterpart that's missing here. But this is working out very well. Like I got to give it a down from Yabai. As much as I've been, clowning on them a little bit for some of the moves that they made, right now this is by far one of their cleaner games, and honestly they feel more in sync, which is very good for not only the region but for them as a team. This is an all Chinese team, no imports on their side. So again, very risky moves to be playing without the imports, but still their showing here is looking very nice.
And hold on, finesse right use. Penguin dodges every one of those shots. I even saw a comment online asking why Ling hasn't been present for quite a while, and we're starting to see here where it's unfortunate, but the Ling is a bit slow in terms of farming as well as actually doing much in the early game, and there's basically no map presence. And now even gets locked down, and now enough damage out. She kills Hide on Bush. Akashi in the back trying to get Yi1. Yi1 is still gone, like flickers out of there. Now look! Perfect go away, locks Akashi down. And now Doom tries to get away, able to get Zed on the way back. Now it's just two members to Shin and Doom. While Jump and Yaguai only lost Zed.
Oh, he didn't get the punish! Oh my goodness, and now they might turn this around, at least for Doom. He's strong enough.
Well, Dama Force Use able to get Fish God. Yuan gets away. Yep, a bird will still have a problem against a cat. Meow meow or something like that.
Yeah, meow meow. I feel like Meow Guy kind of forgot what Aerith does. It's like, hey, he's got nothing to auto attack reset on. Oh no, the minions! It's one of those things you just tend to forget. But right now, at least you know that Doom is strong. Doom has scale, and it's a 5v4. Zed, trying to look for the play.
Penguin tries to get someone actually able to get the Melissa. Reposition still okay on Salvador for Zhao Shi. Shin secures it on Yi1 and hide on Bush. Gets a kill, gets the Lord. Dilfeng Yaguai, how did you throw this away? Oh, they get the kill. Well, Lung died, so, wow. Wow.
How did
Bro.
Oh, if there was a time for a replay, it'd be now. If there was time for a replay, it would be now, dude. That's so wild. Holy cow. So, the fight progresses, the feathered airstrike gets ripped, they manage to actually, defend themselves against the biggest combo from Vanguin, and yet, somehow, it really just came down to Idon Bush just one shot in the backline after all the spells have been used. There's really no excuse for this. For the side of Dilfeng Yaguai, they had a full feathered airstrike uncancelled the entire time, so they just needed to be in a better position.
Dude, Dilfeng Yaguai cannot lose this one because sure you can say, oh, he hit his power spike and everything, but they're literally in the base, right? They should have been able to pace themselves and then eventually end the game, but now Lord is marching down bot. Lung has to be careful. Vanguin is going to try to get onto him. He does have that Purify, but now Shin getting that airstrike use just to clear the minions. For now, Dilfeng Yaguai has a good defense.
They've been rattled. You can see that Fish God not even trying to hold the wave here. Is that dancing back and forth between mid and bottom constantly, allowing the initial hit in the first place. I think they gotta utilize Lung a little bit better here, right? They have to set up a perimeter, and they only need to make sure that Lung throws muddles in a funnel or a choke point designated spot. And I think that's the problem right now. Dilfeng Yaguai are trying to play too free flow when they need to kind of figure out exactly how the fight looks like. They've already figured out how to deal with the Fatal Links. They've already figured out how to deal with the Kashi. At this point, the real game changer really is Shin, despite him being 1, 4, and 5.
Yep. So right now, N57, honestly, as long as they're able to get Zhao Shi, they're looking pretty good. Hold on, concealed use, hide on Bush. Does he find anyone? Can he? Oh, he goes for Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's basically dead here. Tries to get away, able to get the immortality in time, but now 2 people got caught. And now Yi1 gets taken down. A kick coming in. Zhao Shi kills 5 on Bush. Zed able to turn that around for Dilfeng Yaguai. Fishdown does not hesitate with that flicker. Wastes the Zaman Force. So hold on, Zed. Does he really want to go for this? I don't think so. Do they just want to delay this so that the minions can possibly end the game? What's the plan here, Dilfeng Yaguai?
I think it was just to delay them at this stage. It really was just to delay them. Man, I can't believe Idon Bush makes the extra bit of damage, and he uses his finished voice to get back into the fight, which ended up killing him anyways. He's got to trust that his crit rate is high enough to get the kill. That's truly it, because he's already 2 hitting Zhao Shi.
Zhao Shi goes in. He still gets the Lord. He might trade his life. That was a very risky play coming in from Zhao Shi. Now Fishdog has taken down as well. Looks like E1 is able to deter them from moving forward, but Zhao Shi tries to dodge by traceless inside of the Lord pit. That's a decision.
I mean, at least he got the Lord, right? At the end of the day, that's what matters. It bought them an extra little bit of time, even though they didn't have any waves in the right positions. And honestly, they probably should have just played for the fight at the end of the day. But now that NTD7 has gotten to the point where they actually see that the fight isn't as easy to play anymore, NTD7 knows that they can break the battle lines because they've got Dilfeng Yaguai every single time in a 5v5. It feels like DFYG are the ones who are currently against the ropes. Like, they have to do the head movement, they have to dodge the big haymakers, even though they're the ones with the loaded guns.
The biggest problem right now is actually that Atlas, because the Atlas keeps on catching I would say crucial members of Dilfeng Yaguai and showing me a lot of interaction I didn't know was possible.
Hey man, as long as you hold on to that ult, a lot of things can actually happen here. Not to mention that he also has his flicker, so he's incentivized to make a big play of his own. Ideally, he wants to catch Bloom and Zhao Shi and Yi1 in one ult, but two out of the 3, 1 out of 3 should be worth it. Now the winner's rounds are starting to come in, so now you don't have to worry too much about reacting to it as often. Just the press of a button and you're safe.
Right now, the endless battles coming in from both Hide on Bush as well as Zhao Shi. Whether they want to sell their prolific gun for something else, that's something that we've seen because the Zuko Fury does do true damage now, so you kind of don't need that penetration as long as you have enough crit. But I don't know, I'm still very 50-50 whether Berserker Fury heroes still need that penetration.
I mean, with the composition, like, it really comes down to, like, what you're trying to kill. If you're trying to kill E1 out of the end, it makes a lot of sense to eventually, like, pick up and then go into something big face. Yes, you're top your arm, depending on, like, whether you're trying to push or whether you're actually trying to get speed after Tempest Healer. But either ways, his first two autos already are kind of disgusting. And not to mention that his Divine Swords, I think that for DFYG, they just have to slow down for a moment, right? It's really on N37 who has to attack them rather than the other way around. And if they just respond correctly, it's usually fine.
Right now looks like one good catcher. Penguin tries to get away, and now even Flicker used by E1 trying to get Doom. Doom still survive. Top, able to get one. He's still surviving, able to get Shin. Shin is out of the battle, but save his Fish God. All the while we see Zhaoxi trying to get Doom. Not enough. Double kill for Hyde on Bush. Lung is all alone dealing with Akashi. And that might have been a throw coming in from Yangfeng Yaoguai. Breaking up their battle lines. Trying to get creative with it, but ooh, wait, I don't know about that.
Hey man, it's the N37 capsule. They are getting that concussive blast down and rattling the brains of Yangfeng Yaoguai, who it seems like there is a communication breakdown of what needs to happen for the front and back, and Bloom is just not communicating that, hey, he's thinking that he can kill Akashi no problem, but if he doesn't have money right on top of it, like big stacks on the golden staff, I don't think it cuts through the DR anyways, and you can see that the raw sustain is just too much, especially if there's multiple people, and Akashi still has Flicker. Like, he's been doing a phenomenal job in keeping Bloom out of this range where he doesn't kill him. So now, they get a free Lord, nothing to worry about here. They're just gonna walk away with not much of a contestation, and Yi1, all that initial build-up that he had, kind of gone down the drain. Yes, he still does a good amount of damage, but he needs to set up from the set to find it.
It's just one of those games where if you want to flame someone, you kind of can, you know? You have the stats to knock it out. Right now, it's all on N7. Like, this is their game to lose. If they somehow botch this push, 3 members dying, and then that's the end. Yelping up one can push it all the way through. So now, Benjamin has to play perfectly. At this point, even if he catches one, based on how Yelping Yaoguai has been reacting, even if he gets one, that's more than enough, because you know Yelping Yaoguai, everyone will throw everything away, and then they'll just dive in, and then give a lot of space for both Doom and Hyde on Bush to get the skills.
And now they first have to one problem at a time. They got to deal with this super empowered Lord, right? 22 minutes into this game, he needs to start chunking out the people in front by utilizing muddles. Oh, hold on.
Penguin catches one, able to get Zhaoxi still has the immortality, tries to get away. E1 tries to help, but the better airstrike able to delay long enough, but Hyde on Bush gets taken down, shut down. Zhaoxi gets the final kill. Doom as well. Anthony 7 and throwing the game here. Shut down for Lung. Akashi tries to save it, but he's gonna get taken down as well. And now it's just Shin and Penguin. Only Yi1 is out of the battle. But looking at the waves, Anthony 7 might still survive this one. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yep.
Maybe I should not call the throw before it happens.
Yeah, you shouldn't call the throw before it happens, my guy, because Entity 7, they threw everything at Yangfeng Yaoguai, and this was before... Wait, hold on.
Well, looks like Penguin got caught, and now she even gets stunned. He even took the wrong ult. It's game over. They should be able to end it now. 15 seconds for Hyde on Bush, as long as they just tank the turrets. Actually, no, maybe Hyde on Bush can defend this. No. He can. That's it, GG. Yelping Yaoguai moves on while N7 goes to the lower brackets. Well, they will may or may not fight against Team Spirit.
Holy, one of the longer games that we've seen here today. A series that pushed it right to the very edge. Unfortunately, desperation brings the worst out of the human race. casual games already providing you guys with quality gameplay here, and this victory, at least at the bare minimum for Dianfeng Yaguai, a huge sigh of relief. But I think that both teams, they need to refine their gameplay. They played the early to mid really, really well, but once we got to the late game, and once it reset the gold leads for both sides multiple times, it just comes down to who has more tenacity, who has more discipline, and who can identify the situation better without as much information. Your gut instinct will tell you that. But unfortunately for Entity 7, their gut instinct told them that they gotta throw everything at the wall, and Dianfeng Yaguai, their defense was good.
And actually, if I'm looking at the groups properly, this means that Yaguai actually qualifies all the way through, even if they win or lose against Team Falcon's PH. Looks like we get to the upper bracket. Like, that's, I don't know, kind of a extra scrim for you because you're automatically qualified. Interesting.
Sick. That's pretty nice. Not many tournaments allow you to have that, but and especially with teams of this caliber, it's been a pretty difficult one because these fights, especially in this current metagame, has been rather insane. Like, most people are looking at the screen and they're just seeing like just a bunch of flashing lights in a lot of awkward moments. And I think that when we are thinking about the chain of events that need to happen, a lot of it boils down to if you have tempo. And I think that both Entity 7 and Dianfeng Yaguai, they understand what to do early to mid when they have the lead. It's the late game. How do they close out games? How do they set up for these end game scenarios? And more importantly, the timings of the waves, so that when they do decide to try and initiate, or at least try to zone away targets from inhibitors, what are the most important ones? And I'll tell you right now, it's not Bangwin. They could have thrown Akashi many, many times before, and as long as he holds on to his flicker, there's definitely a moment in that game where Bangwin or Akashi can get right on top of Low.
Yeah. At this 7, I would say they still have a few things to fix here, because if they will be going up against Team Spirit fights very fast. Using a scaling comp like this will be very, very risky. Same for Dianfeng Yaguai as well. I feel like for a team to be able to win Digital GOF here, they really got to make sure that once they have a lead, they can keep it and then end the game as quickly as possible before your opponent has a chance to come back. Because at this point, yes, you're moving forward, you're jumping up the rank, that's great. But you got to think about how you want to become a champion, and they just got to be able to be, you know, holding on to that lead and then ending the game as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's just being composed. I think if anything, you know, learning from Team Spirit is how to set up the end game scenario off of very minute things like, whether or not you hit a power spike, whether or not you can actually find not only the opportunity but calculate just enough damage to maximize what your composition is trying to do. Because Dianfeng Yaguai actually had a couple of moments there where Yiwon was so strong that no matter who Zed eventually was going to kick, as long as you check the items and they don't have an Athena shield, you're more than likely to actually eliminate the target altogether. Wow, double corrosive side coming out from Zed at the very end there, just to make sure, hey, you're not going to see my entire Chotech build.
I mean, if we use that to end the game, I feel like, what you call it? I feel like Windtalker, yeah, Windtalker would be much better. Clears the waves and etc. Look at that, even Fish God has the Trojan side. Well, either ways, good game coming in from Dianfeng Yaguai, and I feel like for both teams, a few things need to be fixed, but there's gonna be time for that, so always good. And Yiwon has convinced me that, yeah, Barca is a good pick. It's just that a lot of teams are like paranoid that the Barca is just gonna be like 0-6-0, getting chased all the time by like Lapu and Ling, but hey, he seems fine.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that was kind of on Entity 7 for not like punishing him
Yeah.
a lot of those moments. Hey, you know, I mean, they have plenty of gap closers, and I think that despite Shin being 1-6-8, the fact that he was able to steal or Lord to drag out this game to get to this point was pretty impressive in and of itself. Bangwin, he's good at engaging, but I think the timing and the way he needs to communicate with the rest of his team is a little bit of an issue as well. Overall, Dianfeng Yaguai, I'm very happy that the draft was able to kind of pull through, because that first half was very telling them exactly what they wanted to do. But at the end of it all, Bloom 5-1-12, he's wanting to maintain his KDA. Same goes for Yi1, but you know, somebody eventually has to make themselves the bait so that everybody uses their abilities on you to allow them to have the space that they were looking for. Any final words on this game?
I would say both teams really showed a lot of good things, but if you want to become champion, you gotta do just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that they're definitely gonna have to like clean it up in a lot of different aspects. I think a lot of teams are just putting a lot of focus on the early to mid stages of the game, right? Like they've gotta as well on how to close it out, or at the very least, figuring out ways to make that transition from mid to late just a little bit better. We've seen a lot of teams like try to trip up on their own angles when they get to those moments, the 11th minute, 12th minute, and if they don't find those conditions, how do they force them to still get small advantages even when they don't find the correct conditions?
By the way, we might be doing Slamray Giants going up against Aurora because it looks like the other street is ESPORT.
Oh, that'll be real interesting. But first, we'll confirm that later. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be more Mobile Legends action.
of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Digital, which combines physical and digital competition. In digital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34. A younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that digital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started.
Lena on their side unless they pick up a special gift for Cram at the end of the draft.
Well, they banned under Rafaela, so that's good. Because, yeah, thinking about it, that could have been a big problem. So for Aurora, I think, is there any real counters towards the Barrage right now? I mean, like, there are a few, but they're not really all that meta. They're banning up that instead. So if they're gonna ban more roamers here,
I think I would say that Esme and you have a decent matchup into it. I think the Uranus more so.
100%.
On SRG are the ones who banned it out, right? Which is why you're to pick up the Bellerin first in case rather than Rara trade. I think either way would have been both of these junglers.
Well, I like that Aurora understands that they need to get rid of a counter engager, or by the time you both can be an engager and a counter engager. I'm thinking, because something that they have used before, Gideon, is that Kufra. I don't know whether they want to try that again.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about this one. I mean, I suppose, but I don't think it's going to bring enough value in the game.
I agree with you.
Only just for fun.
I agree with you 100%. It's just that, you know, because they used it before, I can't help but think like, do they want to try again? Because, you know, yeah, one more time. Because maybe in their heads, like, it's not a bad idea. And I do agree, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. And let's face it, even if they lose, they're just going to go to the low bracket, which, you know, I'm sure no one wants to, but it's not that bad.
Be that bad, but I also think that, you know, at least when it comes to drafting, this is going to be like a lot of information for SRG. I think that it was they wanted to get rid of Uranus, and it maybe giving a Farsa Aurora Gaming if Cram has something that can potentially disrupt it. But that still comes at the cost potentially having a bad laning phase against this Barrage. There's not a lot here right now that can actually deal with the way that he actually clears up the lane. And you called it from their hands for Yums. Ghidorah opposite side, so they're not going to go for the artillery. Want to have
Again, it does look like Midnight is just bringing back the Ube strat just without the necessary healing. I mean, Baku can heal if he has Revitalize, but he really doesn't have to. Looking at the composition of Aurora is just, we're all going to be good friends, we're all going to walk together, and everyone has some form of AoE damage or CC. Well, you know, except for TNT. Sikipo, I would say that it still has some form of AoE damage here. So this is like, they are creating the Aurora Avalanche, right? You just want to move fast, try to end the game by 12, 13 minutes, but somehow if they don't, the clean is still there, still able to do a lot. One of the heroes that can actually deal with the Melissa, which looks like Mr. Man, if you want to deal with Melissa, you just have to like outrange them.
Yeah,
once you outrange, you simply.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but I think you can handle it. We'll guess on what Cram is gonna do and lead us back in the game.
Cram finishes up with the Charisma, which I think is drafted just so that he can be a body in front. Because in terms of counters, I don't really feel like he counters that much. Not in lane and not in fights as well. Unless he's able to get on top of Sigibone, which shouldn't be easy. It really shouldn't.
Shouldn't be easy at all, but at this stage of the game, man, I would like to see how this Charisma is going to progress. Yes, the damage reduction is always going to be nice. You can actually start the initiations, but I don't know whether or not it's enough of a threat to force things out of their opponents. Let's see how much lane presence they actually get in this game as we're finally kicking off this best of three days of the day. RG facing up against Aurora, both of which RG will display own international prophecy, and Aurora being so far, I'm sure they want to prove themselves as we head on into the land of Dawn. Welcome, everybody.
Well, this is going to be SRG going up against Aurora from Turkey. Now, I really feel like with the lineup that Aurora has, they should be able to fight basically at full strength by the second turtle. The first, you know, there's going to be some skirmishes here and there, but by the second, it should be enough for them to gank up as 5 and then try to take out SRG one at a time. But maybe that's why SRG Sakura as well as the Terizla, where both have some form of AoE. And hold on, Pagu taking quite a lot of damage. Even Onic goes in. First blood goes over to Yumes, and now TNT can't stop. But Rosa flicks for still instantly there. TNT looking pretty low. Looks like the trap isn't gonna be enough. Will Innocent get there in time? Yes, he will. Get the kill on TNT.
I think that Rosa should be able to get one more, but no. Pull off from Stormy seems good, but he does miss the trap. At the end of the trades are very minimal. Overall, SRG are walking away with a huge chunk of money and a lot more kills than Aurora Gaming. From this stage onwards,
well, this is more of the SRG that I would say people are looking out for, where all the critical heroes and they're utilizing the mechanics very, very well. Is it really Lunar starting off with the Alright, well, Zigibum looks like he is losing a bit of the trade here, going up against Innocent. Looking at all of the emblems set up, looks like everything is all in well. Lunar this time is going for the tenacity, so not really going for any shenanigans with the Festival of Blood. Even Cram is using tenacity here, assuming that everything is correct. And interestingly enough, Stormy is not using the Veterans Hunter. So SRG looks like they will be getting this turtle for free. It is all off of Cram winning his.
Interesting categories and common phrases among mobile phrases among Mobile Legends players. Character names, player behavior, game actions, and more. Word collections, favorite sentences, via exclusive dust, behavior-related words, objectives, or toxic, a player who is not on their best behavior. Am I losing you yet? No? Good. It will be quite important if you are new to the game. Now for the in-game actions. CC refers to crowd control, meaning any action versus enemy movement. That line is for any of your opponents. Forcing a team fight when you have a numbers advantage. Did you recognize everything? Yes. Now, quick to understand the universal gamer phrases during Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches on Games of the Future 2026.
You know what? New editor, I didn't expect fire as it was. They did a really great job.
I believe that if this is typical, we see any kind of market video. We need to watch. There's a lot of throwbacks from the reviews. And also past footages of hero preview like, but stitched in a very good manner that it allowed you to actually allow other people who aren't those are and I think that's
That reminded me of those like old fan edits, gamers, whatever song they would want to post it on the internet. But it was like a delayed, higher version of that. There was the timing. On our there was a song. I'm pretty sure like back into the last but that would be fun. Pretty sure that sets the tone for the action that we're seeing today. Just a bit. You're all going to see matches, but a pretty you can see the schedule as well for the groups and the matches to expect. Remember, there is another broadcast. So if there is a specific game and match that you're winning, or just when I fell in Gideon because you love them, I mean I love them too. Just look for the broadcast opposite of this. It's on the official channel. It's everywhere. Go ahead and look for it. You know what? We already the videos that we've already shown. So let's go ahead and do another one. All right, watch this.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
All right, we are back. Nice little watch, a little bit more information, of course, of the vibes that we bring to you for games of the future. Remember, we're marrying actual physical activity with even more physical activity, just in a different form, in the form of esports as we know it. So, we've already discussed a little bit about the meta. We've talked about Barrett's, Melissa, and the rise. I feel like I keep asking this, but it's a constant question because of this meta landscape. Have we finally stabilized? Are we clear on the trades of like Barrett's, Melissa, Atlas, Valentina, Belleric, the whole relationship with those heroes? And then of course the trade for like Fanny's, Heraras. Is that it? Have we stabilized? And we can talk about it as our viewers just look at the schedule.
Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting question because my answer is that yeah, we have stabilized. That is becoming the top heroes, and there will be just some pocket picks that will arise that will answer those meta picks. For example, top of my head, that's the Brody, which teams have now started against the Melissa. But we know that the Melissa, the Hirara, as well as the Bats, they're like the top heroes. And then you also have that Eudora, which also is a top hero. So my answer to your question is that, yep, I feel like that the meta has actually stabilized already.
You know what? Hopefully we do get to see that because it's really gotten to the point the possibilities is wrecking my brain and it's starting to be in a bad way. I mean, I love it. It makes the drafts very unpredictable, but like yesterday it was an overwhelming feeling of, okay, it seems like there's some very clear trades that we want to take. So hopefully you watching wherever you are, whether at home, whether you're on the way to work or school, wherever country, hopefully you understand that we are on the broadcast that's looking towards Group B and Group D, and we will be opening it up with Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Team Vamos brought Victron by Vitality to their limit. They went to 3 games, and it was a great, entertaining series. Meanwhile, on the other hand, both Bushido Wildcats, they struggled to show their own identity.
Unfortunately, for both of these teams, this is the lower bracket, which means that they face elimination. We know that Cloud and Airport, for Narcos is the MZQ. I would say, they great chance of winning at this, and I'm only basing this because of yesterday's performances. Team Vamos all that Megatron by Vitality, and they also managed to show us a little bit of the preview of the metagame. They showed us how to use the Melissa. They showed us how you can use 2 tanky heroes with an assassin and a hard marksman, right? So, I think that it was just BTR adjusting more properly and have more experience compared to them. Now they're at this point that they can actually show what they were up against Bushido Wildcats.
And as we mentioned earlier, Bushido Wildcats, compared to the glowing review mentioned on the Great Barrier, he was a great Barriers player and also handled heroes such as the Uranus and other tanky heroes really well. Meanwhile, Kun Temper on Bushido Wildcats just had a lot of moments of, I think the term you used yesterday was overcompensate. And when you're up against like Team Vamos, the risk of that happening again this series is actually so much higher.
Especially because Vamos is a team that is also chaotic in the early stages, stages of the game. All things considered. So, I do agree with you. You can... this early game will be so volatile for both teams, especially because Bushido Wildcats can draft properly. And the adverse effect of that is even Wildcats might be in a tough spot because they might not be prepared for this kind of playstyle coming from Southeast Asia, specifically from Malaysia and specifically from Tamos themselves. I think that there was a time where Sunshine, and I think Sunshine did play up against some members of Team Vamos from before. Maybe M4, maybe yes, or at least experience playing up against Malaysian players. But in terms of familiarity, there will be a lot of challenges for Bushido Wildcats now.
For sure, especially since Vamos really do love that playstyle that you were hearkening to, wherein it's quite smothering. But I feel like, and I think this can also evolve once again to a discussion returning to the meta. It felt like looking back at some of the replays for MSC, how we talked about teams, checking out other broadcasts. It seems like more often than before, it's like every team now has to be good with aggro, has to be good with the early game, and has to be good with high tempo, which it's really how the game has evolved to, where it's really just about how liquid stampede can you get for everyone.
Okay, the answer to that is absolutely yes. Because you are heavily incentivized in this metagame that we have to be aggressive, to be aggro. And I think that you will lose more. You lose more games if you don't catch up with this kind of playstyle, right? Of course, you still have to think about your macro and your late game. However, there is just so much benefit on focusing on your early game, because the teams that you will be playing up against will also focus on that anyways. The way that we're drafting, the amount of heroes that are really good when it comes to early game dominance and early game advantage is just too much. It's gonna be foolish if you don't really think about improving your early game in this landscape that we have.
And I feel like a team that was a really great example of that yesterday, and we gave them a really glowing review as well for their performance in Group D up against Pro Esports, is none other than Onic. Onic has always had that identity of a team that likes to set the tempo, likes to dominate, but especially in this metagame where you really need to make that happen, and it's quite rare to see matches go into that push and pull, mid to late game type. Although we do still get to see it from time to time, it seems like the best teams can pull it off and finish the game 11 to 14 minutes in, you know? Onic seem to have found a new footing in remembering what they're best at, and it's quite deadly. We've always thought of Kelra as the type to play a marksman hero, has always been fantastic about that, always been fantastic with it, but the man played back-to-back Keto games and made it look easy. Kiboy played with Vilda at Network. Nutti went back-to-back with Barrets, and if that isn't a perfect snapshot of what the metagame is now, then I don't know what is.
Yeah. And again, the biggest proof of that most recent, well, I would say World Championship, but a team with an international championship with worldwide audience, the biggest tournament of this year when it comes to the prize pool, MSC in the finals, it went 7 games where both teams were just trying to win against each other in the draft. It's more of a tug of war of who's gonna get the much better early game heroes and the compositions. And when you look at the game that they played, all of that just translates and tells us that yes, you have to absolutely win the early game. 7-game series with all stomps. Oh, that will always tell you that yes, this is the metagame that we're playing now. We have to really think about the early games. That is definitely the snapshot that we should look at.
To add another layer to it, it isn't just about, of course, like the draft, although that is a huge portion of it. And I like that you mentioned that the tug of war feels like it's really in the first phase bans and first phase picks. You know, that first 3 that you get really sets the tempo for the entire match, not just the draft in its individual scene. But it also asks so much of every player in every position in the first 30 minutes of the game to not mess up. You better do your job correctly or the entire team is feeling it. It's the most punishing meta landscape that we've had in the longest time. Before, there's a way for you to recover. You lose all 3 turtles, as long as you got farm on your gold, it's fine. You can get Lord 1. In this landscape, you lose all 3 turtles, there's a high chance the price to pay for that is that you couldn't get enough farm for either one of your side learners, which, by the way, is so much more important now, especially in this landscape. So, I'm expecting a lot more of the same that we've gotten used to in the previous weeks of action that we got, especially since the start of MSC, and that should make it so much more difficult for Bushido Wildcats here going up against Team Vamos. For those wondering, we are just waiting for the draft to begin, so thank you all for your patience. We are once again in three matches. We're going to be seeing Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats first in the lower bracket final. The winner of this will qualify. Later on, the second group B match we're going to be seeing is Tron by against Foot Esports, representative from Indonesia and a representative from Turkey, and whoever wins that will get a better placement in the bracket, while for Foot Esports or for Bigger Tron by Vadani, for whoever loses that matchup, will go into, if I'm not mistaken, with how it should be is, I think, I wish I double checked. I think the loser will go into the round of 16 bracket in the playoffs, while the winner of upper bracket matches will advance straight into the quarterfinals. Give me a sec while I
Yeah, it feels like we should not be facing the same people. Yeah, that's definitely, but I think that is a topic for different day. For sure that now teams will just focus on trying to from what matches are up ahead. Talking about like balance as well as Bushido, I think there is an important hero that we have to talk about as well, which is the Eudora. And Bushido loves the Wildcats. And I'm only seeing that because the very first instance of the Eudora being beat prioritize, which actually from when we saw them being played by specifically was the first match of the MSC. And I'm sure that you were part of that, and I'm sure that you guys are also surprised about the Eudora. And me specifically because prior to that I wasn't actually paying attention to the metagame of MLBB. I haven't been playing since then. When that happened actually. So I was really surprised about this Eudora, but then I see it just a few minutes into the game, just the first 2 minutes I saw it in there, and I already understood, okay, this is why Eudora is really good, because it is really bully, it's a big threat to assassins as well. Although it is also threatened by assassins, there's just so many ways for the Eudora to actually find an opening when it comes to late game teamfight. So that's what I wanted to say about Eudora, and this is something that we see the Wildcats also suffered from yesterday.
For sure. I spent majority of MSE being the, I wouldn't say notorious, but very vocal in the Eudora. And it's not because I think that she's not a good hero. I see the value. I see the strength. It is quite busted what she can do. If you get the snowball with Eudora, it feels great. Hell, if I don't know what to pick and I just want a quick, easy win in solo RP and I'm in mid lane, I'm picking the Eudora. It's so underestimated that. And we saw a little bit of that yesterday also from 7 when they faced up against GK Esports and Qdora in Quanok. That man made the Eudora look so easy. He was flickering forward, catching assassins in the back, catching the backliners, catching the opposing mid laner in the middle of the whole team fight. There's such a high ceiling with what you can do with a hero that has a very clear optional set of combinations with ordering your skills so that you can maximize whoever gets hit have the super their passive. But my dislike towards the Eudora hero is that how it feels like sometimes it shoehorns you to a very specific type of gameplay where you're very close to mid-range. And that's why it makes sense for this side and Sana popped up. Because they had so much range that even the Eudora would often struggle against it. Because now they're wondering, wait, but we cannot get close enough because of the priorities of the Esper, the Uranus, but I feel like it's leveled up. And that's why yesterday I also was very vocal. I'm not much of a Eudora hater anymore. I feel like the team's figured out how to balance building around her. She's just so good.
It's just it's just naturally good in the meta. It's just a good hero, essentially. It had enough buffs. It has stabilized in the meta game, especially in the times where there's a lot of assassins. I remember the last time that the Eudora phobia was a thing. We were at the tail end of the assassin meta, actually. So it was between season 8 and 9, early into season 9 of MPL. So that was about 3 years ago.
Oh wow, yeah. Don't remind me how old we are, man. It's not count yet. We can just say it was quite a while back.
Quite a while back. Quite a while back, right? So what I remember from then was it was a transition from assassin to the tanky meta, and Eudorophobia was definitely a thing in ranked games, auto-banned even in tournaments outside of the MPL, and then eventually for MPL. And in relation to that, assassins and hard marks, and what was the term? Like marksman, traditional marksman, right? Yeah. They struggle from that kind of meta games against Eudora. So it's somewhat reminiscent of what we're seeing right now, especially with assassins, Irara running around, Nolans, because there is a way actually to kind of survive those kinds of heroes.
It seems like sometimes you just realize like time is a flat circle when it comes to MLBB. It seems like we're just working our way around. Give it another maybe 2 years and then we're suddenly back to tanks in the jungle, and maybe someone's gonna bring back Estes. I don't know, but I feel like we're just gonna head down that route. But of course, with newer heroes popping up and Hirara again coming out of nowhere, a lot of people expect her to not become a big deal. She wasn't up until it became assassin focused. Like it was hard to make her work when you still had the Akai's, Boxes, and Fredrins running around the jungle. But now with those like pretty much out as an option, it's very rare to see teams consider them. Then hell yeah, welcome back assassins. Well, this is where we are now. Really tanky EXP laners that sometimes. And what I like also about the EXP lane meta is, yes, you have a very clear trade for the Esmeralda, Uranus, but there are moments where you are and Barretts, where you they have stuns, they have crowd control. So for a moment we thought like, oh, it's really just Esme, Iwara, Barrett, and tanky EXP laners because you need an anchor in the side lane that's unkillable because you're playing an assassin. There are teams that have proven no, you can play damage EXP2 even though you're playing a damage assassin as long as it has the crowd control capability to go along with it, with a good mix of like tankiness and survivability. For a quick update for everyone, by the way, we understand that it is taking quite some time to head into the lobby. Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats are conducting another round of tests. Again, we're just making sure that everything is settled well and properly. We want to make sure that all of our teams and players find themselves in a good footing. Connection is all good, comms are all good. That's why we're just taking some extra time here. We're just taking some extra precautions to make sure that Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats, all our competitors, have a great experience when we finally hop into the game.
To understand the situation, everyone, because we're just waiting for them to start again. Going back to other matches, I don't know, were you able to catch the SRG versus Aurora gaming match yesterday? Or at least we absolutely have to just replay it because we were casting while as it happened. But yeah, we're able to watch the game for a bit.
Just a few glimpses. I know that it was a little bit more of a back and forth in the second game, although the first game looked like it was just a dominant SRG affair, which is surprising. I mean, they tried to whip out the Kufra also in MSE and didn't work out for them, but this time against Aurora in game number 1, it was able to work out. I believe it was like Kufra Selena in the center of the map, while Aurora had the more typical like Belleric, Eudora. They were even playing Fanny, but SRG got a pretty dominant win in game number 1.
Yeah, and then game number 2 was Aurora Gaming starting really strong. They've taken out the turret in the middle of SRG and they were winning. I think they were about 5k or 3,000 gold ahead.
Wow.
And it was a great clash between two teams. There was a lot of back and forth where almost everyone from each team defeats each other in a clash or wipes them out. But then what really surprised me was that SRG used Rafaela against Midnight. The audacity to use it. Just use the Rafaela in the middle. But I know that I'm pretty sure that they have rehearsed that or trained with that hero before. What's really interesting is that when I told you that it's like there's a lot of like back and forth between two teams, very close clashes that we've seen from them, and sometimes you know that a team wipes out another or they wipe each other out. But the reincarnation coming out from the Rafaela, which we never really talked about when we're talking about Rafaela. I remember you asking me what the strengths are of the Rafaela. Told you that it's about the early game and the laning stage, and then eventually it becomes there's a lot of damage output coming out from the Rafaela because of the reduced cooldowns. But if you look in the latter portions of the game, there's that additional factor where the resurrection is so important in an assassin meta game. Imagine if your gold laner gets picked off, and they spend so much for that. Maybe they have spent one big suppress or one big ultimate, couple of ultimates, maybe a battle spell to take on one. You resurrect that guy, that important guy, which usually is the target, right? And so that they don't have their flickers, they don't have their ults. You are topped up. You have 5 people against 5. You are gonna win the fight. And I think that's exactly what happened. Like the fight of SRG versus Aurora.
And to wrap this up real quick, remember, it seems like the most important, or one of the more important conditions for playing the Rafaela is that you make sure it's always in Flying Cloud. It just expedites the return of the hero that you get to resurrect, and of course having Uranus and the EXP lane paired up with the Rafaela seems like the way to go. Thank you all for your patience. We have finally made it to the draft of game number 1 between Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Vamos taking out the Selena feels like it's a very targeted ban, although we did get to see it prioritized yesterday by Bushido, and they they were able to still round out their draft really well with the Selena first pick on the blue side, just again could not execute it. While Vamos does not want to even consider Marcel in terms of the trading, they just ban it out themselves.
Okay, so that means that when it comes to priority, there still is that Hirara and maybe the Paquito. Every time that the Barrett is out, the Paquito can run easily. And the reason why that is because teams are utilizing the Paquito, the Barretts against the Paquito for extra damage, actually. And of course, a lot of control to go with it. So I'm gonna be surprised if the Paquito will eventually be the priority for the red side team. For blue side, I think it's still either Atlas or Hirara as their priority.
Yeah, considering that there's a ban of the Valentina, I think it's going to be one of those drafts where you really see an importance of the trade between the Atlas, Belleric, of course, the roamers of the meta. But let's see if any of them will be brave enough to consider trying something different. I mean, we get to see SRG try something different with trying to make the Kufra work again, and they were able to make it work. But knowing Team Vamos and the type of team that they're up against in Bushido Wildcats, it might also be surprising if Vamos just goes ahead and locks in something like maybe the Juicin as the first pick, especially as Bushido Wildcats take out the Atlas. But Vamos can also be dangerous with it and just rush the Belleric. But they said, nope, we want to go for the most busted hero right now, we get the Hirara.
Yeah. Belleric available as well as the Paquito. And Bushido Wildcats, it just makes total sense to just secure the Belleric now. It's the strongest roamer that we have in the Atlas. Definitely the top heroes when it comes to the roam selections. And if you don't get it now, it will mean that your opponent can easily just take it away from you. So I don't think that it's wise. Oh, of course, the Freya. How did I forget the Freya? Freya and Eudora, a strong answer by the Bushido Wildcats.
It's almost like we're going to be going in the gold lane already. Let's see if Vamos are going to go ahead and pick up the Phobius. Or, interestingly enough, they find themselves in a pretty safe spot. Because either even picking up something like the Eve if they want to just harken back to a little bit more control. But if they go ahead and pick that, Bushido can just quickly answer with rushing a lot of dive. Doesn't really care about formations. But we mentioned it earlier, the Juice potentially is the first pick. It still ends up with Vamos to help control the center, and it's going to be paired up with the Belleric. Bushido Wildcats want to their speed and pick off. They still have a lot of options in the roam. I'm looking towards Stone if they want something to help supplement the Frey and team fights, and the Minotaur will go along with it. They get the Harley and Red Free, the jungle pick that has risen up as a pretty much an automatic response now to the Hirara in the jungle on the opposite side.
That's right. With the Jushin, I feel like this is a more of an adjustment by the teams more related to MSC, where every time the Eudora is getting picked up, it's either the Valentina that they answered it with it first. Sometimes they will go for Eve and Maria. Then eventually teams like Onic, teams like Beacatron, Vitality, more so the Indonesian teams have decided, okay, let's pick up the Jushin once again. That's what everybody else picked up actually. That eventually what happened was they now prioritized the Jushin over the Eudora. Yeah, the Jushin is open. Just mitigate their damage output from the jungle, just compensate with that from that lane. I think that it's a cool answer to the Jushin, to the Eudora, I mean. However, I think this is also another good adjustment for the Bushido Wildcats. What this actually achieves is a lot of movement coming up from their jungler. They were picking up a lot of Nolan and they were failing in the early stages, which meant that they had a difficult time winning the game. So this is different level for Bushido Wildcats. Okay versus the Hirara, but also very good against the Jushins. Already good answer here for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, to mitigate the movement of the jungle that you mentioned, Team Vamos will take away the Uranus. Besides the fact that they don't have heroes use a quick final flash to punish the entry of the Freya, the Harley. So a lot of options for them in the EXP lane. We could go back to Lapu-Lapu even, heroes like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of flexibility with the Freya, but also that also can be applied for the Belleric. Although I personally don't like the Belleric to be placed in a different role, but that is an option. Also, another idea from Onic Indonesia. We see, Alice. This makes it very interesting for me. A tanky hero in the latter portions. More of a ramp type of hero, which does not really coincide with what the Harley as well as the Eudora wants to do. At the same time, has good synergy with the Freya, hand in hand from both side lanes, where the Freya is really good in the early to the mid stages of the game. Alice is good in the mid to the late game stages, and combined together, they're just a really strong ramp time kind of team. So it's like Bushido Wildcats have mixed in a lot of DOT with their burst, and usually that is difficult to pull off.
Good balance, but very demanding. As expected, the Arlot comes through for Team Vamos, and they go ahead with a Claude. So this looks like a lineup that might take more time. Chip pickup by Bushido into the Belleric, into the Juicin, the Arlot. This could be tough to pull off if you're just looking at it from a team fighting perspective, but if you look at the Chip, the Freya, the Harley, the Alice, just look away from the door just a bit, you get 4 heroes that could make managing the map really messy for Vamos, Wolf.
Yes. That's what I would say. If they do pull it off, it will take a lot of time. But I think that, there are some team compositions where you look at it and you say, okay, this is a late game type of team, and its early game is just compromised so much. All things considered, I'm looking at Bushido Wildcats, I think they have a lot of openings in the early game. I'm not saying that they are that their early game is way better than their opponents. I think Vamos have just nailed it, but it's not impossible to win. This is not a late game competition where the early game is actually just you party. Bushido Wildcats has a bigger is what I'm saying. There is a lot of opening for them to utilize the players, but then you with the chip. That means you'll have a lot of angles to it. But Vamos, just look at their composition. This is Sekarang with Onic as well as the Rick. Strong mid trio. And if you factor in Arlot we see a lot of hurdle fights that can easily be won by Team Vamos.
Mechanically demanding is the trap for Bushido Wildcats, with Vamos having seemingly the right answer in the early game. Already next week into game number 1. This Alice is going to get caught out in a surprise rotation through the mid. The Roman trio that you were pointing towards gets to catch the Alice. Could never go sky. And it seems to the team from him yesterday. And the overcompensation continues, and so it does as well for Nam. Is here. They have to be careful with the entry of the Arlot. Bushido Wildcats might get punished. Back off and Vamos decided not to overcompensate what their opponents are doing so far at the start. This will make pulling off the game plan of Bushido Wildcats all the way.
Yeah. Chip has to back up for now, and of course the Eudora is forced to just fend for the middle. Up against this Jushin as well as this Belleric. That might mean that he will miss a lot of minions out there. So this tries to scatter the members of Team Vamos. But that means that Team Vamos now know exactly where Bushido Wildcats will be coming from. Turtle take is going to be difficult for the Wildcats to even get Nexus taken out. And now Siska wants force. Siska with the flash, a level 3 tank cannot survive up against the 4 members of Team Vamos.
You talked about the Roman trio, and again, just adding more evidence to the argument. Vamos have cut out Nexus and have over-rotated, or excuse me, better rotated against trio Bushido Wildcats, who are now scrambling to get some semblance of control in the center of the map and through their own jungle. Nexus They're getting taken down. It's now finally being able to get some farm, but the lead has ballooned. Getting 2,000. Meanwhile, up top, it looks like Kutepper's in trouble. There's an Alice after all. He'll be able to get away. But if you look at the entire heat map, it's been all Vamos in the center. The chip has been relegated to just protect the jungle, not actually being able to be proactive, get information. This is going to be a really tough comeback for Bushido Wildcats if ever.
That's the best way to describe it. It's going to be a difficult comeback. All things considered now, Team Vamos are gonna be. They're just gonna be controlling the mid now. They're giving even a lot of gold for this Claude with the double lane, and that means typical Freya versus Claude matchup where the Freya easily winning in the lanes now is not gonna be the case. Nato has a level ahead of Sunshine in that lane. With the 3-0 start coming up, Vamos and the way that they're moving, they have already a straight up way to win this game. It's 11,000 to 9.2k at just 4 minutes. And we talk about how snowbally this metagame could be.
Remember, if you're only catching the broadcast today, it did. Not always the most accurate. So if you're wondering, oh, how come a golden staff was picked up by the chip? Nope, that's actually picked up by the Freya. How come Claude built up a Sky Piercer? Nope, that's built up by most likely the Hirara. There you go.
Yeah,
So far,
they can have a Demon Hunter sword. Don't worry about it.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, that's 100% of the hands of Natco. Like, everything is still fine. There is no Demon Hunter sword build-up for the Peleric. We're not in that level of craziness for the metagame. And as expected, Bushido Wildcats really are just... Even if not like 2 minutes into the game, they're already telling each other, hey guys, farm up first. Oh, Siska! From out of nowhere with a final slash to catch out Kirai. Finally able to get away, but gets chased down by Natco. Brings down the ultimate. Didnov on the chip, but it's not helping them out as Bushido, even behind their first tower, under their second, are just getting decimated by Vamos. A double kill for Error. And everything we've said about the lineup, about the possibilities have come true. That's a triple for Error and total domination for Vamos.
Oh man, and the way that they are using this Claude being activated very early into this game, it seems like they are the team that's how active Team Vamos has been. Everybody from their lineup is clearing their side lane into the middle, clearing that wave as fast as possible as well, controlling the river, then getting the pickups that they needed. 7-1, Team Vamos is leading by 3,000. We haven't gotten into the third turtle yet. Now, Bushido Wildcats, when we said that the early game is not impossible for them to pull off, they still have to look at the way to activate this Freya as well as this Harley. But now things will be very difficult because of the defensive items that Team Vamos have accumulated along the way. And I think Siska wants to go for the damage with the War Axe.
Topside, conceal, plus the ultimate from the chip. Bushido Wildcats are trying desperately to get something, but the perfect ultimate from Zeke messes up the attempt. Wrath of Dryad on point has led to a double kill Error. A kill for Cisco, making that two double kills make 4 basic maths. Team Vamos are excelling.
Zeki reminded everyone should not pick the chip if the Peleric is around. A 5-man Wrath of the Dryad. Now Nexus wants to kill Natco. Natco with the life, so Natco will fall. Finally, something good for Bushido Wildcat. At Natco, the first target, shortcut up top, coming out from Numb. That actually spelled the doom for Bushido Wildcats as they received that 5-man Wrath of the Dryad coming out from the Peleric. Now taken out, finally, something good for Bushido Wildcats. But nevertheless, you should still respect Zeki in this match. Bushido Wildcats, you have to think about every time that you pop the chip ult.
It's crazy to think that, I mean, we did point out the difficulty of playing the chip in this scenario. They're going to try to go again. They send out the cavalry against the Arlot. A big play, finally getting something, but here comes Vamos trying to make sure that they can catch the members of Bushido Wildcats. The entry from Tuakun with the Crimson Beacon stops Karai from being able to teleport away, and he becomes the trade. 1 for 1, and Bushido, at least he got something. It's a good latch on to.
A big not those but it's not the case. That was pretty healthy. That they will be think to push the top lane right now. With just the Freya to defend, this will be difficult. Sunshine feels a little bit comfortable, especially with Conde Browns want to catch 3. Pops the ultimate, but far too late. Get out of there with the Throne of Ruin and the CC mutate comes Natko for the extra Siska to close that one up. Now they want to go under the turret that they have taken out the Eudora. Now up next the chopping block, that's gonna be the Freya. They do have the damage. This spicy immunity error for a board just steals so much under the turret. Gets out and a 4-man wipe for Team of Vamos. Guess what? Error for a 4. He's not done yet. Not gonna catch the chip, but they take the turret, 4 kills and maybe the middle as well.
That execution by Team Vamos, and of course the execution from Bushido Wildcats in an attempt to get something to start things off for them. It's a perfect summary of the game. Now, decides to go in with the flicker and says the entire team, they're trying to get Natko, but with all of the AoE that Vamos has, they get stopped in their tracks. I felt like that was a Hail Mary at this point. A Maniac, will he get the Savage? And he does. Error 404. It has gone all wrong for Bushido Wildcats.
Oh my goodness, Team Vamos. They were so ahead of this game. Bushido Wildcats went in for the 5-man play. Not did they play perfectly. Not only did they play well with Siska, with Zakip on the Wrath of the Dryad, and also punishing that ambition coming up from the Bushido Wildcats, able to take them down. 5 of them, wiping them out. Team Vamos, head of the curve time against the Bushido Wildcats.
It's these moments wherein if we were playing our own ranked games, we'd be telling Nom, yo, bro, you can ease up with the ultimate just a little bit, you know, like it's fine. We're gonna back you up. But time we go in, we just keep falling to something, man. We were supposed to play this chip to control the map, not for like hardcore team fighting, because if we do that, we're just gonna be at the mercy of Final Slash, Wrath of the Dryad. Everything that Vamos has can mess our team fight up. And it's a slow dissection of the towers, of the control of Bushido Wildcats. We're heading close to the 12-13 minute mark, and this should be over with this push. If not this one, then the next. The comeback for Bushido. Too tall a task, too difficult in order to follow. But Vamos are still respecting. They're being disciplined with it. Watch Ziki. He pops the conceal and goes in with a flicker. Wrath of Dryad. It's perfect in the engage. Bushido are knocked out of it. Vamos took control early with how they started, and they'll be able to win this game with nary a scratch. 23-4, domination by Vamos.
First 3 picks coming out from Bushido Wildcats was interesting, but the last pick that they did, the chip, I think that they might have just overthought it. There was a way for them to win with the Harley and the Freya for sure. But in the end, they chose this Alice to go with the chip, and what happened afterwards was just mistakes. They tried to go. I think that there was a time that yesterday when they were quote unquote overcompensated. This time I think that's also happening right now. They were so desperate onto getting a pick off that the targets that they select with the chip ultimate will always have some sort of defense out there. It's either the Wrath of the Dryad that Zakip sneakily does whenever there's a chip, and then Siska, of course, with the amount of reach that he has, and of course Error 404. From that, Bushido was focused on the Claude. It means that there is a launch pad, a runway for Error for the take away and just deal with the entire opponent's so difficult game to play if you're Bushido Wildcats. There was a lot of demands that we suggested for them to be able to win, and they couldn't achieve anything out of that because of their overcompensation once again.
It also has to be pointed out that as we've discussed the importance of like snowball, winning early, and all of that in this current metagame, even more so simplicity is a very important factor. The simpler your lineup is in terms of the idea that it wants to pull off, the much better it is for your entire team. With how the draft for Bushido Wildcats went, as we've been discussing, they needed a steady climb to level 4 for the Harley, a steady level climb to level 4 for the Alice, but then suddenly you see Contempor going in like that very early on. You see Nom and Kirai not taking care of the vision in that middle bush, overcompensating again in presence for the Alice in the turtle, leaving Nexus to just get spotted out there. And then it started this. Like, once it got to this point where Vamos can do this 5 minutes in, behind the first turret, that was pretty much the dagger in this game. It was over from the first kill on the Nexus, and then the first kill on the Contempor leading into the first kill on the Nexus, and then the play behind the tower, that was the dagger. This, at this point, is just rubbing it in the faces of Bushido Wildcats from Vamos. It's like, let me just show you how over this game really is.
Yeah. I can see when they try to go for a cheeky play, they just get punished over and over again. I think that they will eventually take out, get one kill afterwards, but this time Team Vamos decides, okay, it's time the game. They initiate with the Wrath of the Dryad catching 2. They have so much gold advantage that they can just use it as a battering ram against Bushido Wildcats under their own base. It's such a one-sided game, and I think the Bushido Wildcats, that should be a rude awakening for them. Stop with this kind of play style where you desperately want to win. If you can naturally win, they are drafting well. Their first 3 picks, they were able to snag Harley with the first pick, Freya, as well as the Eudora. I think those first 3 picks alone is enough for defeating Team Vamos. You just have to be more stable with your last 2 picks. When they decided to go for this Chivas, this Alice, it's almost like a death sentence to themselves. Although I could say that there is a window, there's definitely a window for them winning this game, but unfortunately they played their hand too much.
It's interesting to see that the theme still continues, like overcoming, and it's difficult to pinpoint on exactly what. When you have already had a fantastic draft, the first 3 picks, you just need to round it out with some stability. Whereas it seems like they overcompensated with trying to find balance when they didn't need the balance. In this metagame, the clearer your identity, the clearer what you want to do, it's so much better. We're past the time where, oh, you need to make sure there's a checklist of this. Dude, just pack damage or pack hella crowd control and roll from that.
That I completely agree with. Yeah, you don't have to overthink. Simplicity is important in this metagame because you have to really narrow down your win conditions. Of course, it doesn't mean that you have to just pick all of the meta heroes. Although I would say there was a game yesterday. It was Onic. Really good players in the lineup, and what the coaches did was to draft every single meta hero. I think they were able to get Eudora, Barats, then eventually Guinevere Paquito or something like that. But yeah, we're gonna be hopping into a quick break, everyone. When we come back, it's gonna be game number 2. Let's see if Bushido Wildcats can wake up. But for now, we're gonna be hopping into a break.
see me dancing, but it's not a vibe at all for Bushido Wildcats. It's definitely a vibe for Ramos, who are continuing their clear identity of how they want to play. Again, Renmore and Wolf are still here. You don't see us, but you can hear us. We speak into your ears. We speak into your soul. Is there anything that you want to say? Like, I'm not even going to give you a prompt, just like anything you want to say.
Short, don't make chip if you're not, you don't have enough sleep. That's what I would say. Sleep? Yes.
Is that our working theory now, that our brother from Bushido Wildcats has not had enough sleep to play the chip?
No, this is not related to the game that we saw earlier. Although, we can say that the decision making coming up from Bushido Wildcats weren't as pristine as their drafting pattern was yesterday. Because remember, yesterday we were commending the way that they drafted. In fact, there's a lot of promise when it comes to the hero composition that they were able to. And even in this game number 1, I still see hints of good drafting. I feel like their decision making is not as good as yesterday. And now that we're looking at how they played that game with the chip, it kind of reminded me of when I played it with other people who just played so much, grinded so much when it comes to MLBB. The next day they didn't have enough sleep and they end up losing more stars than they did because of, lack of sleep. So yeah, don't play chip if you don't have enough sleep.
Yep, it's really good advice, pretty much, to... Yeah, I know it looks so fun, folks. We're in, oh look, I'm a chip, I can bump into someone. Here's my ultimate, whoopee! Here's the entire party, but there's a level of nuance to it, which I will also admit, sometimes I do mess up. I apologize to all of the randoms in RG that I have sent to their impending doom because I mistimed my chip ult, but that just adds even more to the case of it, alright? We've raised the bans. We're not going to forget Freya this time around because Vamos decided to ban that out. Melric, Valentina, active, Herrera's gone. So we're going to be seeing some different priorities this time around.
That priority should be on Eric or Eudora, I feel like, for Bushido Wildcats. No Freya. So instead it will be the Selena, to be fair. There was a time when Kirai started the game with really good ability to stun his opponents with the arrows. But I feel like this is a hero that is their last resort. So they will bring the last in case of emergency kind of hero here for Bushido Wildcats. And I don't blame them. They could be eliminated from games in the future. And if they lose another game, Team Vamos, however, with a really good answer, the clue, a way to thank the arrow as well as thank the caps of the Selena in case they need to.
I feel like even though we know that this is a comfort, it's, as you mentioned, hey, that's so funny. You straight up mentioned Guinevere and Paquito earlier, and then you're going to shit your Wildcats. Just prioritizing it right out of the game. After seeing the glue in the heart, how do you feel about this?
How do I feel about this? I like it. I like it. There's a lot of special display after that. And the reason why I like it is that whenever I see this there's so many starts, there's so many ways to engage with it. You can start with a start from Sunshine as well as Nexus. You can start with a knockup countdown and then to the arrow. You can do arrow into a stun follow-up afterwards. Some chain stuns that you can do. So 3 heroes with a lot of good sources of crowd control. It's gonna be good up against the heart. But is it good up against the moves? That is the big question here. I feel like if I would recommend that you probably Frank Naco, but otherwise it's against the guys.
I saw this a lot as a major component of the Melissa. You know, there's so much
Looking at taking away more damage heroes like Arlet. Think about it. There's a good synergy for Bushido Wildcats with the Arlet, but Guinevere plus the Paquito plus the Arlet, I doubt Bushido Wildcats will actually pick that kind of composition, because that would mean that their grid is your jungle and you have the Paquito in the gold lane up against the Melissa, and I think that is not a good lane to play at for Bushido Wildcats. So I think that they probably would have been better if they banned out the Brody, because I feel like Bushido Wildcats will with that one out. But we'll see. Maybe Bushido Wildcats themselves will just not pick up the Brody, put this Paquito in the gold, put themselves in a very tight spot actually.
Yeah, especially since if Vamos decides to round out with like a Farso or a Vexana as their mid laner, then that's pretty much GG for a all dive composition, and you're playing a new game plus hardcore mode, one death, and your entire save run is just gone. So they're saving that pick for later. They get the Uranus, and with all of this dive and burst, it's whoa, oh man. Oh, this is not going to be a fun time for Bushido, but hell, if they pull this off, then they pull this off, but it's too demanding.
Yep. You put your Paquito in a lineup against the Melissa, you put your Benedetta against the Uranus. There is a lot that they have to do. I have to say though, their river fights are really good. They have the damage, they have all of the stuns in the world. They have good neutral objective team fighting, but their laning stage, that's what they will have to fix right now. And Team Vamos, what they only have to do right now is to pick up the mid laner that will defeat the Selena. Maybe, okay, this is not a hero that I thought about, but it's another anti-dive hero. And this is also a hero that I have seen so many times played against the Guinevere, because what you do is to pop your ultimate when the Guinevere jumps. It will not stop the Violet Requiem, but it will stop any follow-up. And you also deal the damage. So, I like the idea here coming out from Team Vamos, ready to close it out. Bushido Wildcats, I hope they're ready. I hope this is like a comfort thing for them, because otherwise their laning stage is gonna be disastrous.
Again, that's why we put that asterisk of if they pull this off, then hey man, Bushido Wildcats can just look at all their previous losses and forget about it. You know, it's just, hey, we were able to do it with this lineup against this compass, against Team Vamos. Let's pat ourselves in the back for that. We're now about to head into game number 2. Looks great for Vamos, especially since they rounded it out with the Zetian. Of course, a hero notorious for, as Wolf mentioned, it being anti-dive. If you cannot time your entries, if you overcommit too early, one Fury of the Phoenix can mess up your entire team. And not just that, even just one well-timed pop from the passive of the Zetian when you think you're about to get her, then it's pretty much over.
Absolutely. Tricky scenario, but if there's anything that esports have told us, is that everything can happen. Anything can happen. This is how competition can be, and who knows, maybe Bushido Wildcats, when backed in the corner, will actually show their wild spirit, you know, their animal instincts, that they will be more dangerous if they're in the corner, just like this one. Look at that, the chain stuns will be good. Zeke survives, gets to level 2 just in time, so that he will be able to split, and I think that was just perfect timing coming up from Zeke.
Yeah, saved by the bell, but you can see it. You mentioned it, the river skirmishes, Wolf, those layers of crowd control that they can chain together, they can build through this, giving Zeke difficulty in rotating.
Yep, maybe. Just skip the lanes, just skip fast through the lanes, get out there as soon as possible, and then team fight afterwards. That also is good for the Guinevere.
At least Numb gets away. Arrow 4-4 had to use a deadly magic. Meanwhile, the EXP lane Contemper desperate and getting that this could be bad for him. He's just gonna That's a pause suddenly, but it looks like the animation already played and the Benedetta did get taken out by the Uranus.
Oh, that's right. I am looking at the mini-map and there's no icon already for Benedetta. And if we're seeing this properly, I think that the Petrify is still available for Kunteper, but I doubt that he will use it because he knows that the Purify is also available for the Uranus as well. So it will be a wasted Petrify if in case he uses that just to try and survive. That still is the same idea here for Bushido Wildcats. They're going to be just fast getting away because we mentioned it's a Paquito going up against the Melissa. Not a good lane for the Paquito. It's the Benedetta up against the Uranus. Not a good sign for the Uranus as well. So tricky scenario again for Bushido Wildcats. However, losing the Benedetta very early into this game is not going to help their case for sure.
Yeah, this is something that you don't want to experience, especially in EXP later with a lot of eyes watching you. Honestly, Siska was just standing around minion waves and spamming the first kill. I'm pretty sure that's how it went for him. He's like, alright, keep dashing into it. It's like Benedetta's doing aerobics in a powerlifting competition. It's like, you're doing a lot, but it's the wrong setting for this man. And now it leads to him just getting taken on by this Uranus, and he made it look easy. You know, of course, we're going to be starting the game in just a bit. Thank you again for your patience, but if you just missed it, it's been a good start for Bushido up until this moment where Kunteper in the EXP lane got taken out by Siska, and it pushes the narrative even further of it feels like Kunteper just wants to do a lot, not exactly at the right time for it.
Really scary situation now for the Wildcats. At the same time, there is a big part of me that kind of wants them to at least even win in the early stages, I feel like. So that this game will be much more interesting and much more, obviously not one-sided. Because I feel like whenever I see a composition with a lot of stunts, I do want it to be successful because I feel like that is a good way to approach build-up matches. I feel like this kind of momentum continues for Team Vamos. Team Vamos are just gonna be having a great time. Are you that will get the first blood, and then you have the glue that will survive every single attack that is gonna be thrown at him, and then there are 4-4 running around the map comfortably. That's not a good sign for Wildcats for sure.
Especially the start that they had. Gave them a lot of optimism, really. Maybe if they start layering really good crowd control for Kirai, Nexus, and Numb, leave Kunteper to just do his own thing as the Benedetta, get the Selena, Guinevere, and Cho together to just chain things up, use Nexuses, so Violet Requiem and Entry, some means to help sweep things up after Numb and Kirai have forced out Purifies from especially Melissa. It sounds demanding, yes, but it should be good. Oh! Right on, the one he Kunteper still actually survives. We thought he'd get taken out, but I think he already used the eye for an eye, but he did use the Petrify, and Siska chose not to purify, so that's what happened. But Sunshine up top needs to be careful. Error 404 is there nearby. He tosses out the deadly magics, messes up Sunshine's flow of team fighting as he baited Sunshine to get a little bit closer to him. He's still trying to go after that. A two-man outlay towards the Paquito, and because of the fury of the Phoenix from Clockhood, they were able to spot out Numb, who tried to bag him up and tried to follow up with a kill onto the Melissa. But in the turn of it, Bushido Wildcats will be able to get their first tip of the series.
All things considered, Bushido Wildcats almost won that fight on top. They forced the rotation coming out from the Hardy, and they just focusing on the turtle. They get something out of nothing, but of course, losing the gold lane, Paquito in the early stage is not a good sign. They're up top. The moment that Sunshine gets or you will have the distinct advantage over the Melissa, but now the moment coming from Wildcats. They have the lead.
Yeah, you could see the hesitation also from Vamos in the sense that even though they were able to get the Chon to the grab, not of course the best target for everyone to just jump on. We saw that Vamos is really respected the crowd control surprise burst capability if they decide to go in. We do still have the passive on the Zetian, still have the skills and everything, but then this time I remember of Team Vamos trying to use the way to find out those survivors how much he could. He got a little bit too early, but at that point Vamos just force him out of him. They get trying to make a rotation towards the Melissa. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they get the outlaw onto the blue and perfect kick towards the counter dive with the Fury of the Phoenix, but it's not gonna do anything. Bushido have finally been able to show off what they can do, not just in the series, but here in GOTF with a good start in game number 2.
I don't think it's just a sight to see that they are utilizing their lineup in a way that they will have the advantage. When we talked about their lineup, it's really good for winner fights. Not in the later stages, the 1v1s, but in river skirmishes. You'll see them flourish. And the fact that they are now ahead of 1,000 gold means that they can fight again. We know that it's the key for them. They will have 5 people in here. And there's no chance that Team Bounce will want to kick onto the Uranus though, not the first one, and not to the backside. Sunshine already forces out the heart. We will take the turtle, and now they will be able to punish Siska in front of 4 members of Bushido Wildcats. In here, but that means that Bushido Wildcats will just collect some of the jungle. Still want to look for the heart, not mine.
This is what we're looking for from Bushido, and finally they get to show it off. They know exactly what they need to do, but the outplay, the go away is perfect, and there is no burn to finish off Natco. It ends just in time. They're able to recover somewhat. Bushido are still controlling the map. They are still controlling the sides and the river, and despite that small win, Buckingham can climb back.
This is Luke now for Bushido Wildcats now alive. In the mission, alive in games of the future. They also took out 2 turrets. This lineup is good when it comes to river skirmishes. We saw that once again, but this time I like what Sunshine did. It was the one that forced out Error 404 out of position. And now they want to go for this orange invasion. Could not be in time for that one that they just took away the jungle camp. Rock Ursa. So that's Slavic Cap. And another kick show followed up with the stunning. 2 of the damage this time, but that was not enough. Imagine a 3-man unit that can take out the Uranus. This is looking real good for the Wildcats.
Finally get to see them, and they're doing really well. No hesitation. I feel like the coach that little talk that he gave his team really worked out too. Here's the Fury of the Phoenix. It stuns a lot of members of Bushido. It means that Nub won't be able to get the opening that he wants with the kick. While Vamos safely behind their first turret and in between their first and second are not going to lose any members heading into turtle number 3. No, Bushido still have the control in the map. This is the time for Vamos to find the turnaround in this major 3rd turtle. While members of Bushido are managing the map, they can turn it around here.
Oh, looking. Definitely can turn this around. They're gonna be looking for the right angle, and Roche's team fight. They will be focusing on the turtle right now, and this means that they can group around and find another team fight in the orange bomb, which will spawn in 12 seconds. I think that's but the kick. Oh, the arrow into the kick. Looking up for Siska. That's depth number 3 for the Uranus. And onto the backside, they want to go for it. Take the Melissa, forcing out the go away. The glue will be able to ult onto the Benedetta. The Benedetta will likely fall. Here will be the case, but in exchange, they will now have momentum. Arrow flies, does not hit. They will go for the orange buff, and they stole it away. Bushido Wildcats, the aggression is real.
And Vamos look overwhelmed with all the crowd control, with everything flying towards them at any given moment. Good Temper didn't need to go down there, but he was able to do the job of taking Nako out of the fight. Meanwhile, up top, Siska gets Topo upon again by the roam. And the jungle of Bushido alongside the Paquito. They're not going to be able to take down the Uranus, but they did take down the tower. Bushido, they are still within tempo. They are still at their pace. But it might get to the point where Infamous Melissa is online and just one wrong move by Bushido, Vamos can turn it around. But so far, it's looking like Bushido know exactly what they need to do and exactly when to do it. Bottom side rotation now. 4 members of Vamos here. How aggressive will Bushido Wildcats be in this attempt? They go ahead and kick the glue. Good Temper with the Electro final blow, but now they get countered by the Fury of the Phoenix. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Good Temper gets taken out. The glue is riding here onto the Joe, and Team Vamos are looking to get even more kills. Arrow 404 chasing after Nexus alongside Siska. Vamos cannot find any more bodies. That is just one. Bushido Wildcats got nothing out of that.
Real estate controlled. I think that is what they were able to achieve it there. Team Vamos will have to correct the lanes for now. 9 seconds before the Lord. The position will be better from the Bushido Wildcats. However, gotta be careful. Team Vamos will now want to group up together. But still waiting for the third item to not go, which means that the Trinity is not available yet on this Melissa. That means that their 5v5 is not as strong as the Wildcats when it comes to head-on collision, especially when Numb gets a pick-off. Will they go for the Uranus once again as a target of the kick? This is very exciting. Arrow flies. Red Mar, it seems like the Lord Dance is about to commence.
And it's going really well right now for Bushido Wildcats. Clockwind does not have the Fury of the Phoenix, just has Ziki for the conceal. Finds a little bit of a better angle, gets information on Numb, Nexus, and Kirai. They know that the Benedetta is up top too. There's a slow minion wave, a big one, pushing in the bottom lane of Team Vamos, and they need to go faster. It looks like they will. They're going to go ahead and try to force a reaction out of Bushido Wildcats. Sunshine coming in from the wings. So is the Benedetta. Numb trying to bait out abilities from Vamos. Do they know the Petrify Electro Final Blow combo gets stopped a little bit from the passive, but Arrow 404 is down. Kirai gets taken out, but Namco somehow gets the last hit, and it all looked too good. Maybe it was too good to be true. Vamos wins it.
Unbelievable coming out from Vamos. Bushido Wildcats already initiated well with Kunteber. However, there wasn't any follow-up. That's the problem. They have a lot of stunts, but they weren't able to chain it together. And the reason why that is because the positioning coming up from Team Vamos and the fact that the Fury of the Phoenix is the perfect way to counter the dive comp. After the jump coming up from the Benedetta, the Fury of the Phoenix information as well as the extra stun allowed for Natko as well as the other members of Team Vamos to collect themselves, utilize this Melissa in a very offensive manner while the glue as well as the Uranus are protecting them. And of course, Error 404 and just dealt enough damage and enough disruption that the Wildcats' formation was crumbling. Natko, the MVP. For some reason, those needles was enough to take out the Lord. And now Team Vamos are back in the game.
Numb trying to find a conceal angle, but is it going to be committing it? Vamos know that they have the lead. This is the moment that they were waiting for. Bushido handled this as well as they could with the lineup that they had. They get an arrow, but the Fury of the Phoenix gets brought out again. We talked about the impact of this Zetian, and it's been felt over and over with every team fight. But in these past 2 major moments, it's the sad reality that Bushido now has to deal with. They did everything they could, but this was inevitable for the lineup that they were up against. Despite them getting a kick on the Ziki, he just gets to split away. And Siska can just now do this. Body the members of Bushido in their own base.
Push commences. A lot of problems. Now Bushido Wildcats have to correct. Now, damage coming out from Natko is just immense. We talked about how the Trinity is not available yet for the Melissa, but this time it is now available. Just one team fight win was all it took. And now even Siska is not the target anymore for Bushido Wildcats. He's not an easy target anymore with the Purify being available. And of course, the Melissa that can turn things around in case. Zetian Ultimate is almost available as well, coming out from Clocker 2-0-5 in the Zetian. The mid laner for Team Vamos. They can engage once again. It's 30 seconds before the Lord. And it might well be the last team fight for both of these teams if Vamos takes it.
It's Bushido who decides to take it. They decide to jump onto the Uranus, but now they're getting sandwiched here by the members of Vamos. The Phoenix is not going to land, but that does provide all the information. Not with the kick defensively. The Violent Requiem to try and stop the members of Team Vamos from jumping onto them, but it seems like it was inevitable after all. They try to go in with the electro final blow, but Natko is down. Natko is down. The game isn't over yet. Whip us back into the portal. I'm trying to hear if we can get information. It's not over yet. Bushido is still alive, and they've taken out 4 members of Vamos.
I would say something really smart, Redmar, but I did not see what exactly happened in there. What we do know is that the Wildcats are not out just yet, and there is the Lord. Potential kick. No, that's gonna be the passive. No, not even the passive to Zipkin, actually. That was just a flicker. They tried to go in. However, it's gonna be enough for them to take this Lord. There's some minion wave up top that has to be handled by Vamos as well. Sunshine takes it. It's not over, Redmar. It's not over yet. Hang on, everyone. We might see something historic coming soon. This is the best game that Bushido Wildcats have played so far. They are up against Team Vamos. Error 404 checks out that bush. Checks where Numb is. Team Vamos are feeling that they have to gather themselves together. They have to move as 5, which I think is the right decision here.
Vamos are probably just as surprised as we are. Maybe even they themselves were feeling that they were getting whipped into the portal. But Bushido had other plans. The best they looked, as you mentioned, tournament life is what they're fighting for. With a lineup that at this point should be struggling, just pulled off the defense of a lifetime. They layered their crowd control perfectly. Heroics from Kunteper and everyone else to make sure that they can find the Melissa. Bushido, can they do it? But it's still a tall mountain to climb with all of the minions and towers they need to break.
Okay. Team Vamos are perfect, are playing the defense perfectly. You know, they want to go for it. I don't know how that happened, but Kunteper actually was taken out of pivotal piece of the Bushido Wildcats composition. Fortunately, it's just 15 minutes into this game, and there is no real estate lead for Team Vamos when it comes to the minion wave right now. So they can wait for 25 more seconds, clear out their own jungle camps, but Team Vamos wants to take advantage of this. They press in the attack in the middle, positioning themselves. Lord is the 70 seconds away. Wildcats will not be punished from that takeoff.
Room to build, exactly, is what the death of the Benedetta has now given for Vamos. Minion waves up top will be pushing. A slow push down bottom. An even slower push through the mid. It's going to be a lot of minion waves for Vamos to deal with. Kunteper has returned. So Bushido has 40 plus seconds to work with. In terms of getting some semblance of map control, but Vamos doesn't want to give it. Conceal play to break this tower up top. To make the base go bald. No more towers here. The Abyssal Arrow lands onto the Zetian. They pop Clockon. They force the Fury of the Phoenix and they find Error 404 in the center. No, Sunshine and Nexus have done it. No jungler for Vamos, and now Bushido is going for the chase. It's their turn for advantage. It's their turn for a clearer shot at this next Lord.
What a roller coaster of a game. I can't believe that this is what we're witnessing. Team Vamos looks like they have had it in them already, but now they have lost their jungler. They have to somehow delay this Lord take long enough for the Harley to be alive in 10 seconds. Bushido Wildcats, they want to burst. Redmar seems like they want to kill Numb now.
Can they get him? Knock up onto the Melissa, forces out the Purify. He didn't need that Inspire after all. Natko is double killing everyone. A shutdown of the Makino. Natko, but Kirai somehow miraculously gets the last hit of the Lord. But it's just the Selena remaining. He gets an arrow and a combo off onto the glue. But try as he did, it was inevitable after all. Glockon is deathless. Natko with the heroics. Bushido, thank you for your efforts, but Vamos will qualify for the playoffs.
Hats hats off to the Bushido Wildcats who have shown that when they're backed in a corner, their animalistic instincts will reign through. They tried their best. They were winning team fights back and forth. It was chaotic. It was messy. But they had to do it. Unfortunately, that will be the last game that they play for Games of the Future. Team Vamos were more calm in that last moment. Although they lost Error 404, they had a straight up idea to delay the Lord, force some movements coming out from the Benedetta as well as the Cho. And when Nam overextended, when the Benedetta overextended, that's how they were able to just pick them apart one after the other. It also helped that the Melissa has a lot of it's a multi-targeted hero if you nail the couples correctly, and Natko just played it well. He played the Melissa really well yesterday, and he picked up where he left off. This time, it wasn't an easy early game for him, but when he got the items and when he got the opening, it's as if he showed us how the Melissa should be played once again. Amos will move through. Still a big challenge ahead of them in case, but unfortunately for the Wildcats, it's the end of the line.
Fortunately, they did not go out with a whimper. They definitely went out with a bang. In their final game here, in Games of the Future, we thought that Vamos could just coast to it, but Bushido were able to make the lineup work until eventually the reality of playing up against the Melissa, and the Melissa with a Purify attack just hit them hard. But I'm pretty sure Vamos didn't expect that game to go as it did with Bushido. As you so eloquently put it together, just brought out their animalistic side. And when it seems like when they can just free flow and play without thinking too much about a lot of what they want to do, and they kept it simple. Simple in the sense that, yes, mechanically, they still needed the layered crowd control, but it was simple in the idea that whoever gets hit by the arrow, just go ahead and jump on them. Play around the Guinevere, the Cho, and the Selena hit squad.
We can see it through the replay how good it was for the Wildcats at the start, but this was the turnaround that Team Vamos were looking for. You can see how separated the members of the Wildcats are, and that Zepkian ultimate just is really good against the tide composition. This is the part that we didn't really see. I think this was the defense, right?
Yes.
So it was a 3-man petrify start that led into Sunshine just decimating them, and of course, Kirai landing the nice stunts afterwards. It's just Team Vamos were clumped up together, and there was that punish. For some reason, they took out Air 404. We're gonna see the Lord fight afterwards. And yeah, Nom was just too low. The petrify, the Brigadier jumped into Natko, but Natko was able to petrify out of there, and the go away that will be a problem after the fact that the very final build with 2M was over. That was one of the many reasons why Team Vamos were able to win in that specific game.
Yeah, imagine being able to pick out the Purify on that Melissa, but I feel like on that one, the Team was just so messy. Even Cisco was doing a great job of playing around the other members of Bushido Wildcats, who I'm pretty sure really wanted to follow up for Nexus. And I think that's where their discussion was, because I believe I saw Nexus and with Nom having a conversation. And at one point, Nom did a hand where he crisscrossed, and then looking back at that last man, I think that's exactly what they were talking about. Nexus probably going, yo, I got that Melissa, I bought this Purify. And then Nom was like, no, they had to split up if the Uranus was here. Let's just go with that. I like that theory. And I like it when I sound smart, so let's just accept that as fact. But the fact is, Crockett is the MVP on this set here.
Yeah. That Fury of the Phoenix and the last pick is at 10 as well. That tells you that there's a lot of mastery that is around this and most importantly, Team Vamos knew exactly what they wanted to do to go up against this dive comp that they've seen. And of course, Cloven played it perfectly. 0 deaths, 81% kill participation, and a lot of damage dealt along the way. It was sad to see Bushido Wildcats go after finally waking up in this tournament They played 4 games in total. The first 3 games that they played, it seems that they just couldn't really unleash their potential. This game they were almost there. It's just that they ran out of gas on the pace of Vamos. With that, they bow out in the tournament.
Still a tremendous showing, but Vamos does continue their road. Just a quick update for you from the other stream. Currently, it looks like Team Spirit was able to qualify for the playoffs. After forfeit their match against Falcons, the champions of MSC easily swept through Entity 7 to make it into the playoffs. So Vamos and Spirit are in. And doesn't that sound familiar? Coming up next, the final Group B match to determine better placements. Bigatron by Vitality. What esports? When we get back, we're gonna go on the break now. Redmar and Gold. Come back later for the next match of Group B.
qualification matches here at Games of the Future. Day 2 for Groups B and D continues. However, since Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports are both in the home bracket, they are already locked in for their playoff slots. But what they're going to be fighting for here is advancement. If whoever wins this will be launched straight into the second round of playoffs, whoever loses this still has to go through the first round. Renmar and Wolf still here calling the action. And how are you feeling about this one? Bigatron versus Foot.
Well, we saw a lot of good stuff coming up from Esports, but they eventually managed to show us that they are way better than Bushido Wildcats in the first series. However, for BTR, they have found their stride once again, and it's mainly on how they were able to activate Evan from before. I think Evan was the story of their first series was it was 2-1 in favor of BTR up against Vamos, and in game 1 it was Vamos that had the upper hand up against BTR. And BTR by Vitality, all of a sudden they I think it was Vamos who actually woken up Eman, and then when Eman woke up, it seems like they're very scared. So to answer your question of how I feel about this, I think this will be a Eman show.
I hope we do get that great show, as I remember we were saying yesterday, Foot Esports needed a dominant win, similar to what they got against Bushido Wildcats, to really increase their own momentum and chances of proving Bigatron by Vitality that they can beat them. Because if it was anywhere to a close game, then I'd be worried for them today. Since they straight up dominated Bushido Wildcats and they got to show, as you mentioned, a lot of good stuff, then I like their chances against Bigatron by Vitality. But BTR by Vitality, I remember our discussions yesterday. Number one, they gave Vamos a taste of their own medicine. They themselves picked up the Melissa, rolled with it. Game number 2, despite the rocky... game number 3, excuse me, despite the rocky start to it, they got their condition and they were clear with it, as you mentioned, Eman. But Finn, Moreno, Nile, and Shogun, all of them were fantastic in the series. They played yesterday against Vamos, that it's safe to really look at them as the favorites heading into this game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very safe, a very safe prediction if in case. And the reason why I say that is BTR have performed well in the most recent international tournament, MSC, up until the point that they lost against a Filipino team, Falcons. I think that there was a little bit of a change up when it comes to the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, when they first played with the Melissa in the group stages, they look unbeatable. And then in the playoffs, it seems like there was a tech that Falcons were able to invent up against the Melissa. Apart from banning it, they also picked the Clint against it. And then we eventually saw that Eman could not play as aggressively anymore. But now, with the mixture of Clint, Melissa, and Brody as tech gold lane marksman picks, it allowed Nael to just focus on one specific hero, which is the Hirara. So, BTR, I think they're the favorites in this scenario because of the amount of hero pool that they have up against Foot Esports. And we haven't even talked about the guy who actually has a lot of heroes under his belt, Maestro Moreno.
Oh, the Maestro, he really continued his string of really stellar games, and games that just continued to push his own moniker. He really was a maestro for Bigatron by Vitality yesterday against Team Vamos, and I think that's going to be a good starting point here for Foot Esports in the center of the map through Psyche and Blocksfett. By the way, I want to say congratulations to Psyche. He is going to be playing at the Nations Cup representing Germany alongside Kid Bomba. So that's going to be his first international call-up, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him and, of course, the entirety of Team Germany. So for Foot Esports, I remember we were talking about it with Monsieur Sultan de Guzman. And we asked him, I was like, hey, what's it like in Turkey? Do you guys think it's just an easy lock-in for you guys to MSC? And he admitted to us, no, there's a lot of really good teams, and Foot Esports is one of those really good teams that he admittedly see as a team that other teams around the world need to respect.
to be fair, they were battling it out back and forth in the Turkey region, MTC. That's right? It's not MCT, right? It's MTC.
Yes. MTC is for Turkey. MCT is the Champions Tour.
That's right. There you go. You're right. All right. So in that region, we saw that there was almost a rivalry, another classic in that region. But of course, Aurora Gaming have won consistently up against Foot Esports. That did not stop Foot Esports though from performing internationally when we saw the wildcards. They almost got to MSC as well, had it not been for other factors. Because that's just very strong competition in the wildcards anyways. So what I'm trying to say here is that Foot Esports are not pushovers by any means. We saw yesterday how good they were with the aggressive composition that they played with. I, however, feel like they have to work better when it comes to their drafting, because it felt like their drafts yesterday were a little bit not as good as their opponents. And when you're looking at Bigatron by Vitality, there were so many games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like, okay, they actually have a better draft. And this is a team that has a good amount of coaching staff with them, including Coach Badlander as well. But I do know that Vitality, they can well, actually. They can look for the proper heroes in the meta game that will allow them to be successful in each of the games that they play. So, yep. Foot Esports has to work with their drafting in order for them to be able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start by looking at the EXP lane. Shogun for Bigatron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key Barretts players that we got to see yesterday. But Shogun, I really like how he plays the map and how he plays his role, especially when someone like Finn in the role. We've always talked about how EXP and Rome are very interchangeable. They're the ones taking turns in terms of which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry to get vision, and juggle that around. And Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both, no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do it. On the other side, for Exy, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes which will be key in the traits of this matchup. Barretts, Paquito. Putting it on by Vitality against the Vamos, they had Uranus, Ruby, and Esmeralda. I have to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't Shogun that played the Barretts, actually. It was Siska yesterday. So we haven't seen Barretts with Shogun yet. But at my foot, I'm going to start off by making sure Shogun does not end up with that hero.
Oh yeah. There was the very first performance of the modern day Barretts, the 2026 Barretts, the sneaky Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun that showed us how it's done. And I really remember there was a time where BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun really was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that you will be able to eliminate that hero. So there's that type of principle. The idea is you pick maybe a roamer or a EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to be you always target the jungler or you always target the mid laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to identify which hero can easily be eliminated and will actually take away the nature of the foundation of your opponent. There was a time where he went for the roamers, that he targeted the mid laners. It was wonderful to watch because they slowly whittled down their opponents to the point where they can now win team fights despite playing from behind. So that's one way to play the Barretts, and I think this is Shogun special. There was another Shogun special, which is a sneaky Barretts we first saw, and actually out for Vitality to destroy their opponents and win the team fights easily because of the pickoff. So Shogun, definitely the Barretts by virtuoso of MSC.
Barretts virtuoso. I never thought you could actually put those two words together in the same thought. Virtuoso, and then it's Barretts. Big stocky boy, but of course with how they changed up this, their goal to honestly very welcome change to them as well. the Fanny got, we saw Nile, of course, 2 Hirara games, plays Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara, Harley, Nolan, Fanny, and just trading on the heroes.
Sometimes like these Suyo mix
That's true.
are specialists for moving, like Bobby's from Cali, and then eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or yeah, but Soyo is too much. Sometimes the option is to go for the good here, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still, heroes like Brody, heroes like Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game, but also very good in third turtle, in practically the mid game, which allows teams to be more creative when it comes to their overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then. You mentioned, okay, with those gone, you still have heroes like the Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to try to call it back to maybe back to utilities in a way? I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin led through. But if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigatron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them, even if it's like a Barret's in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
So for Foot Esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for Vitality, I feel like with how Eman is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying this not because I don't trust the late game options for Eman. I still do. I think he is amazing, but whenever I see Eman be aggressive in the third turtle, second turtle, first lord, and just get 2 items, just get Sky Piercer, and he's okay with the Brody, or when he plays the Paquito, he's just so disruptive. I feel like Vitality feels more like a Vitality team when Eman is playing aggressive heroes, which typically happens if you have assassins. So yeah, for Vitality, Nael and Eman, when they play together, when they play with their strengths, I feel like they're a treat to watch. So yes, assassins for Vitality.
It'll be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're going to manage, because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazue can pop off, do his own thing, and really set the tempo alongside his mid trio in Psyche and Bloodsfet, then it becomes so much easier for Foot. But they are going up against Bigatron via Vitality. It feels like it's the classic question of, do you try to dance the same dance as your opponents, who by most accounts should be better at you in dancing that, or do you force them to dance something different, meaning that you yourself have to change? I feel like that's always like, now especially in this current meta game, it's difficult because as much as teams would always want to go like, all right, everyone's just going to be leaning towards early tempo, aggro, snowball this the way, but there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style, just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system, and that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now for esports. Especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go, it's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like BTR and Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of Onic, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult spoken to bounce back in the tournament if they don't know their identity yet. If you know your identity, it means that you will have a much better mastery with their hero pool, with your strategy. So that means that you have a better likelihood of winning.
Know your identity and keep it simple. It's good to be able to show that you're flexible and this and that, but this current age in that game, I think it's not just about being able to do everything. It's being able to do one thing, one simple thing. Again, stealing MLB lives, killing four. Let's see who between Bigatron by that 5,000 esports. Remember, these two teams already qualified for the playoffs. They will be fighting for qualifications, whether the loser will go to the round of 16 or the winner will go to the quarter finals straight up, skipping a step to the playoffs. The Spirit, the latest champions of PBC, a few days ago, beat NP7, dominating the Blues here. However, since they had to forfeit their match against Team Falcons PH because of a schedule conflict, Spirit had to fight that in the lower round, meaning that they'll be crawling from the round of 16. Later on in Group A, we'll see Team Falcons PH go up against White, and in Group C, see Root Eaters in the upper bracket finals, while Aurora getting the Monkeys.
Wow. Unfortunately for the FP7, it's a choice between the M5 World Champion and the NC Fourth Placer or the NC Champions. Yeah. Very unfortunate for them. And they will not be moving on to the games of the future as well. You know what's crazy? You put the MSC champs in the round of 16 no matter how because of that default. After the MSC semi-finalist, which is Aurora in the mix, right? I hope it's not Aurora versus Team Spirit. Is it even possible to play that way? I don't think so. Are you looking at the...
Yeah, I'm trying to say like, oh, I think it's really just
So it is possible.
yeah, it could be a possibility. One second, just back. We were getting something like that. I remember I said, I don't remember seeing anything, but maybe, just maybe, I might be able to draw that information in terms of like how showing the playoffs, where they land. It makes sense that it's just gonna be a thing, because there's gonna be some shenanigans about being able to pick one or the other. That might be a little bit too much. Right now we're just waiting for the teams to start up. So while we wait for Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports to set up and make sure everything is alright, let's go ahead and watch this.
The games of the future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bawarsak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it? We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions. Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out court, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions. These reactions were absolutely on to Queen's. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Hold me up fine glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't know. Right? What do you say? I'm boosting.
Always great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. Big Drama Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by because this game could start at any moment. See you in a minute. little break, maybe grab some water, whatnot. We're finally back. Pre-game discussion on Big Draw by Vitality and Foot Esports. We are set. We're going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. Maybe we can get into a little bit more specifics in terms of what to expect. You know, Wolf, there's something that I noticed looking at the drafts from all of the games. There's one hero who's popped out a little bit more in terms of the picks, and that's Glue in the Roam.
Glue in the Roam. And is it because Atlas and Beleric have always been like the matchup that we always look at, and then whenever one of them is banned, the other one can run free? Like when Atlas is banned, of course Beleric becomes, you know, his tier becomes very, very high. It becomes S tier. But the way that you mitigate that is to look for another option, which in this case is the Glue. That probably is what is happening now.
Yeah, actually, looking back at it, good thing you pointed that out. Looking at the bans where we saw the Glue pop up, it's in games where one of the two are gone, whether it's the Atlas or Beleric. So it seems like it might be the third string option. There's one main option that we must not forget, of course, the Marcel does pop up a lot in the bans and in the major trades, and I feel like generally it's just a good hero to get for yourself. But if any team on the blue side decide to let go of it and would be willingly giving the Marcel to the red side team, I would be scared of that.
Yeah. And in this scenario, both of the Atlas, well, not only the Atlas as well as the Barrack, but also Marcel is open. And BTR just straight up ban the Hirara, kind of understanding that there is no positive trade for them. And look at how people are now reacting against BTR. After watching that first series, Melissa is now a priority ban for BTR. Against BTR, I mean. This is not a thing, definitely, because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas, as well as the Beleric and the Valentina to a certain regard. So that is a free ban that BTR will always enjoy when whoever they face.
It's going to make it a little bit tougher in the trading too. Well, come to think of it, taking out a hero that isn't exactly one of the S tiers if you want to chase right out of the bat opens up a lot of options very quick. It went straight from banning out the Selena to an instant Fanny ban by Foot Esports, one of the heroes that we mentioned. And again, we should be very scared of the team willingly giving up the Marcel as the first pick, especially when it's the Valentina they choose to prioritize instead.
How crazy BTR has been drafting, and definitely Foot Esports will be shocked in this first pick. Atlas, Beleric, Marcel. What do you pick now? And BTR felt like there were way too many options. Let's pick a hero that will answer all of that, and that definitely is the Valentina. I like the idea of the Uranus, though. I believe that Foot Esports have chosen the perfect hero to be the perfect blind pick hero, in fact, which is the Uranus, because it really is not scared of anything just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any Hirara, Fanny, Nolan, as well as the Harley might be the priority here for BTR. Instead, they go for the Paquito as well as the Atlas. Atlas, way really understandable. I wonder why they went for the Paquito, because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely going to consider this for either one of the carry positions in the gold or jungle as the main go-to here. Might be too tough to play in the jungle that you might have already just shown your Emma card. Let's see if they have anything else to pull out of the bag. Foot Esports, I guess it will also make them think twice about banning out the Esmeralda. Even though it'd be great against them. You mentioned the Harley, it does get picked up. They have the Uranus and EXP. I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for Foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold that they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how Bigatron by Vitality rounds out their draft with the blue side.
Yeah. Harley overall did good pick. I think the Foot Esports have managed to find their first 3 picks really well. What really just is scary is, will they find a good gold laner to finish this off? They will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a typical Moskov going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for PTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Now, that being said, BTR can just take away the roam. Oh, no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid lane
golds. Yeah.
Against a Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
I actually like
options.
Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for Foot. Gord Harley has always been a terrific combo together, so that might be the prio. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill. They'll need to consider at least 1 gold ban, I think.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a Foot Esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out, then where do you go next? You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry 4th pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So Hanabi ban, of course.
All right. Let's take we close it out with an Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they won with a Hanabi
for BTR.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. It's just, the trauma is real, but I mean, they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic combo. I wonder if Foot Esports will think about just doubling down on all the combos for the Marcel. You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be an option, which means BTR has to praise themselves for that one. That means Ruby Senshin, is this what they're going for?
It looks like it, yeah. Like
okay.
A logical option. Unless they're not gonna send this Ruby to the EXP. Oh no, it could. Some players have done that.
Shogun did play it before. And that means that Paquito can still be like, this is just such a flex pick. But then again, they will reveal their jungler, so it's going to be Harith. So Paquito in the jungle XP Ruby, Golden Harith, Foot Esports can still go for the Granger. They might be scared of the Granger versus Harith matchup. It's still a skills matchup the way if you like it, but Granger overall is I would say a normal pick for Foot Esports. Maybe the strangest that they can do is a Moskov or a Claude, but the Granger just rolls in nicely their composition.
Good string of damage, poke, burst. Puts a lot of pressure onto Xe and Bloodsphet for sure in terms of making sure the team is well protected. Wait a minute!
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a gold lane Esmeralda!
And you know what I don't like about this?
What?
This is Foot Esports, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No physical damage. This, it has not worked before. I doubt it will work now. It's not like even the case of a gold lane Harith where it's like true damage that it actually supplements. Marcel deals true damage for sure, but Uranus, Kimmy, Esmeralda, Harley, there's some true damage in there for sure, but this is like way too much magic damage that that anyone should be allowed with. I don't know, Foot Esports, you better play perfectly, otherwise they can easily be taken out in this game number 1.
On the flip side, there's a chance, slim at that, for Foot Esports to suddenly just snowball with all of this magic. That's one of the strengths. But again, that's a big if. Historically, lineups like these have turned into magic damage lineups versus Radiant Armor.
Yes.
Versus Athena's Shield. Those items will just stop everything that Foot would want to do. Well, not completely, but it will delay the effectiveness of their composition.
I don't like this at all, and there are so many good vessels for the Radiant Armors versus the Athena Shield, especially because BTR have went in for the Paquito, also went in for the Ruby as well as this Atlas. And to be fair, you are already feeling the damage output of Foot Esports in the early stages.
Yep. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the magic damage compositions. They send the Uranus out. They understand that they have to operate through this timer. They have to play fast. They have to dominate early and get as much wins as they can. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hungry to get a quick kill on the Nile and delay the progress of this Paquito jungle as much as possible, because if they cannot get those early wins, it's gonna be a very harsh check towards their damage profile against the more balanced damage profile of BTR by Vitality. Blossfed mates out the perfect match. Quick little stun there from Psyche, immobilized. Blossfed getting chased down, and that's the Marcel down. Let's see if the damage will be enough to turn things around. XC's gonna be able to take a Shogun. Psyche takes down Nile. It looks like they might be able to do it here on the early. A double kill for this Kimmy.
Okay. When we ask for them to play perfectly well, they are playing so well and aggressively too. I've taken over the turtle and they are now taking some of the jungle camps for BTR. Bloodfed on this Marcel. It's always good that the Marcel is on a team that has early game snowball because of this. Actually can set up more. Nile is very tanky at this point, as well as Finn, but against Psyche as well as Bloodfed, they're running down the Atlas. Atlas able to survive for that. But the fact of the matter remains, they have stopped Nile from farming, and they will keep on doing this. Want to steal away the orange. I think this is the way that they're playing, that this should be played. Not only are you aggressive against heroes, but you're also oppressive in terms of controlling the jungle.
This feels like I'm watching a drive-by courtesy of Wizards. Instead of blap, 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 you're just hearing Aloha Mora and whatever the hell spell you know, and it's working out. I mean, they're playing around their conditions so well. I mean, this is why on the other side, we do have our doubts around this composition, but Foot, on the flip side that we mentioned, they know what they're doing. They know that they have to play like this. They know that there's a timer of, oh man, once those magic defense items start showing up, we're not going to be able to do this. So it's a question of how fast can they get their items for their Harley. Maybe if they'll put a Sky Piercer on either the Harley or the Kimmy at this point, just so that you can get that extra little kill power to get that out. And it's perfect. They know what they need to do.
Yeah. It seems like they have prepared for this specific moment. This is not their first rodeo. They felt like the Esmeralda encountered the Harif, which is true. It's the nature of those heroes are like that up to a specific point. I will not disregard what BTR can do with this composition though, but a 2,000 gold lead is commanding for Foot Esports to have.
Golden Hour brought down here by Moreno as the Valentina Marcel cosplay. Just a delay. Dita by Foot Esports, but here comes Foot with their Esmeralda and their Harley. Shogun takes a lot of damage. Finn going straight for the Harley. Perfect match into the Fatal Links. It's the perfect combo with the damage. All of this magic. Drive by my magic wands. And it's too much for PTR by Vitality to handle. You're a wizard, Foot.
And very commendable usage of the traction pulse. Amazing usage and piloting coming out from Bloodfed on this Marcel. Didn't have the golden hour in that clash that they won with, But the way that he stuns and actually helps the Kimi and the other members of Foot Esports nail their skill shots by actually stunning their opponents is really good. Oh no.
Wow!
A great usage of the ultimate, but XE will be able to trade. Fortunately for Foot Esports, that was just the Marcel.
They didn't need to take that trade. RX trying to go after Emon, but it felt like at that point he just got baited into it instead of committing an escape. But he didn't burn the Purify. He just paid for it with his life. XE now trying to focus on the turret and mid, gets cleared up by Finn and Moreno, did the minion waves. Foot Esports, I think it's starting to bite back onto them. It might be getting to the point where BTR by Vitality have the tools to answer this, but they know they have to continue this pace up until they realize they can't. Then they need to start slowing things down.
Traction Pulse committed. Shogun is able to run away. I feel like Foot Esports in general, if they keep on taking away the jungle camps coming up from BTR, it means like BTR cannot get into the late game, and their late game will also be delayed. Okay.
Wow! Perfect! Ultimate Fatal links in. The double kill there from Moreno was a setup for the century here for Bigatron by Vitality. Foot Esports were not ready for that. Admittedly, neither was I. Did not expect BTR would pull the trigger like that and make it look so clean. They take 3 down and they'll get turtle number 3. Unless Kazue is crazy enough to try. He's way too far. Maybe Foot might just try, but Bigatron will be able to take this very quickly.
Witness. Blasfet is here though. Going for the free moment, does not have the golden hour. Will just give away the turtle for that. RX wants to chase as well as Kazue, but it seems like the BTR have just gotten out just in time. And I think that this is Blasfet just making sure that he will keep on having the Thunderbelt stacks. It is important for Foot Esports to keep their foot on the gas when it comes to taking the jungle, but they cannot give away big team fight bets onto BTR, just like what happened in the bottom lane. This time they will try to push bottom instead of taking the orange. Mel will secure his orange and will eventually get to his purple buff. But the reward for Foot Esports there was to get that push onto the bottom lane.
Moreno has been stellar in this game. 4-1-1, double kill in the last big fight. And Foot, they might just be reaching the point, that fork in the road, in terms of whether or not they can make this lineup work. They're getting pushed back. Little by little, the capability of their lineup to bully BTR by Vitality into submission, into their side of the jungle, is happening less and less. So maybe 1 or 2 big team fights to solidify whether or not Foot can still do this early on, because the longer this stretches out and the tankier in terms of magic defense the members of BTR by Vitality get, the worse it gets for Foot. Finn decides to go forward. The Fatal Links gets countered a little bit, but Bloodspit is not going to be able to survive that onslaught. It is getting to that point. They're way too tanky. The magic defense. Moreno with the targeting of the Psychic, forcing out the Kimmy. Kazue gets spotted out here by Niall. He's going to chase him down. This Paquito going after the Harley. Full on combo. Fork in the road, and it is gone to the way of BTR by Vitality. Right in time for Lord number 1.
The moment that Foot Esports formation was broken down by BTR because of that snag, with the Fatal Links committed on just 1 hero, it was enough. BTR, they understand the scenario. Foot Esports has to be complete as 5 when they wanted to win a team fight. But that does not happen, and they will try to stake this Lord. They will be successful in doing so. Bloodspit will be able to run away. Every time that there is -1 not from BTR, Foot Esports will not be able to win the team fights. It will take the whole village of Foot Esports just to win, and BTR has found out that that is their secret. And what they'll do now is just to group up and take one after the other.
And BTR by Vitality's teamfight targeting, specifically Moreno on this Valentina, has been stellar. Single-handedly keeping Psyche away from that fight, getting 2 shadow strikes in towards the Kimmy. sending him out, and then suddenly it just looked really bad for Foot to fight into it. So BTR, they themselves, they know their condition. It will reach that point, and we are finally there, wherein the lineup of Foot is gonna greatly struggle against the lineup of BTR by Vitality. Part of the confusion, and even from my own perspective, I have to admit, is the fact that you can't really tell if it's Blotsfet or Moreno's golden hour that gets dropped by. Of course, you can see the sign if you're the player, but not so obvious if you are from our perspective here. Look at Eman right under tower, doesn't care. Moreno gets the last hit, but it was the Harith dancing beneath tower number 1 in mid through his own Zaman Force that made that look easy. Foot Esports are getting dismantled. The Lord falls top side. BTR by Fit will continue their push, trying to take some tier 2 turrets.
It looked really good at the start, Redmar. It looked like Foot Esports knew what they had to do, but okay, Shogun is low. Shogun might die because of this, but he's still able to land the ultimate to get one. RX will be able to run away. Good shutdown coming out from Foot Esports. They will need more of those if they want to get back into this game, because as it stands, BTR are leading by a lot, and naturally the bottom lane as well as the top lane gets pushed by the big minions spawned by BTR.
Everything falls now on this Kimmy for Foot Esports, for Psyche to stay alive as long as possible, start getting some items in. Kazue, of course, will be there with the deadly magics, and that's where you could start it off. But the survival of this Kimmy is important for them to be able to turn this game around back towards their favor. It's even out somewhat, as that little win in the center now allows Foot Esports to open up the map. But in the next big sequence, Moreno will have the golden hour of the Marcel ready for Bigatron by Vitality.
What this entails for Foot Esports is that they need to go for this kind of play. They're looking for the target Renmar, but Blotsfet already showed himself. Kazaway is here. Shogun, not the best target, but if Psyche can participate in teamfight, it's gonna be bad. But already the golden hours being exchanged. There's gonna be a big -1 coming out from BTR. They weren't able to protect their Esmeralda, Renmar.
Without the Esmeralda, they lose a major frontliner. They jump now onto XC, who's trying to hold, but it's not going to be able to. That's 2 members of Foot Esports down. Big Charm by Vitality has found an opening. Psyche is now left behind. Around the Lord, Blotsfet, the Kazaway trying to reposition better for the team. Blotsfet going straight after Eman. So Psyche just has a little bit more room, but Nile is looking towards the Kimmy. Zones him out. 3 versus 5. This is going to be too tall a task for BTR by Vitality. Unless somehow they can get close enough. It looks like with how Kazaway is positioning, they will back off. Bigatron by Fit gets Lord number 2.
Massive pick off, and then followed up by another one. BTR just way too good when it comes to their positioning around the map, and they're dismantling Foot Esports. We talked about how Foot Esports needs to be together. We talked about how they should be the one oppressing the jungle of BTR, but all of that gonna be denied by BTR from that bottom lane win. And they did. They were down by 2,000 gold, but 1 fatal links that caught 3 members of Foot Esports that had purified, by the way. It still wasn't enough. It's because of Finn, it's because of Moreno. And now BTR by Vitality, they're poised to take the top lane turret.
Good shield play, golden hour gets dropped down now. Shogun brought down really low, but the frozen moment gets a help in Mount Kazaway gets spotted out by Eman and the rest of Bigatron. Right under the tower with the Lord pushing in. No more Harley for Foot. Is the Kimmy gonna be enough? Because the Uranus is not at the fate. The links from Finn is perfect. A slow dismantling into the harsh reality. Bigatron by Vitality have taken game number 1 despite the great start by Foot.
When we talked about the draft, we were really scared for the composition of Foot Esports, focusing on magic damage. And you also mentioned that it would only take the Radiant Armor or Athena Shield or a couple of magic defensive items for BTR to take over this game. They did that, for sure. But the timing was just so right in the bottom lane, where they were able to find 3 kills out of nowhere. Nile was having a lot of trouble securing his farm. The Harith was not being activated. There were so many kills onto this Atlas, but eventually BTR have found the perfect team fight to get the game back around in their favor, and afterwards they have identified all they had to do was to get those pickoffs for them to be able to win the succeeding team fights.
It's the recognition of your conditions. Know what you need to do, and then you'll be able to start taking it. Early on, Foot Esports, you know that they have that early game damage going very well for them. This is very tailored to them and their own understanding of this metagame. Wherein, yes, this lineup does well in the early, and there's a chance you could go snowball out of control here. But if you want to do that snowball, I was wondering, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was not a single Skypiercer built by anyone in the team. I believe they were thinking, okay, you don't need to build Skypiercer because there's the Harley anyway. In a way, it's sort of the same. But if you really want to double down on the idea of winning it early, you gotta put that Skypiercer, though greedy as it sounds, on that Kemi. Get those stacks, and it makes it so much harder for Bigatron to eventually turn it around. Like, around this moment, imagine if they had a Skypiercer, it'd be way too risky for them to try and take. And this was the moment right here, where Fit, with a flicker and fatal links, slowly then got to bring Bigatron by Vitality into this game to this point, where Foot Esports just could not get a footing anymore.
And afterwards, it's just a slew of -1, -1. Foot Esports just cannot regain their composure. Golden Hour is on point anymore, coming out from Dots. So Moreno just copies it, throws it back to Foot Esports. It's been ever so reliable on this. At least once. Zeros on this BTR are that level right now of confidence. It should be difficult for Foot to be back from. Well, at least this is harsh less all of those kind of composition. It just can't.
Over time, again, look at that. Radiant armor, Radiant armor, Radiant armor. And that was it. That was game. It was so difficult for Foot to get one. They needed to commit a lot of damage onto whoever gets hit by the Deadly Magic. The time Shogun got picked off in the mid, they needed a little bit help from the turret as well, alongside that. And then they didn't have any more resources onto anyone else. If you want to make this work, you have to have Skypiercer in someone. There's no way of skirting around that. Get the glowing one, sure, but after that, get the Skypiercer. Hell, rush the Skypiercer if you have to, because it's a clear idea of what you want to do early on.
Yeah. Very, very fortunate, and I hope that this is the last time that they will try this. We already know that this is not the best way to approach an MLBB match. There's a reason why there are items like Kiraz as the Radiant Armor. This from focusing on the damage source overall. To be fair, let's not deny the fact that Foot Esports were winning up until Radiant Armors were picked up, until Finn, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of composition, it's not impossible to win with it. You just have to really stick with your win condition. There's just way too much on the list, right, to think about when you have this kind of lineup. It's not impossible, it's just very difficult.
So this is the other side of the coin we're talking about in terms of leaning towards one very clear and specific idea. You still have to have respect for damage profile values. Let's see if Foot Esports can force the issue and go to a game number 3, or will Bigatron by Vitality end it in game number 2 with a sweep? We'll find out after the break.
жеңістер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
magic. It's a way you can describe what Bigatron might have to do in game number 1, the damage profile of Foot Esports in game number 2, and what they might need to pull them inside their hats to force a game number 3. Again, still, clearly, Foot knew what they needed to do, pedal to the metal. They were winning early, but it just hit them, and that realization of this isn't going to work in the mid to late. This is where now we look towards balance, not in terms of identity of what the lineup needs to do, but just damage profile. Have some physical in there, even just one. That's why we were looking for the Granger at the end of the draft for Foot.
Yeah, it seems like for Foot Esports, what did they were able to achieve in that game was to just make it a difficult mid game. Like literally the third turtle as well as the first lord. That's the sweet spot. Even when you're thinking about their lineup of having only magic damage, just an opening for them. And in the late game, when they found the kill of the Shogun, they can do it quick. It's just that BTR are just way better at the identification of their threats, and most importantly, have just a way easier composition to really pull off. They went in for the Paquito jungle because they flexed it as their blue 3 pick. Went in for the Harith, expecting the Granger actually. I think they were literally expecting the Granger. They couldn't pick it up for themselves, but they can definitely counter it with the Harith in case. I think that's what their mind was at as well. They kind of conditioned Foot Esports to be so tunnel visioned into that Harith that they had to pick up that Esmeralda just to counter it.
Yeah, to be fair, you also did say that maybe they would be wary of picking up the Granger into the Harith, and yeah, that makes sense, honestly, like as a theory that they just decided, I'll just back the Esme. And then I don't know if they realized that with that decision that their damage is all skewed towards magic, or they leaned in on it. Leaning in more to the idea that they leaned in on it and just accepted that it might be tough. But again, if you want to do that, I will die on the hill. Someone needs to build a Sky Pierce. Foot Esports decided to take away the Hirara, left open here. Instead of picking up the Marcel, instead of picking up the Valentina, so many high-profile heroes, so good for this meta, are available for the taking. I think Foot Esports are banking on the hope that they might be able to get away with the Barretts in blue 2-3, considering that Uranus has been banned out by Bigatron.
Yeah. Already though, Foot Esports have secured an important hero in the meta game. BTR, how will they answer this one? I think that a third pick Brody might not be too far an option, maybe even a priority with it, but of course the Valentinas, the Barrett, as well as the Barretts, ever so reliable in the meta game that we have. Foot Esports, this time they will have to look for another source of damage. I feel like not only just the Hirara, so maybe, just maybe, they're the ones to pick up the Brody themselves, or if they want to be really safe with it, I think the Paquito will not be as bad. Although there's a bias on the opposite end, I think that you're okay against the Valentina.
Ooh, it's gonna be really tough here. Foot Esports, they thought that maybe they could get away with that gambit of getting that Paris for themselves, as it would make sense for Valentina Marcel to get locked in by BTR. But again, it's a Valentina with them. They're happy of letting go with the Marcel. They'll still end up with the Esmeralda. And of course, the aforementioned Roamer. By the way, it seems like so far, similar picks for Foot except for that Hirara. So, and they don't really have an answer for a Barretts just yet, and they need to start building around that Barretts.
Marcel is not as effective as most heroes up against Barretts, but I think the Valentina priority pick coming up from BTR just allowed this to happen, so it will be the Harley this time for their side. Really just self-explanatory in a way that this is a typical pick now going up against the Hirara. So what you're looking for Foot Esports is to deny strong side laners for BTR. So I think both the Brody as well as the Paquito might be their two heroes that can be piloted by MN, and two heroes that will be a problem for them in the upcoming game.
Good pick up there on the Harley. The door gets taken out by Bigatron, so that would have stopped the Harley in its track, but I might have been okay with letting that through, considering that, well, no, to be fair, that the Valentina might also want another option for the mid lane ultimate to take, instead of just taking the Golden Hour over and over again, so that they have a little bit of a better layering and options, instead of being so one-dimensional around it, but it worked out well for them in the previous game. Atlas getting taken away by Foot makes sense. No roamer yet for Bigatron. They have the Valentina, so definitely you need to take that away. I still do not see answers for the Barretts, and as I'm trying to run them through my head, they might actually just not be able to get it unless they somehow outplay Shogun as a team to get those Barretts down to 2 deaths very early on.
Yeah. So Atlas, maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe they should be the ones to ban the Paquito as well. I mean, I'm talking about full esports, but for BTR, they just have to take okay, of course, the Hanabi. Always think about it. Oh. Trauma response, PTSD is what this Hanabi means. I'm gonna stick with that. That story. I will stick with that analysis actually, because I mean, all things considered, they have a lot of tools to deal with Hanabi. They even have
they do.
Barretts.
They just decided no, never again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so do they pick up the Paquito now, or will they just go for their own choice, which probably is somewhere along the lines of a Badan, or what else is there for the room? Because there's no glue.
Minotaur, if they want the heal.
Oh, that's because they
they
don't
have
have to
the
be worried. They have the Barretts as well. They also have the Valentina, so they don't have to worry about that. That's a good call, actually, Redmar. I hope that's their choice.
I hope so too. Again, I like it when I sound smart. Okay, no Minotaur just yet. It's fine. They do get the Brody. You did, if I'm not mistaken, you called this like early in the draft earlier.
For sure. I thought Foot Esports should have banned that, but also understandable that they banned out all of the Finn heroes. And now Foot. Oh wait, this opens up another good thing actually for BTR. Maybe they can consider the Matilda now, apart from the Minotaur. Although the Minotaur still takes priority, the Matilda can be good, barring the fact that there is the extra shields that you will give to the Esmeralda. But overall, a good way to activate the Barretts as well as the Brody.
Are you gonna close this out? Maybe some good long-range poke, or double down again on the Kimmy if you want. Just get a Skybreaker, but you do need that reach. So close to mid-range might not be the best bet. Some long-range bombs. That's the long range, and those are some bombs. You get the Moskov and get the Low Yi to play the map.
Actually, pretty good pick. Good picks here coming out from Foot Esports. It's just way too greedy, I feel like, with Hirara as well as the Moskov, but they do have the Loyi to help the Moskov farm up quicker, as well as the Hirara. So, oh yeah, they do close it up to Matilda. Such a great way to finish it up, BTR.
Yeah, they should be able to run and gun this very quickly, harkening back to a similar lineup utilized as well by Onic yesterday. Let me just double check. Why do I feel like this was the exact same lineup they played against Pro? No, it's just the Matilda and Paris. It's the same, but pretty much the same ideas here. What are the conditions we have to watch out for here, especially for Foot, if they want to force a game number 3?
Okay, you'll have to think about securing your jungle first. And to be fair, they do have Loyi as well as the Marcel, so they have a lot of information that they can get. And also, they can take care of the jungle easier with that kind of combo. So that's number one. To take care of your jungle, take care of your turrets. Second is be careful where you fight, right? it's best if you just farm on your side of the river. You know, a few jungle camps. I think when you can, last until the 15-minute mark, and if you get to that point when BTR are not too far ahead, you do have a way to win this head to head when it comes to the late game.
One thing you have to watch out for with Edmund on this Brody is that big blitz. When they started, where they start just grouping up together as an entire team to rack hella stacks on this Brody if they do want to still pack it up, with the Sky Piercer, or if this might be a Sky Piercer less Brody that we will see. They are paired up with a Harley after all. Usually, that's what we see from teams. Already have a Harley, don't need a Sky Piercer.
All right. XC will aid Castaway in invading this Rock Ursa, but Finn is here ready for the defense, as well as Shogun up top. But they will keep their jungle camps intact. They still want to fight this. They want to go dive for Finn. Not sure who was able to take it. It seems like, just basing on the XP, it's going to be Castaway, but Psyche now very low. Actually survives from that one. A very close call. That would have put BTR good advantage, but fortunately for Foot Esports, they were able to equalize it. They also took away one of the jungle camps, which means that in this war of attrition, Foot Esports is a little bit of advantage, especially because they also denied 1 million literally from Moreno.
And what Psyche was doing in the mid to disrupt Moreno, while the other members of his squad, specifically Blotsfet and XA and the rest, were just invading the jungle. And now Niall is getting sold out of this turtle. He's still waiting for the Hirara foot to drop by. But because XA, the falling Star Moon away, still got to land a bit of an immobilize and a bit of damage. It might be a little bit good, but the slight reset, and Niall winning the retry means bad news for Foot, as BTR can now invade towards a purple buff. They're trying to protect it. Castaway will get zoned out. He's trying to get close, but with the presence of the Barretts, it's gonna be too tough. They get away with Grand Theft Purple, and Foot won't be able to find a clapback.
Well, movements coming from BTR, so pristine. Only that this Shogun. Close range, Daytona's well, double miss, and of course the Flying Dinosaur. Stuff of Legends, Finn able to help the Barretts get through the wall, away from his oppressors, and be able to get back to farming. BTR committed Grand Theft Purple successfully.
One thing I want to try out is if you can still hold the charge of the Detona's Welcome, press the Guiding Winds, still have the charge going, and then let go, so you can let go of it in the air or something. But topside, speaking of letting go, BTR did not want to let go of their momentum that they had, positioned themselves well, and Shogun got to bait XC into checking the bush, taking out the Esmeralda as a squad alongside Moreno and Niall.
And they were able to push up top because of this. BTR, great positional advantage that they have, economical move that they did allow them to have a 2,000 gold lead over their opponents, Foot Esports. Such a great way to maneuver across the map. This time they will be losing Moreno in the process. Foot Esports quickly going to be transferring down the bottom lane. Blotsfet might be way too fast in rotating. He gets taken out by a task force coming out from BTR. I think that was such a weird move from Foot Esports after winning the first fight. Look at this. Flicker force from Psyche.
XA Castaway spot out Shogun. Already the Detona's Welcome committed. Evan close by if he wants to join in. RX ready as well. Level difference, Castaway and RX decide to go after the Brody, torn apart. Memory gets brought out, and the Falling Star Moon is a perfect mark onto the Brody. The Golden Hour gets drawn by Psyche, gets taken out here by Finn. Big draw by Vitality are able to cash one with the Detona's Welcome. Bloodspit is next. Once again, he just got back, and he got taken out. No contest here by Foot Esports for this hurdle. They have to back.
They have to back down for sure. XC, gotta be careful there. Fortunately, Shogun does not have the ultimate, so yeah, Exi will get away for free. But then again, that's a turtle. Okay, wait. Eman finds one. No Sekarang is there. I think 2 iframes, and that's the second one. Tries to get away. Will it be on cooldown? Doesn't need it. They will not push through. They will just have to. They just wanted to get a push up top, allow Eman for to farm up. And at this point, Blotsfed is actually taking so much damage from Eman. And there we go. 5 minutes 36 seconds. There's the Sky Piercer now available for Eman.
It's time. It's time for good old Blitzatron. Hunt down the next target. Get that Sky Piercer for this Brody ASAP.
It's Eman time. You gotta be ready for esports. You gotta be ready. There is going to be a teleport, a diversion play. Foot Esports wants to go for Eman. But Finn is there to save him. It will be enough. No, it won't. Foot Esports successful with their mission. Now they want to turn their eyes on to Finn. Not get the kill of the Matilda, but they do get the kill. But how about that takedown onto Eman, who just freshly picked up his Sky Piercer? Gotta be denied of that. Nice teleport from Foot Esports.
It's like they knew. They had a feeling. They saw the scouting report from the last time we saw Eman pick up a Brody. Don't let him get the momentum after he gets that Sky Piercer. And maybe this is where they find the light of hope through the surprising squads. Oh, but there's a sudden Detonus welcome, but actually already committed the Purify out. So that's a battle spell for ultimate. For esports, if I'm them, I have to try and make a move, knowing that there's no longer a Detonus welcome available. Blossfed with a frozen moment, but the circling eagle is perfect. Moreno gets to take out the Marcel, and Foot Esports gets split up yet again. Bigatron made that look easy for that trade.
Oh, and now they will just be able to get this turtle for themselves. Quick decision making coming out from BTR, and again punishing Blotsfed from being ever so aggressive. At the same time, though, that is how you should play this Marcel, but at this point, there's not enough Thunderbelt stacks. He's easily taken out. Nael forcing out this retribution. Kazuya will not be on time. Actually, he did not have his own retribution, whereas Shogun wants to take out RX. Look at how much damage this Barretts was able to do. And RX will not commit the flicker. Knows that he can survive, but man, that's a lot of health that's taken away from him. That means that BTR can now position themselves around this orange buff.
You know, fun fact about Barretts in the EXP lane, in-game you can get a penalty for playing it if you don't play good. Because it's one of those heroes that you can't naturally select into the EXP. You have to go through that little prompt of, oh hey, this isn't an EXP lane hero. Are you sure you want to pick it? I think after this meta, Muton needs to adjust that a little bit. Barretts definitely so good in the EXP lane. Maybe a little bit too good, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, too good. Oh, and the version done, but this is just the farm. They just want to evade the army of Foot Esports knocking up top, but just to push down the bottom lane for a trade-off. Yeah. And I think the BTR will be the happier, because it means that they might be able to pop the Holy Shields up top.
Oh wow,
Golden Hour committed just for this one. They really want to keep the Holy Shields intact. Oh, they weren't able to successfully do it. They still lose one of their heroes as the Louis is taken out. Bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. Now Eman. It's actually not Eman, it's actually Moreno. Copy the Moscow. For a second it was Eman. Now Nael actually pops the ultimate. Castaway, will he be safe? Yes, he will. But then again, there's so much control that BTR has around their base.
Yeah. They're good right now. Foot Esports very safe on their side. Vegatron by Vitality will now control the jungle and steal away a purple buff from the Hirara of Kazuya. Moreno cosplayed RX there for a moment as the Moskov. And look at the spread of BTR. They sent the Barretts alone. Look at how nonchalant Shogun is. He doesn't care. The Esmeralda's dancing around him. Blossfed close by. Golden Hour, perfect Detonus welcome again. Finds the mark on two. Psyche. No more Loye. and that's a good chunk of damage gone, but Nile got a little bit too greedy. He got caught out. BTR still have their front line for their Brody. Maybe they can get something out of it. For 1-for-1 trade, 4v4. Both teams back off.
BTR could find out the Psyche. I wonder why Nile was too aggressive in that regard. I think that they wanted to take more kills afterwards, but a kill of the Psyche already means that you can actually win the Lord fight. Now, Psyche is back in the game. Nile will be back as well. Actually, they want to be able to punish. Look at his backline. Teleportation coming out. Kazue might be trouble. The Bronzeman actually will be taken out in the process. Psyche as well. A bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. They thought they could win, but Nile just respawned, and Nile will be there to supplement more damage. Foot Esports, a massive wrong diversion.
Mistimed, misexecuted, and a little bit too greedy. We saw a little bit of that from Nile earlier, but he got back just in time just to witness Foot Esports do the same thing. It felt like a Hail Mary play, but now this looks bad for them. It's getting close to a 10,000 gold lead for Bigatron. They're going to get a lot more resources. The Lord will march out. Bloodspet going forward. Golden Hour is massive, but Shogun and now coming in through the back. This is going to be a huge sandwich play by Bigatron. Bloodspet eats up. Oh my God, Shogun gets a perfect death and is walking with the flicker. But the members of Foot Esports still alive. Emma gets to take out Exy. That's 2 down. Shogun gets Psyche. It's these damn Barretts players who are just so sneaky. It's no good with it. It's not just about the size of the Barretts that matters, it's how you use it, and Shogun has used it perfectly. Bigatron, by Vitality, will sweep Foot Esports in his best of 3.
Shogun has shown us once again why you should ban the Barretts against BTR by Vitality. They're just too good. It's like he always knows who to target. I think he really set the standard on how you should play this type of Barretts. It's, you know, it's like a proper hitman Barretts. Knows exactly where to point. Daytona. Always perfect. Finds Psyche and then eventually another good find down the bottom lane with that flicker. And with one torn apart memory, because of how much stuns, how much stacks he was able to get, Emma just obliterated the rest of Foot Esports. Foot almost took out Nail, and then eventually Nail was taken out, but my oh my, what a great play coming up from Shogun.
You can see the potential and ideas around Foot, why they are strong competitors against the likes of Aurora Gaming back in Turkey, but this time around, the champions of Indonesia, relentless in their pursuit. They were able to solidify their win. Clear ideas, again, similar to Onic, their understanding of the metagame, what they like to play around. The importance of the Barretts, the Brody getting the Sky Piercer as a key condition. Bigatron looked so good with it. What an execution. These Indonesian Barretts players are wild, man. It's not just Shogun, even Lutfi was tremendous with the Nemesis, and even in this tournament, it's modern day Cho. Again, I said this yesterday, modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah. The way that they are able to thread the needle and find the perfect target. Sometimes they do it point blank, sometimes they eat a flicker, sometimes they go from bushes. It's just so many ways to approach it. And because of their mastery with the Barretts, they're able to pull it off time and time again in important team fights as well. It's always it's always fight winning is what I want to say. The first blood going into Shogun, and look at this, he finds Psyche through it all. If not for the nail death, this will be BTR just securing the fight for sure. Was a good start coming up from Foot Esports, but how about that? That's from the parking lot, literally. Able to glide, find Kazue. Scrambling, Foot Esports were running away. And because of the fact that there was a quick -2 from BTR, there wasn't any chance at all for Foot Esports to get back to this fight. they eventually lose the game off of that jump coming out from Shogun.
Barrett's, I think the best way to describe it, he's a literal wrecking ball, you know?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's crazy because even though, let's say, you get a big lead, Deton is welcome, being a -1, and the fact that even at the deficit, you still have to use a lot of things to finally take it down. It's the perfect hero for this meta where the really high burst heroes are back, which is good for Barrett's. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, we've used all our burst. How are we going to take it down? Is the marksman still alive? And if the answer is no, you're not taking that Barrett's down. It's the perfect storm for his return to the metagame.
Yep. The stars have aligned for the Barretts to be back in this meta. And I'm just so amazed on how good Barretts players make it. How do I say this? Like, they make bad Barretts player look really, really bad. Know what I mean? Like, because of how good Shogun was and Ludwig eventually, they set the standard on playing the Barretts to the point where it's hard to keep up if you're really bad at Barretts. If you just barely know how to play the Barretts, if you just know how the skills operate, if you're not on the elite level of how Shogun and Ludwig and others play it, you look really bad, right? Whereas these boys, like, it looks like they look like assassins actually when you see it.
That's a good way to put it. It's like they know their one big target, whoever that they're gonna get, and then it just gets followed up so well. And of course, supplemented by our MVP of the game in Finn on that Matilda.
Yep.
It was a great wrap-up to the draft, then a great wrap-up for this series where Bigatron by Vitality will move on to the playoffs alongside Foot Esports. But this means, again, Bigatron by Vitality secures the first quarterfinals slot in the playoffs. And I'm not sure if this bracketing is actually correct, but it seems like, based off of this one website that I'm sure we're all familiar with, Foot Esports will be facing off against Team Spirit. So I don't think it's a draw, but it might be set placements. So that's going to be an interesting matchup there.
Yeah. Foot Esports need to just regain their composure. I think it's just the bad decision making that they're able to. But of course, they will have to wait for their moment out there. They're drafting well. It's just that their impulsive decisions get the best of them in this series.
Coming up next, we're going to go on over to Group D. Onic and JK, Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 North. One for an upper bracket slot, one for an advanced slot, the other, of course, for Tournament Life and for just making it through the playoffs. Two more matches to close out the day. We'll be back after a break.
әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
кеше телейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың
case you missed it, we got to see matches from Group B. Big jump by Vitality swept Foot Esports. Of course, Foot still in the running for a playoff slot. It seems like right now, with how it looks like, they might be facing off against Team Spirit. Team Vamos moving forward, sending Bushido Wildcats home. We now move on over to Group D as Onic, GK, Pro, and Alpha 7 North are going to be fighting for placements and tournament life. Redmar here with Wolf. And how do you think? It's been a while. It's been a while this time.
Yeah, I was able to catch a little bit of the tail end of the Falcons versus the FYG match. And I guess for a Filipino, it was too close for comfort, actually. That ending coming out from Falcons is more of a sign of a relief than a celebration, is what I felt like, right? But they still won, so that's good for Team Falcons. Nevertheless, I think that we should be now focusing on to what's next. It's Pro versus Alpha 7.
Yes, lower bracket final here in Group D. Whoever wins this moves forward to the round of 16. Whoever loses this will go home. So, Cambodia representative or representative from the Americas. One of them at least has entered E7, the South American representative. Was sent home by Team Spirit earlier today, so the hope of the Americans now lies in Alpha 7. I love to say they are going to be given a run for their money. Pro Esports are a terrifying team. Even though they went up against Onic and we didn't get to see the best of them, we've already seen the best of what Pro Esports has to offer during the MSC.
They still managed to get into the playoffs when everybody else was not even looking at this team to support the team because of, the reason why that is because they are new to the international scene, especially with Korea as well as KEMARIN. This is just the second international tournament that these two players will ever participated in. KEMARIN has been playing since, I would say, late 2021. That was late 2021, early 2022. KEMARIN is also very new in the scene. I believe that Link of Closing played there for 2 years at most. So yeah, there are a lot of movies out there. But Alpha 7, these guys, they have been in the scene for quite a long time, except for Koyo. Best player one, long time representative of NA. We have Charlie Zia has been there since NA MLBB was actually started back in M3. And then that's of course MSC champion himself, MPL champion himself, and has been in the scene for a long time as well.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Alpha 7 heading into this matchup against Pro is actually the more experienced team if you look at them from like role to role in terms of the achievements, how long they've been at this. And on your screens right now, of course, remember that Alpha 7, the draft will be commencing soon enough. Of course, just making sure everyone's getting ready and situated. Pro Esports already locked in, looking like they're already talking about strategy and what to do next year for Alpha 7. Again, I feel like in their previous matches in the upper bracket semifinals in Group B, we got to see a little bit more of Alpha 7 against GK. But there were some glaring things that they needed to move on, especially with executing. Especially in team fights, they seem to drop a lot of discipline, losing their formation, losing their grip.
Okay, I get what you mean. It seems like they're not as rigid as what you should be aiming for compared to other teams. Like I remember when Vitality, there was a time where they were behind. All they had to do was to stick together, and they managed to get back. Even DFYG, some semblances of that kind of playstyle where they're just really good at staying as a unit. The best example I feel like for this tournament was Team Onic in Indonesia, and at some point Team Spirit, when you saw them earlier, I caught some of their matches were so dominant again, but they're also like very coordinated, and it's also the reason why they are winning continuously whenever they participate in tournaments. So yep, Pro Esports there are the opposite of that. And surely they were able to win a lot of series from the previous tournaments when they are scattered, where they're trying to make their own plays, when Sorian Felix makes his own and Okoili makes his own plays as well. But I guess now that the meta has stabilized, we really have to work as a unit.
As the unstable meta begins to stabilize, as you put it, I feel like this is going to be one of the more unstable matches of the day. With the type of teams that Pro Esports and Alpha 7 North are, their tendencies on both ends to make some very aggressive plays at questionable times, but sometimes it's just the right call for them, where they're able to make magic out of what looks like a very risky play, making it work. Oh, this could be a really fun one, but you can see it where it might also be equal parts frustrating, where as a viewer you're just watching it and wondering, why is this happening, how is this happening, but also, why do I like it? Why am I enjoying this? This sometimes, a bit of the things that they're doing goes against what I feel like should be right in terms of what we expect, but it's entertainment. And I feel like that's one thing that we can take away by the end of this series. This will definitely be an entertaining one.
Yeah, and it's because of how good the players are, all things considered.
Yes.
There's a lot of superstar material from both teams. And I'm gonna name one per team. It's Koili for sure on the side of Pro Esports, has proven himself as one of the uprising talents in the world of MLBB when it comes to jungling, especially with assassins. Scary with the Fanny as well when he gets his hands on that, and of course ever so rebel with the Irara. And on the other side, it should be Nats. However, I feel like there has not been any Nats kind of per-game play that we've seen for a long time. And I'm saying that because I was so used to seeing Nats just dominate in games and make crazy outplays, win from the laning stage, and then take over afterwards. We have not seen that in a long while, so for the sake of Alpha 7, I think they really have to wake Nats up.
Nats activated. Similar to, of course, you mentioned Koili for Pro Esports, another superstar there is Sorian Felix, and you did touch on it earlier. As long as he can be active, proactive, has his presence felt in the lane and in the portions of the game where everyone starts to come together as team, then that's for Nats, I feel like really enough to say he's gonna find that balance. There are moments where he's flickering forward when he doesn't need to do against a Uranus, trying to get half kills, or even trying to initiate with a burst from the first and second together. And the rest of the team aren't ready for him. I know Alpha 7 they all have chance and they all have the potential to be very
fact that they're still winning and showing us how it's done in the international stage kind of tells us that yeah, there is definitely a lot of talent in this group. Makes me wonder how can we match up against Alpha 7. Themselves, they're quite a. There are veterans there. Some of them are old by esports standards. I'm not saying that they're just kids actually, but in MLBB esports standards, they might be considered old.
Yeah.
I feel like they're still. Some of them are really just, you know, they think like younger players. That's what I feel like. It's what I also heard from Alpha 7. It's very chill. Maybe it's the culture of their region and the fact that they're not always together because they're not boot camping together compared to other teams out there.
Yeah, of course, members of Alpha 7 North have been very vocal about it in the past, especially when we get to know a little bit more about their stories, where compared, of course, to the other regions, like MLBB isn't completely their lives. They still have to balance MLBB alongside, for some of them, going to school, working, especially. You know how the work culture is like in North America and how much effort you have to put into work. Whereas for majority of the people they're facing, MLBB is work. It is their life. It centers around playing this sport, this game over and over again and hitting your peaks, while Alpha 7 need to make time in their busy work lives and day lives already just to make this work. And I think that's why maybe a little bit I could see why, alongside this being, of course, very valid path to go through in life, to be a professional esports athlete, or maybe just deep down it's a little bit of an escape from them. It's a little bit of an escape from the daily lives that they already live.
The reason why I will agree with that is because, unfortunately, this is the landscape that they have to play in. This is what they have to deal with from that region. And we've heard a lot of good stories from you know, different parts of the world, like in the Philippines, in Turkey now, in the case of the Team Spirit members, it's also different. In the case of Myanmar, it's also totally different. And in the case of the North American region, where you can see Alpha 7, it's also very different. And of course, there's so many things that we wish that they will have, like more players in the scene, more chances, but it's just how life is. They just think, you know, like a boot camping is just not sustainable in that region as of this moment. Maybe in the future, if they get support. That's why I feel like every victory for Alpha 7 or whoever is representing NA, it's always sweet, you know? I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yes.
It feels like they need that, you know? They need that for their region.
Yeah, and which is why, like, every time we get to see any team from North America eventually sorry, I'm Felix in the EXP lane?
My answer to that is always a yes. Esmeralda, Esmeralda might be the only hero that I want to see him that is sustained in nature. I don't know if the Barretts is a good hero for both of the XP laners in the different teams that we have. There is one hero though that I want to bring up, which is in a different lane. In this, it is the Ruby. Technically, it's the XP. I feel like good laners actually like to play Ruby. Take it out. Part of a second drafting phase considerations for both teams. I feel like that's a good year. It also fits the assassin meta well. It works with the assassins and it works against assassins. I think it's a good hero to consider.
You can look imagine of these two teams as maybe somewhat of a mirror in the sense that you have players who have great individual skills that at some point they really just want to be able to show up like what they can do. Going towards opposite the north, they're both like that. Ruby is a great stopper to that. And maybe heroes such as the Ruby that you mentioned, but might be in the equation. Already on the team to address. Pretty similar matchup. Barrett's, Magneto, Atlas, Freya, Fanny, Iran. Valentina is a however, they take it over themselves. I'm already thinking they need support damage to give them less maybe parts that even is in consideration.
synergistic hero with the Farsa overall. There goes the Farsa, but Farsa has great synergy with the Rangers, with the Uranus in objective team fights, and of course, with the overall good pick. Alice
I think it's a little bit more tunneled into the matchup, right? Against Uranus, but in the big picture,
HP heroes with high sustain or resistance. And eventually as the later the game goes. So this might be a problem against a 5-star target. Let's see how Alpha
7 wants. Completely don't lose anyone. Best player, Cold and Shark are going to be playing for stability for one another. Just control the river, make sure it's all good so that Zia can get the farm. And if they can, and if only it looks like it's going to be a good chance, you get some kills early for best player 1 to start getting his items such as the concentrated energy. But if it's way too risky, you don't need to take it.
That's I feel like this will be a Pro Esports sided first turtle. I feel like, and I'm saying that because of the nature of the heroes with just the Matilda as well as this Vexana. But then again, if best player is able to find a pickup as he is trying right now, and he stole the orange, so that's really good for Alpha 7 now.
Very successful invade, quick rotations. Of course, with how Nath's just bullying and outplaying Soria and Felix in lane. Couldn't get the information off in time and help out, of course, Coily, who was already trying to handle the invade. Alpha 7 are playing this tempo properly through this Matilda. Good speed, good decisions, converting into objective wins as Turtle 1 spawns. You did say it was Pro Esports coded, no level 4s just yet for either roamer. Let's see who's going to be able to get this first. With Coily already going to his purple buff, they concede and Alpha 7 get Turtle number 1.
That's Alpha 7 just nailing it. Pro Esports, they are grouping up top. They wanted to stop the Melissa from farming. Maybe take advantage of this Granger in the early stages. However, they will not be able to do so. Alpha 7 did not even have to commit so much to protect the Melissa out there. And this is such a great start for Alpha 7 that they will allow this Guinevere with the Vexana and the Matilda to just run around the map. Because I think that at this point, what you're doing now, if you are cohort, is you just fast clear your lane. Maybe punish PPP, who is walking literally in front of them right now. PPP will survive. Shark might be in trouble. Gets the flicker out. Golden hour forced. Sorry, Felix is low, but that's as much as both teams will get in that scramble in the middle.
Could have been so much worse for Pro Esports. PP was able to get away. Alpha 7 still holding a lot of the priority in the river, in the center of the map. Soria and Felix has been left into just trying to manage this Alice. But with Coily going down to the bottom lane, maybe they'll be able to find an opening there. PP stops Zia and Shark from comfortably making it into the gold lane, while Kozen is now able to get all the last hits and maximize the farm in the minions. Nath gets dove on by 3. He's holding Throne of Ruin. He buys time, but he gets taken out. Seems like Nath was too eager, trying to get a trade or even trying to win there against 3.
Fortunately, will die. And this is important because the Lord is upcoming. Coily will be able to secure his own. You can see the reaction coming from Pro Esports when they saw Alpha 7 commit a lot of heroes around the purple. Kozen just fast cleared his own wave. And with the threat of losing some minions, Zia had to just call everybody to just back out of there and get back to the lane.
Now here comes the start of the fight. Frozen moment, lots of little snapshots. Golden hour, really good too. And you saw best player 1 there. Hang time up in the air. Couldn't even complete the animation of the jump. Perfect golden hour, made that look easy.
What a great golden hour. What an amazing play coming up from Pro Esports. Really commendable. I want to go for this play though. That is a nice initiation. They will find Coily. Perfect target. The circling eagle, guiding wind into that Violet Requiem. Perfectly executed coming out from Alpha 7. Now Shark wants to force out the kill onto Kozen. PPP will be there to help him out. And best player, the way to celebrate with that kill onto Coily is to now take away some of the jungle camps from the Harley.
Instead of risking the jump into committing it, once again another Violent Requiem spatial migration. They're able to find Sa with Vexana getting the last hit. Zia and best player one going after Sorium Felix, but this Uranus is too crafty with it. Is able to get away. Still, that's a 1 for none. And Alpha 7 has control in the purple buff. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Coily outplays Nats. The Alice falls. Purple buff getting contested here by Alpha 7. With Coily on the opposite side of the map, it looks like the North Americans are going to be able to take it, while at the same time sending him back with this long flight. But it's Sorium Felix who finds Cold World left alone. 8 up by the Uranus.
Oh, great pick off for Sorium Felix. Felt very confident once he was able to complete the Radiant Armor, oppressing the members of Alpha 7 in there, and they still want to go for more. That's actually manages to just get out there. I think we are now in a point where both of these XP laners are now a threat, and with just one item, they're able to participate in the team fights much better. Pro Esports, fast clearing up the top, will go to the mid. I think they are eyeing for this turtle. PPP will be the one to check out where best player is, and actually take some stacks with the Thunder Belt, and slowly working their way towards this turtle.
Turtle number 3, I feel like this is where it's all gonna crack open. There's gonna be at least 4 deaths onto one side. You have to be careful with it. Circling Eagle locks in already. Coily wins this retribution battle for the turtle. Another golden hour! And Alpha 7 now have to scramble to get away from this. Is Pro Esports want to commit the chase. Sa no longer has the ultimate. They fly in, but Alpha 7 minimize their losses. Great call. Just back off, playing it safe, as Pro Esports has already won the sequence.
And it's starting to be a close match between Pro Esports as well as Alpha 7 right now. But the objective, the neutral objectives, being in favor of Pro Esports because of how they were able to utilize this golden hour. I think it's masterful the way that they played it. Looks really good. Now slowly up top. Movements coming up from Pro Esports. The bottom lane being pushed by the Harley, and then up top with 2 siege minions. Alpha 7 have decided to commit a lot of resources to defend as well. It seems like there will be a little bit of a skirmish. No one dying. Another attempt at a push for Pro Esports.
How hardly is Alpha 7 going to be able to defend this? Nope. That's 3 of the Squishies members of the lineup just solo zoned out by the Uranus. That was the answer on the defense there. And Sorium Felix is just going to continue this. He knows at this point he can survive all of these pokes and these damage, but that's a silver lining there for Alpha 7. This Melissa is starting to really hurt that, and that's only 2 items. Doesn't have the Trinity just yet. Once it gets locked in, you have to wonder what it can do. But look at Sorium Felix single-handedly stopping this Melissa. Golden hour to zone out the other members of Alpha 7. They're not going to be able to break this tower in mid. PB gets taken down with the circling eagle of Shark.
A wonderful usage of the Eternal Guardian as well coming out from Colbert. They were able to defend, and now they move forward. They want to get a kill. Sorium Felix is not the best target. The counterplay, the feathered airstrike, the zone of the Alpha 7. Not dying just yet. They want to go in with Nats on this Alice Nat, not catching anyone. For now, the Lord is going to be spawning. And it seems like with all of everything that happened in the middle, Zia was able to slowly push the top lane and will collect a lot of gold for his team. But will they have enough time to get into the Lord? It seems like they will be able to get to the Lord.
They're here, but are they actually going to be able to take it? The Violent Requiem to make sure he's CC immune, but best player loses the retribution battle straight up. Pro Esports now golden hour. 2 members of Alpha 7 get caught out short, gets taken out by Coily. Sorium Felix providing the vanguard of Pro. The front line too strong. 2 members of Alpha 7 fall.
I like what Coily did. After taking that Lord, he just went out and went back when Shark was overly aggressive, and Shark forgot that Hardy can actually burst him down. Because of that big -1, they will be able to push the middle. Feathered airstrike to put best player 1 low. Defended up the attack for now. And they are pushing Pro Esports. And Libertas player one getting eliminated there. And now they want to go for another. Sorry, Felix is gonna be zoning out the members of Alpha 7. In comes the circling eagle. Will they go for, oh no, see, yeah, he's positioning. Yes, be careful. Deadly magic will not be enough. That's gonna be the... Oh, okay. How did it get there?
Cardi had to go back. He spaced escape through that. His hat was there. He was already running away, but he just decided to go back because there was another member of Alpha 7 blocking his escape. And of course, he ran straight into the Melissa, circling eagle to try and provide the space. But a feathered airstrike from Sa far away means that Alpha 7 will only lose the Holy Shield, but at this point, all shields are about to go down anyway. Could have been a big loss, but Alpha 7 recovered and defended really well.
Whew. All things considered, yeah, they don't lose any of their Holy Shields. They will have another minute for those shields to be up, except the bottom lane. But that also meant that there is now the Trinity for Zia. But the Granger only with the Sky Piercer, well, now has 2 items with the Hybrid, the Malefic Roar, and of course, 3 items, I mean. If you count the Sky Piercer as another big item, then yeah, he has 4, technically speaking, which means that now he is going to be a problem. They want to start with Shark now. Shark gets away.
No purple buff for best player 1 and this Guinevere. Coily's Retribution just a little bit earlier. And you have to ask the questions of, sure, they have the sustainability, but it seems like the front line of Pro Esports is just way tankier. All the long-range bombs. Oh, Golden Hour freezes the Guinevere. But it's just that. It's not the setup that they wanted. Shark walked back right into it, but used the circling eagle to escape. After eating up all the deadly magics, they can re-engage. This looks good for Alpha 7 if they want to, but Pro Esports backed off real quickly to the range and bulk of the Farsa and the Granger. They're being steady with it. Sharp formation by Alpha 7. This Melissa hurts. And this is going to be a realization by Pro Esports. They have to maximize all the range and all the pokes that they have to make sure the Zia falls down. They can dive on it. It's going to be a long dance. Waiting for the moment where it all cracks. Pro Esports bringing it down to force a reaction out. Alpha 7 trying to go up top, but Coily already goes back, Wolf.
And that's gonna be seen by PPP. Or sorry, Felix has to be careful because he cannot be near the vicinity of his teammates. Otherwise, the Golden Hour is going to be there. Muddles is gonna be a problem. They want to go for Shark. The Feather Airstrike is not on the mark. But now, from Nats. Now they want to get one more kills here, but the damage is not enough for now. They're chunking down the members of Pro Esports, but Shark is the first one to fall. Yeah, dives it forward. What a bad decision. He gets obliterated by Pro Esports. And now they want more. Best player 1 to punish the frontliner Coily, taken out. But Sa, as well as Kosen, they're dealing the damage. That's in trouble. Double kill coming up from Kosen. And all it took was that dive coming up from Zia. Only one remains. That's Cold World. It might be impossible, Redmart, to defend this.
Shark will be back in 5 and Pro decide to back off. Calling that going for the Lord is the better option. Zia, you see the flicker of hope in his eyes when he dashed forward, thinking that he would be able to chain some great damage together to quickly get 2, maybe even 3. But it's burst that you're up against, and with no one to block the Granger for you, you quickly get turned into a Sky Piercer stack. From none to 4, Kozen should be able to end this game with max stacks after getting fed with all the damage from the rest of his team. They should be able to finish it here. But let's see if Alpha 7 can pull a miracle in the defense.
It's a miracle that they need. They do have the Vexana and has the ultimate. And use the Eternal Guardian just for the defense. Soria and Felix is feeling the damage coming up from the Melissa, but not for long. They push the mid. They push the top. Defense, Ren Marcia taking so much damage from the pokes.
Way too much distance, way too much range. He is doing everything he can to deal damage. Golden Hour is perfect yet again. The best player 1 with this little bit of knockout couldn't do much with it. As the other members of Alpha 7 are frozen by. Look at Nats and the damage that he's taking from this Granger. Unstoppable is Kozen. the pokes, the stacks, and look at that damage from Saw! Feathered airstrike with a flicker to close the distance. It's only Shark and Cold World as Pro Esports still have another round of minion waves to come through. It's gonna be a long time until Shark and Cold World get back. We're just gonna see how Pro Esports closes this out. Whoa.
Goes in the front line, Saswell forcing a Shark. Shark takes so much damage, but we'll try to evade. We'll try to delay this, but it is inevitable. The minions are pushing in. Sam will be taken out, but the base still falls. Alpha 7 will fall to Pro Esports. This, again, another tug of war between two good teams. But the one that lets go of the rope with the bad timing. Sia just jumping forward to the entirety of Pro Esports meant that Alpha 7 will lose the tug of war.
And you saw with the positioning too, the other members of Alpha 7 were not ready for that call from Zia. Everyone else was stayed back, Cold World and the gang. And you can see the frustration, of course, over there in the far end, as player 1. Really gonna have to talk about how they're gonna force a game number 3 because Alpha 7 would not want to complete their tournament run here winless at the brink of elimination when there were moments where it looked so good for the squad. They just couldn't get those strings of events to work out for them.
It was very close up to a certain point. They could have taken it. Oh man, I feel bad for Alpha 7 because I think that there was just some miscommunication that happened in between. We can see that they're really team fighting hard. You can already feel the damage output coming out from Zia. Even Soria Felix is feeling it. Lord Tans eventually went in favor of Pro Esports. Alpha 7 are able to still equalize, I would say. They still managed to defend after this one. And they lost all of their outer turrets, but they can still team fight. We are feeling it already. This was the fight. Shark, first one to fall. They will want to go on to Coily, but Zia was just too far forward, too far away from his teammates. There is some damage from the other members of Alpha 7, but not having the Melissa in the team fights meant that they just couldn't recover afterwards.
You could see why he tried. He did chunk down Kozen a considerable amount, almost taking him down. But again, it just wasn't the right time. If the other members of Alpha 7 were much closer to respond to it, then we would be celebrating the 100% because they would have been able to trade it on. He still would have ended up falling down, but at least they get Kozen on the Granger, stopping it. But it ended up just becoming the catalyst to this, those long-range pokes, the bombs from this Granger, the bullets, the long-range feathered airstrike as well by Sa. They closed out the draft really well. They know that they're playing with a Marcel, despite Soria and Felix struggling in lane in terms of getting his presence felt, because Nath was always just so, forward with it, trying to delay Soria and Felix, really just, in our terms in the Philippines, we brusco him, not the player, but in terms of just like, he's bodying him in lane, just to show him who's stronger. He would overstep, and other members of Pro Esports would come in at the right time to punish the Alice for being so aggressive.
Tough break for Alpha 7, but it was close. All they have to do now is to just make sure that they get their agency back into the game when it comes to their shot calling, when it comes to their decision making as a team. Because it feels like they are not as coordinated as one would want in this specific scenario. Then again, that's game number 1. In game number 2, we also have to start with the draft. I feel like for Pro Esports, they got everything that they wanted to. They have this Marcel with the Granger, so that there will always be that golden hour into the Granger bullets, DPS, for them to guarantee a pickoff. But they also have this mode where they have the Farsa and the Uranus to scout out where the enemies are and jump them down. It's a pretty solid foundation out there we've seen from Pro Esports in terms of their hero composition. I cannot say the same for Alpha 7 though, although their lineup makes a lot of sense. I feel like that Alice is just not a hero that you give to Nats so that they will have some control of the early stages of the game. That's something that they have to fix, I feel like.
We talked about synergy. By the end of the draft that you mentioned, there was a lot more synergy for the side of Pro, and it showed in game. Alpha 7 need to find that same level if they want to force game number 3 after this break. champions of MPL Cambodia look to end the run of Alpha 7 North here to qualify for the playoffs in this lower bracket finals for Group D. It is a best of 3 and there is still that chance that Alpha 7 will bounce back and force a game number 3 and take us all to the edge of our seats. Welcome back to this series, our third one for the day. Again, it's the final qualification through the lower bracket for Group D. Redmar and Wolf still your casters here. But if we could sum up real quick what happened in the previous one, starting first with Alpha 7, without saying Zia dashed into 3, how would you summarize it, Wolf?
Well, a good way to look at it is that the Granger was protected properly by the side of Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 tried their best to pierce through that protection and take out the damage dealer of Pro Esports, but they just can't. And there were 2 important damage dealers out there for Pro Esports. I'm going to be including the Farsa as well. But the way that the Pro Esports have positioned themselves around the neutral objectives, Alpha 7 just can't find the opening. And this is despite them having that small in this Alice, which is a hero that can actually bypass the front lines and get into the back lines. Even with that, even with the Matilda, they just couldn't find the proper opening to make it a little bit difficult for Kozen to hit them down in the neutral objective team fights.
I guess we also have to look at it through the lens of Pro Esports that look at how Alpha 7 play all you want. Sometimes you look worse when you're playing up against a team that's just really good and that's just doing everything possible. Sometimes when we want to look at what needs to be improved, we tend to overlook the other team. But I don't think we overlook the other team, honestly. We've been doing really great so far today. We've been tremendous with our jobs. But Pro Esports, definitely tremendous with their jobs in game number 1. What were some of their key highlights and key strengths that they showed off?
Well, I guess the fact that they're not too stingy with the feather their start is what I feel like is good, because the idea that I saw how they play the Farsa is to really just for poke. The feather their strike is not your team fight winning ultimate. It's more of information, more of zoning, more of disrupting your opponents and forcing them to react to what you're doing. That's what I feel like. So maybe that's another key factor in there. Now, of course, we still have to commend the golden hours during the neutral objectives. It seems like Pro Esports have focused utilizing a big ultimate just to get the retribution up in the first few turtles, and that was enough for Coily to be comfortable as the game goes by. And this is what I asked for yesterday. First picked Melissa, and we're seeing it right now.
Finally, you get your wish. And I think people are going to start realizing just how much of an important trade tool and priority this Melissa is. How will Pro Esports respond? There are a lot of poke heroes still. They can continue still building around the Farsa and the Melissa. But let's see. Sorry, not Melissa, the Granger, excuse me. But even if you decide to go ahead and get that really early on or try to prioritize that, Alpha 7 can quickly answer. So we get to see what has been a pretty stable answer to this. Barretts is great. The claw dive is going to be important, but you got to make sure that they have some long-range bombs to pair up with it.
So, that being said, they might just take the Uranus. I think they're required to pick it up, Alpha 7. And with that, the Beleric and the Uranus and /4. So they prioritize the Guinevere and the Selena. I don't like the Selena when there's a Barretts already in the opposing team. But the Guinevere makes a lot of sense for the knockup against Kozen on the Claude for sure. But the Selena though, I wonder why they picked this up. Maybe Cold War is just feeling it.
Well, they're going up against the Barretts. Well, you know what? Why not? Why not, right? Maybe they'll end up backing it up with a Cho, and we get the Selena Cho Guinevere combination again, right? And then they could just string it together. We saw the concept of it somewhat work earlier for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah. Now, Pro Esports, if they pick up the Beleric, then it will be really bad for Alpha 7. Or maybe just ban it. Maybe just get your coily hero, which is now going to be the Nolan instead of the Harley. Nolan has a way to actually be a problem for the Melissa, and the idea there is to just wait for your proper timings. And then the Arlot ban, I think the second phase is just more of limiting the possible heroes for Nats. However, I believe that the Beleric is gonna be good for Alpha 7, so maybe Pro Esports are thinking to take that Beleric at Red 4.
Could be good. Unless they decide to ban it out. With all of this dive, yeah, Beleric would be great. If Alpha 7 overlook that, it could be a massive loss for them in the draft. But if ever Pro Esports willingly give up the Beleric, they can still go ahead and pick up a Valentina in 4.
Yeah.
Then with all the dive, but you got nothing to steal. Alpha 7 will then pick up a different hero. Beleric is so good for Pro right now.
Yeah. Or Valentina, as you mentioned, could also be an option. I'm thinking about options here. So they pick up the Farsa first. I think they might have a different idea here. This doesn't look like a Beleric kind of choice now. Or Alpha 7 just goes for the catch with the Selena, right? So no choke plus the Selena combo. This is a strange pick, if I may say so myself. It doesn't really pressure the Nolan at all. But then again, Alpha 7 still has that option. Is this a Yuzhong from Nats? Or a Lapu Lapu? I feel like a Lapu Lapu will be better, so that they will have more damage.
Would be a great pickup. Oh, but they decided to go for stability and get the Rizza, so they're really putting all of it in the Zia basket, on this Melissa basket. It's like they're telling him, hey man, we're gonna give you another shot. Time for you to pop off, because this entire composition is built for you.
Makes me think, what is apart from the Beleric, what is a good blade armor carrier here so that they can counter this Melissa eventually? Or maybe a dive, maybe even a Khalid, for Pro Esports, so that they can get into the back lines. But I feel like I gotta say, a glue. But there is already the Melissa. Okay, this is an interesting pick, but it does answer a lot. So number one, it's okay against the Selena because it can go for the split and you can tank some damage, even step on traps, even actually soaking the arrow if you needed be. It has a lot of utility actually here for Pro Esports.
Honestly, better than the alternative I was thinking of, which was the high loss. I like this glue. It's a little bit better, a little bit more proactive. You're not just a hot man horse, stabbing people and bringing down a red carpet. I can't believe those words came out of my mouth.
Set ready.
Well, that is what you call it. A centaur is a man horse, and our community has commonly accepted the fact that high loss is quite hot. That's not a personal preference. It's not me saying that. I'm just digging my grave here. We'll say something.
Yes, you are actually digging your own grave. And one smart thing I want to say about this is the fact that there is, now that I find out there's a really good synergy here for the composition of Alpha 7 around this Gatot Kacha and the Turizda. And also, the Turizda can be utilized to kind of soak some damage from the Claude. There's also the additional knock-up, so you can couple it with the Guinevere that they already have. Do not be confused about the icons that you're seeing from the left and the right side of your screen. They're flipped, alright? So it's Alpha 7 on the blue side with the Guinevere, with the Turizda, and on the other side, that's Nolan being piloted by Coily.
Bro, be steady with it, but they're upping up the tempo in this EXP lane, trying to increase the chances that Naps won't be active for turtle number 1. But a lot of bodies as well for Alpha 7 here. decide to go in. They are really trying to go after this Barras, but at least they forced out the flicker from both the Barras, but Coldworld had to use the flicker just to get close. Revenge strike by this Thursday is not going to be able to take the Barrats down. He'll be able to get back in time for Turtle 1, but let's see if he'll be able to hit level 4 in time for it.
So wants to force Zia out there with so much damage actually at this stage of the game. We don't appreciate that as in the laning stage. And Coily is level 4, so is best player 1. Gonna be wary of where the junglers are gonna be moving. Taunted, PPP has to get out there. Has the skill to us, a split, just to get out for sure. And just like that, Alpha 7 have focused on their turtle, but they will lose their purple in the process. Good trade for Pro Esports, unless of course somebody dies, which is going to be the blue. Not the best solution. They want to go for the invade. This could be good.
Yeah, PP really did not need to do that. I mean, the information was there unless he was just trying to bait out all of these skills, but they still have a lot. Naps straight into the back. Finds the Farsa. The entry with the AOG. Alpha 7 doing what they can to get even more. With the purple buff at the end of the day, will end up in the hands of best player 1, as Coily did get the big purple buff off BP1 earlier.
Oh, finally Alpha 7 again woke up, utilizing that so aggressively. Not even having to use the flicker means that it's really good for Alpha 7. And Coily traded for the purple buff, but ended up giving so much resources to Alpha 7 because Alpha 7 decided to blitz the turtle take out PPP, get to the purple afterwards, and then just win the trade overall. Good start for Alpha 7, ahead of 1,000 gold at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
This bodes well, very well for them, excuse me. When you want to get with this kind of lineup is BP want to get kills, get his items quicker so that it makes the process and eventual power spike of the Melissa so much smoother that it's going to be seamless. It doesn't feel like there was a transition from early to mid game. It just happens in a snap. And they pretty much stick that condition as long as Sia does not get an unnecessary death. You can lose any other member of Alpha 7, but you cannot lose his Melissa if you want the power spike to hit at the perfect juicy time for it. Pro, on the other hand, they do have burst. They can use that burst to try and get someone. The problem is the response of Alpha 7 potentially in those river skirmishes with all of that crowd control could even be fatal in that attempt for Bro Esports to get a 1 pickoff.
Yeah. Seems like the MO now for Pro Esports is just to stabilize once again. Just calm down. Eventually, they will get to the point where they can now take out the members of Alpha 7, but at a specific moment, it's not advised for Pro Esports to actually engage. And Alpha 7 feels that way. They want to be the ones to decide whether or not they will team fight. And they are putting 4 members up here up top. There is the flicker after the Daytona's. Welcome in a great one. Best player down, bites the deck. Shark onto the back lines. Will have the AOG to get out of there. Sorry, I'm Felix. The Bats player is actually so good. Again, go away. He's gonna keep Melissa safe for now. Zia gets out of there. Kuzin has to pop a BMI to just get out of there. And it's gonna be enough for Pro Esports to actually take out some members of Alpha 7 up top and give Kuzin some farm.
Perfect initiation there from the Barrats. It's all these Barrats players. Great with it, clean with it. Saad didn't have the feathered airstrike when Kuzin decided to go in with the blazing duet, as he did utilize it for that pickoff. I mean, better than nothing, they did get 1, and it was the jungler too. But it's this Melissa, it's this prized gold laner for Alpha 7 that they built their composition around that still stayed alive. They've switched up the lane, Snap decides to go up top to hold that. They don't want a split happening, and they don't want to lose control there as the turtle is spawning in the opposite side. Kuzin very comfortable with the farming.
Good tech coming up from Alpha 7 to put Nats in front of Kuzin instead of the Melissa. That means that they can easily stabilize that lane. Turtle is going to be up in 27 seconds, and feel like Alpha 7 really wants to dip their toes into this neutral objective. Sa again just committing the Predator Strike just to defend the bottom lane turret, and was successful in doing so. A little bit of a split push there coming up from Coily, and they're going to be collapsing into the third turtle of the game. Let's see if Pro Esports can actually take this. They're the very first ones to get into position, and Kozen is going to be the one leading the charge.
Coily is still at the Lizard. Best player one already shows himself. A lot of information for Pro Esports to work with. Sign Cold World hovering around the bush. Kozen, Coily, sorry, Phoenix PP here. That's the engage perfectly timed for Pro to set up an entry from Coily to retreat away. Here comes the blazing duet straight off the Zia, and the Ballista gets pushed out. No other way to put it other than that was clean, pristine, and hella freaking mean by Pro Esports with how they started that off.
And it all started by Sorry I'm Felix with that flicker play to Daytona's welcome. Actually, 10 of the members of Alpha 7, Coily securing the turtle, and the ultimate coming out from Kozen. I think the idea is to just force out the go away coming out from the ultimate of Zia. Didn't matter if Kozen will be able to kill that Melissa or not, as long as the ultimate of the Melissa is down. It seems like Zia will not be confident into putting himself in front of Pro Esports now. So it's like not having the ultimate is almost guaranteed that Zia will fall and will die, and that's already a -1 in favor of Pro Esports.
By the way, I think this is accurate. This is a Skypiercer Claude. By Kozen.
Skypiercer Claude.
Yeah, usually we see the Trinity into it, but we rarely see a Skypiercer Claw. We see Skypiercer Creature, of course. That's a necessity. That's a hell of a take, Kozen. He went DHS, Skypiercer second, and I believe he's going for the Golden Staff second. Let's see. Once we see the Skypiercer stack symbol, because the item was there, it was locked into him. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be an engagement. A perfect Violent Requiem. Pro Esports are losing bodies. The turnaround by Alpha 7. But sorry, Felix held on for too long. Kozen, is he going to be able to get the stacks? If it is a Skypiercer, let's confirm it. No member of Pro other than Felix goes down. Shark is the trade. It's Rome for EXP.
Wow. Alpha 7 still finding a lot. Well, this is the benefit of having a lot of sources of stunts in the combo for the turtles, as well as the Kacha with the Guinevere as well. There's a lot of knockups that they can do. But now the Lord fight commences. Get in. Federer's already popped, already cancelled. Terista misses the mark. Nat's now gonna be in trouble. Nat's taken out. In comes Sorry and Felix, the Purify from Zia, so that the Daytona's welcome will not be there. The Blazing Duet coming up from Kozen is not gonna be enough. Felix goes down. PPP will be next. Oh, and he gets the Lord and actually dodges best player. And this is gonna be a dance between the junglers. Shark wants to dip into the fight. The taunt is perfect. Coily still gets away, but eventually falls from the damage output of Cold World on this Selena. Lord, it's gonna be in favor of Pro Esports, but it's a 1-for-3 trade-off.
Coily still winning the retribution battles, and based on the indicators, it actually is a Skypiercer Claude for Kozen. He only got one stack out of there, but let's see if it will get to that point, because now actually it makes sense in a way where, because of the lineup of Alpha 7 is very tanky, they might have that constant feeling of, oh, we just need a little bit more. This is a huge risk. We're getting pulled out by Kozen, but it might just be crazy enough to work. They march in with the Lord up top. Alpha 7 has so much tankiness and sustainability. The Zia has all the room in the world. He's 2-0-2 right now.
Oof. You're not gonna like this if you are Pro Esports. If you're Alpha 7, I mean. But then again, I still don't like it. I still don't like the Skype.
It's greedy.
Sir.
It's greedy.
Goes in.
Yeah, the Golden Staff. Is he still gonna go Trinity with that? Is that a different approach?
I think he went Trinity already. Like so he went two components of the Trinity, then Skypiercer, then went back to complete the Trinity.
With the Corrosion Scythe as the last one.
My goodness.
What a take.
I mean, he is going back. He has not completed it yet, though. So
not
that's
yet.
like the attack speed, the bow. I don't like. All right, so he completes it. That's the Trinity with the Sky Piercer. Kozen in the front lines. Gets out of there.
And it worked out. And look, oh, the burn damage. Eventually, it's the passive. The bird went all the way to Cold World. Even though he flickered out, it was already locked in. It was a second activation of it. Here comes the conceal. I'm pretty sure even Cold World and the rest of Alpha 7 were shocked about that. They're charging up. The Detonus welcome, but don't commit it. And I think you're starting to see maybe Alpha 7 realize that there is a Sky Piercer on this Claude, that they're taking every engagement with so much care. Oh my goodness, it is Trinity with a Sky Piercer. I can't believe it.
Oh my god. Kids, don't try this at home. But an important item pick up for Coily. Actually went for the Blade of Despair very early to this fight. What is happening now in the world of pro esports? But of course, what this achieves is a lot of damage as they went in for the Gadot catch. Do they have enough burst? But on the Terista, onto the backlines, catches 3. Shark still falls though, and goes in now, jumping down Nats. Sky Piercer, it's gonna be a stack for Kozen, and now they go for more. Soria and Felix will be taken out as they now ride into that Melissa. Sia falls down. 3 down on the side of Alpha 7, and now the Lord or the push in the middle. The world is the ocean. For pro esports, they can decide where they want to go, Rinmar.
Are they going to go through top? Are they going to go through mid? I'm pretty sure they want this tower here. They've sent the Nolan and the Farsight to go back and handle with the Lord. They're going to call back the Claude and the Glue. They're going to stop the attack. The Pro Esports are going to be looking to end it with this Lord push as they've taken down 2 towers in the base of Alpha 7. That was a good counter set by Alpha. A terrific penalty zone by Nats. But the targeting and the man marking of Pro Esports was just a little bit better.
PPP flexing as the Glue. Patrick Starskin, Lord marching in the middle. Coily is gonna come up from top. Going for a pickoff perhaps, or a wraparound, a pincer maneuver. Pro Esports will have all of the lanes pushing together against Alpha 7 and the concealed play.
This could be endable for them. A huge counter set from the Turizla yet again would be able to turn things around for Alpha 7. No more base turrets. The massive damage from the feathered airstrike. Too much to handle, but they do have the sustainability, the knockback from the so-called missiles, whatever the hell you want to call it. But then Zeo gets taken out and bursted. The taunt from Shark. He's trying to buy time, but he gets turned into a stack play. Zing duet. Double kill for Kozen and Coily. And I'm pretty sure they got to wrap it up with a kill as well. Pro Esports sweep Alpha 7 North.
And that's the end for Alpha 7 North. It started really well for them once again, but Pro Esports, all they had to do was to group up, wait for the right timing. I think the overall MVP that I would say is Sa. I think the way that he's using the Farsa is so commendable. And in the end, they were able to ride out into the sun because of the DPS that we saw from the Farsa. This team, unfortunately, Alpha 7, it's the end for them. Pro Esports will be moving on to the playoffs as they did in the last tournament that they went to. Of course, eliminating Alpha 7 in the process.
Welcome to the playoffs, Pro Esports. Of course, commending side is in the name. Just added an extra A in the end for Farsa, you know? It's there. It's right there.
Fair.
And it was a great pickup. It's exactly what they needed. He was there for his team when they needed him. The burst, the timing of the feathered airstrike, honestly on point. That pickoff onto Cold World coming out of nowhere in mid, I feel like was one of the dagger moments where you saw just how shocked Alpha 7 were from that. The passive, very That's VERRI. That's the bird Farsa's win. If I remember the lore correctly, that's actually her husband, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Please don't quote me on that. But yeah.
In bird form is what.
In bird form. It's like... That's why Farsa has no eyes. Because she sees through the bird, which is actually the spirit of her husband. Like, they were cursed.
I see. That is a dark story.
It is.
But look at it. Look at how Sa was actually dodging Nats's ultimate. So important for Pro Esports, and then comes in the damage. Sorry, Felix will eventually fall in this, but Coily gets the neutral objective, gets the Lord, which is the most important part of that trade. And look at this ultimate coming out from Nats. However, Zia wasn't able to just supplement the damage because I think the idea is you pick up the glue so that the Melissa will always be threatened. And even after the Winning Nature, even after the go away, they just won't have enough to protect Zia in this team fight. And on that push, we can see Sa again popping the ultimate, forcing out the members of Alpha 7, forcing them to scramble, and it was more than enough of a disruption that the entirety of Pro Esports will now win the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, once that Melissa went down, it's pretty much doom and gloom already for Alpha 7 North. They needed that Melissa to stay alive as long as possible. Again, this lineup was built for it, and without it, it would be too difficult. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, they had a lot of options. 3 of them specifically. You had this Nolan, the Cloud of the Skypiercer, and this Farsa, which was, again, a terrific game by Sa. But Soriam, Felix, and PP, 100% they were so linked up with their initiations. With this Barris, the glue, of course, doing that great thing that you can do with the glue where you flicker forward, get that slam, trigger that little goo on the floor. It was just so good by the frontliners of Pro.
And in that last clash, PP was the problem for Melissa, but in the tail end of the fight, before they were able to push, I saw Sa actually land a nasty 2-man stun with the Curse of the Crow and the MVP 4-0-8. Kozen for Pro Esports as the Claude, first pick Claude in fact, and with, yes, the Skypiercer. You are not getting fooled by the graphics that you're looking at right now. This is absolutely a Skypiercer in the Claude, and don't try this at home is what I would say.
It's... He decided to go for the 5% discount of the shop. He went DHS, built components for Golden Staff, but completed the Skypiercer. And then after he got his first stack of the Skypiercer and they got a little bit more gold, was the perfect power spike for the Golden Staff. And then once he got even more, he got the Corrosion Scythe pretty freaking quickly also. So maybe Kozen, let him cook. He might have just discovered something, but I feel like it's a case-to-case scenario. This cannot be the automatic play for sure for Claude.
Oh yeah. Because you saw how it has to, it kind of stops the Claude from naturally getting into the critical mass of the Trinity. But I feel like they had enough of a leeway for that. It's case-to-case basis. You're right on that. In this game, it was successful because they were looking for that kind of elimination, and it feels like they cannot have that on the Nolan because the Nolan has other things to think about. He has to have an actual item that can slow down his opponents. Like when Teresa comes in, there must be some way to pierce through that. And he picked up the Blade of Despair for that specific scenario.
Yeah. Now, that's going to be it for this matchup. We're down to our last match of the day here in Group D. In around 30 to 35 minutes, we're going to witness the upper bracket final between Onic and GK. They are both already playoffs qualified. But which of these two teams are going to go right ahead into the quarterfinals and the other one going to the round of 16, meaning that they have to take an extra step? We'll see when we get back.
жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
these two teams are about to compete. Onic from Indonesia and of course GK Esports both already have their playoff slots secured for games of the future. But what they're fighting for here today is whether or not they can skip the round of 16 first round and go ahead straight into the second round. Renmar and Wolf, we've been here the whole time and we'll be here to close out this series again between these two who did get sweep wins in their previous matches, but if you ask us which of these two teams looked more dominating and impressive, it was definitely Onic.
Not gonna take anything away from DK Esports. When we saw them get the 2-0, there were standout performances and there were really good plays, but Onic, you're right, they were just so dominant and everybody's playing so well. You gotta start with Keyboy and Sons. Was actually there was a lot of criticisms for Keyboy Lati as well as Sons in their MSC performance, but yesterday when we saw them, they were actually playing so well that the trio is looking good. But then of course, Kelra playing the aggressive gold laners, they have Kyrie, ever so reliable assassins, and of course, Coach Yem for some reason is sitting down. Hopefully not the one to actually play. He said,
Remind me, I know Yem played, right? What position was he?
So back then, it was mid lane, but you know when during that time when the mid laners were
Carries, right?
carries.
Yeah.
I think he technically is the jungler, I feel like, or maybe just mid range.
Well, let's see. I don't think it's gonna be Coach Yem playing today. I'm pretty sure he was just sitting in the seat, knowing that the Suns probably just went out to the bathroom or something, or is getting ready. But here for GK, it's Aizen, Quanok, Shen, Casino, and Yaga. And yes, if you missed it yesterday, me and Wolf were losing our minds over Quanok and Chris Eudora. Definitely something that Onic need to watch out for, because the man was sharp with it. He was flickering forward and getting all the right targets all the time.
I think that you have to really watch that series for you to appreciate how DK was, how they perform, basically. Because I feel like they are really coordinated. It's fun to watch. All things considered, it's fun to watch DK Esports because of how coordinated they were up against their opponents, and that actually is a trick because we have not seen as much from GK. But then again, you remember, this was the team that actually became champions in the future, and there were a lot of improvements for this team in terms of why they managed to get into international tournaments in this one.
Don't worry, we haven't started the game yet. You're just seeing the players, of course, test things out, making sure everything's smooth before we head into the draft. Remember to recap, here in Group B, actually pretty much on our stream, we've seen the majority of sweeps, specifically on the sweep for esports. Very dominant with it. With double Paquito games for Terra, double Louis balance games. You know, for GK, a lot more variety, played a completely different set of heroes in each game. I think now for GK, you have to try and double down and looking at what Onic will do really well, which is the future of the game tempo. Definitely start taking away the barons away from Lippy, who's way too good.
I guess the trade-offs will be like the Eudora and sort of comfortable he is with that. After the balance, you have to be very prepared about the coming assassins afterwards as well as the Paquito, because if you do take away the barrels by planning, it means that there will be a lot of options, the EXP as well as the jungler will be available, because you eliminate one of their turns. Right? So Paquito, which Kelra really likes to play, think about, and the Hirara will always be the consideration for Onic Indonesia as carry presence so much. So there will be trade-offs. That's really what is scary about these Barretts, and especially Barrett specialists like Lucas with Shogun. They make it so that you can try to
directly into the Barrett. I took a moment to look at the playoffs brackets. With how it looks like right now, what esports will mention, most likely going to be going up against Team Spirit. Here's the juicy part. Number 2 of Group D. If ever, somehow, Onic end up losing the series to JK, they will be going up against number 3 of BOSEN, which is not other than Gaming. So, gotta watch out for that. It might end up being the rematch right away. Yeah, exactly. But looks like right now, if we are going to follow, of course, the expected result only, which is Onic going to be the number 1 in this group, their most likely opponents is going to be either Team Vamos or General. Yeah, why? It's going to be a while actually until we see some heavyweight rematches across the board. Most likely not until the semifinals.
That's right. And if I remember correctly,
No, it's called single LMs, but there's a third place match, and grand finals is only best of 5, semifinals is the
that's right. So there'll be what happened first. Yeah, it's the first time we saw the games of the future. Aurora Gaming, Aurora Gaming, very almost made the grand finals, but Aurora Gaming PH got taken out by Onic Indonesia, and then I think it was Team Spirit that Aurora faced. So, anyways, what I'm trying to say is that along with the Onic versus Team Spirit eventually, or Onic versus Aurora, which will be the third time that we'll see Aurora Gaming go up against Onic Indonesia in the fourth time in fact, they count twice. And then Team Spirit, the champions, obviously, Onic Indonesia, they want to get back at the eventual champions of the MZ after getting 3-0 idol just a few weeks ago. A lot of good and upcoming fights that we are about to see.
It's going to be really interesting to see the final look at the bracket. The other team are already waiting for them to start as well for their last series of the day. Red Giants and Road Eaters in Group C is closing out the Group A to C stream, where of course our friends Gideon and LaFell are at. If you're just joining us now, as we've been mentioning, Onic and GK will be closing out the Group D stream for today. When we look back at the heroes, we talked about the Barretts, of course, having a huge impact. I feel like GK is in a really tough spot of whether or not, how are they, or let's look at it from one thing first. Are they going to try to force Keller into the fighters, or are they going to try to force them into marksman? Because it seems like wherever route you go, it's going to be really difficult to deal with Keller in the gold lane, whether it's Paquito Freya or any of the other long string of marksman options that he has available for him.
I think if you're DK, you're better off forcing Kelra into marksman. Right now, Kelra has found a new kind of playstyle, playing the fighter gold laners, and he can be very aggressive with it. And if they keep on doing that, it will be good for their team. Look at this though, Redmar. Barrett's banned by Onic themselves.
Wow, that's a hell of a signal here for Onic. I think it's one of the things that teams like to do is like they know that the team is looking at a certain pick, and then they just go, hey, you know what? Let me ban it for you. Because that way you get to force out some things. And most likely GK were already eyeing on picking up the Barrett somehow, one way or another. So you just get rid of that threat across the board.
Okay, so this really opens up so much for the two teams, because we're seeing different banning patterns. The Marcel is open, so is the Beleric now increases its priority between the two teams that we have, and also the Valentina. There is a smart play. If okay, so the Beleric being banned out, so you are thinking either Marcel or Hirara, right, for DK Esports. There is an argument that can be made for the Valentina, but instead it's going to be the Marcel. So are you going Valen, Hirara if you're Onic?
Well, Onic has already shown that even up against the Martel or other teams, you can still willingly play the Vexana. It's still gonna be fine. I mean, there's that funny interaction wherein you see the Eternal Guard come down, but the damage, that whole knockup thing, won't register up until the golden hour goes down. It's just this sudden surprise burst, so they don't even need to rush into it. They pick up the Valentina and the Herrera, that if ever GK want to block this Valentina away from Onic, it might actually end up hurting them in the long run.
For sure. You're not gonna pick that for sure. You're gonna consider either Nolan or Hardy or even Guinevere.
Yes.
You didn't pick up on the Esmeralda. That's the decision now for UK Esports. Let's run it back. Let's play the EXP lane like we used to. Like the proper Mobile Legends players from before. Esmeralda versus Uranus. Eternal battle. Why not? They will go for the Eudora instead. Of course, that's the special. Onic. How are they going to answer this? They do have an option to pick up the Valentina, but I feel like they will just go for the Marcel. I feel like, apart from that, there is some merit to pick up the Valentina. They wish so.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It works a little bit better with and for their lineup instead of GK picking it up for themselves. So it's good to see that they could have fallen into the trap of picking it up. Remember, the Vexana is still an option. Even if you're not thinking about using it with countering something like Blue, you don't have to worry about it popping up. But here it is. Something that we saw with another team prioritizing Eudora and then losing on Reach, they go ahead and pick up the Melissa.
Have I not seen this before? Of course I did. It will be the Hera plus the Melissa and then the Uranus on in there. Eventually there will be another tanky hero that Keyboy will pick up without this Beleric. You are incentivized to go for maybe a Minotaur or maybe
Glue?
A glue? Yeah, probably. Is it? I think you will want to take away the glue from DK Esports because that could be an option for them. Or maybe not anymore because they already have the Esmeralda as well as the Marcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably won't ban it. You take it for yourself. And call me crazy, but I think Onic wants to last pick the Rafaela.
Ooh.
I think.
Just do it for the lulz. I mean, might as well give it a try, see how it goes. Melissa, Rafa, Melissa, Yura. And I can't remember. We don't see the map. We don't know actually what it is, whether or not we're going to clouds or whatnot. But good, safe to assume that if ever there is a Rafaela getting picked up for Onic, then we are in clouds.
Yep, good combination. Rafaela and Fine Clouds. I'm thinking about like what are the options here for Keyboy? Do they even think about? They probably want Matilda. Right? Okay, so they go for the Jushin. Alright, pretty standard Onic stuff. And GK immediately answers with the Nolan, one of the remaining options. Clint banned out, which means what you're gonna Brody perhaps or Granger.
Yeah.
GK Esports.
I think I prefer the Granger a little bit more, even though you're up against a wall in the Uranus. You could still find a way to weave it through and make it work. And boy, what's it gonna be with both some possibilities in the Minotaur and what's the other one that we mentioned?
The Glue.
The Glue, yeah. So, what's it gonna be, Onic? I mean, your suggestion also is. Oh wait, no, we aren't gonna see the Rafa anymore.
No, we can't. What else is a good system? Matilda mayhaps, but actually, the Matilda can work. Despite their Esmeralda the opposite end, Matilda for Keyboy. Okay.
Ooh. Oh,
this is up against the Marcel.
Yep.
be a
I think the
counter.
last time we saw this, it didn't work, was it? Like, it was still difficult for Tigreal to actually work around with the presence of
Yes.
Marcel.
Yeah. Theoretically speaking, it's so difficult, but in practice, maybe the idea will be to wait for the golden hour to pop before you pop your ult. So it's going to be like a dance battle between two teams where, okay, they're going to be waiting for whoever pops the ultimate first, and that guy will lose the team fight. Can't say that I am confident with it. However, the first 4 picks that we saw from the side of Onic Indonesia, it's pretty standard. It's pretty Onic coded, and it can easily work, I feel like. So we'll see. Both teams having a draft of their own. I'm still confident that Aquana Eudora can bring a lot of mileage for GK Esports.
Xavier's gonna make some magic, similar to what we saw in his previous series against Alpha 7 North. Final series of the day, game number 1. Both are qualified for the playoffs already, but you're looking at better placements. Burst straight into the mid. Sans and Keyboy getting sent back just a little bit with all this great damage and combo force coming out from the Eudora. Fight for the first little water, both heavily contesting it. Looks like it went to the side of GK, while Onic will minimize their losses.
Yeah. 4 heroes for GK Esports. I like that decision. Fast clear your lane, get to there as Aizen. Now they will dip back into the fight, actually poking Tigreal down, forcing that flicker out. Great heads up play coming up from GK Esports, but they did have to commit Quanok's flicker for that one. I feel like when it comes to value, of course you would prefer to have your flicker on your Tigreal. The first team fight that will happen around the first turtle.
Gets the tough boots for the EXP lane and the roam. There is a lot of crowd control to watch. Kelra, wow, he is just facing Yaga up front, and he's sidestepping him face up, and Yaga get hit.
Look at that. He is fast clearing the wave. The models is a problem for Yaga, the Granger up top. And yeah, Kelra, I've seen him play the Melissa before and it's masterful with it. Now, Onic are going to be the first one to dip their toes into the turtle, zoning out Shen. Nolan is so far away. Onic identifies that. They blitz the turtle. And all of a sudden, Onic just clipped the wings of GK Esports.
Shen decides to pull back the golem, so it sets up for Bomba a little bit better. Sino, I mean. And Kyrie is forced to go back. Cannot heavily contest it unless Keyboy, Luthi, and Sans get the info that they could get something really good. Luthi will continue his annoyance of the Nolan. Meanwhile, the mid, Shen and Quanok. Stopped by Sans and Keyboy. Quanok having a hard time hitting level 4 as Sans is already just about to hit level 5. Here comes Kelra. They go for a mid play. See if they can find an opening there, but there's just a double lane coming in from the gold standard. Cleared up. Luthi in the back. And this Uranus is just gonna keep being that kind of presence. Sino can't get to his orange buff.
Yeah. Onic invasion is too difficult to deal with now because of how fast they were moving. It seems like GK Esports are just unprepared for kind of relentless movements from Onic Indonesia. They're even including Sans in their Keyboy dashing forward does not land because the golden hour catching 2. Kyrie gets out. You can do that?
Did he iframe it?
He timed it perfectly though. He timed the iframe so that he will not get hit by the golden hour. As soon as he gets out of the iframe, he dashes out.
Dashes out with the golden hour. Ah.
Wow.
That makes sense. That's a learning. That's something new. Thanks for teaching us something new, Kyrie. All right, no wonder all these Hiraras are very confident with picking this up into the Marcel. You can't just avoid it, and add that to the long list of reasons as to why Hirara is busted. Onic continue the assault. Here comes Shen. No more than an hour for him just yet. Trying to hold, but very systematically, Onic have just reduced the amount of farm that they can get in the jungle, and talking about GK Esports, Keyboy goes in with the implosion. The Sacred Hammer plus the implosion lands. Yaga caught in no man's land, and he's gonna get taken out. Looks like he flickered the wrong way. GK's trying to find a win elsewhere besides getting Keyboy down. Lupi's protecting counter, and that's a win for GK. Oh, excuse me, Onic.
Especially because of the golden, and they want to position for the turtle. That is the golden hour. Desperately used by Shen, and a wasted ultimate. In fact, folks coming out from the Nolan. Sans has to back out for now, but Kyrie is controlling the turtle, so is Keyboy. Ludwig already looking for Zeno, finds him. Shen might be in trouble because of this. No, gets out Ludwig. Pretty safe as the Uranus. No threat from GK Esports. And Onic Indonesia are gonna be happy at trading Keyboy, eventually taking the turtle, and now getting back into farming.
This Uranus for Onic and Ludwig has been so good. Revisiting and reconfirming it, but yes, if I recall correctly, it was an undefeated for the entire run of MSC. I believe the final standing of Ludwig and the Uranus was 8-0 or 9-0. That's how good he was with this hero.
That's right. Now, Quanok. Oh, flicker to the right. Avoids the entirety of Onic. In comes Shen. Golden hour catches two. Now Kyrie in trouble. Another iframe to dodge the thunder coming out from this Eudora. Gets out. Keyboy. Sliver of HE also getting out of there. Explosions coming out from GK. Onic survives, and Ludwig happy to soak all the damage in the world for his teammates to also get out of there. And for some reason, he's also able to protect the purple buff. GK Esports and Onic, big tussle in the middle, but no one dies.
Great defense from Onic on all ends. After that golden hour, I was waiting to see where Yaga would be able to drop the damage. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Keyboy found a big flicker implosion. It looks like Quanok's gonna get taken out here, but Kyrie's holding on. He becomes a trade. It's the mid laner for the jungler, and it doesn't look good for Onic. They've lost Kyrie. GK have countered Keyboy's set really well. As I was saying earlier, Yaga actually had his body block, had his skills body blocked by Keyboy.
Kyrie. And are they able to push middle? It seems like they will be able to push. Now up top, golden hour. Keyboy is low, but they will also be able to push because of this. GK Esports are playing so well. They even get the turtle on top of it all. 3 massive wins for GK Esports. Objectives that they were able to take, and now they are leading when it comes to the goal. Who would have thunk GK Esports can do this to Onic, especially with Onic securing all these heroes that they have. Oh my goodness.
All right, GK, we see you. We see you now. Great little movements, great calls. It's still very even, very, very close. But don't be so surprised if by the end of this game, it's GK that we're hyping up. That's going to be a sudden burst yet again. Here comes Quanok with a signature Eudora. Ludwig took a lot of damage. But of course, it is a Uranus. GK are not going to be able to take it down.
Nolan now able to slowly get the push again into the bottom lane. Onic seems like they've lost when it comes to their map movements. And GK just collects a lot of gold around the map. Maybe the trade-off is that Kyrie is pushing up top, but another pressure point coming up from GK Esports. Pop the golden hour onto Keyboy. Keyboy has to back out. Aizen is going to be controlled, and he has to be careful. Has to purify, gets out of there. Keyboy actually being loaded by Quanok. Didn't even look at the explosion out there. He just went out, flickered, and took out Keyboy. Quanok, the specialist.
He's too good with this Eudora. At this point, I think Onic really need to have an honest conversation about taking it away from him. He continues. It's up against some really tanky heroes too. Onic. Still, again, very close in the goal. They still have their win condition in the Melissa. Kelra's been able to get farm. But with all of this reach and the surprise burst coming out, we talked about the difficulty of the Tigreal into the Marcel. I think the reason why we're seeing a lot more proactive movements where GK and Onic look kind of lost is that Tigreal is just definitely slower in the first step compared to the Marcel. Marcel gets around so much quicker, and you have to be very deliberate with it. Speaking about Shen, Golden Hour forces out the Crimson Beacon. They get the burst down Lutby on this Uranus, but aren't able to take him down. Meanwhile, back behind the Lord Pit, it seems like a member of GK was left. That's Aizen on the Esmeralda. Kiboy can't do much against him. It's advantage for GK heading into this Lord.
Look at this. The Nolan looking for an angle, looking for the opening. They found each other up top. And it seems like they're having a little bit of a duel out there. But Kyrie will be able to clear the lane up. Both of them, in fact. There's a duel. It's still ongoing. They're still going at it. The Nolan is slow. But in comes Shen to help him out. Keyboy as well. Roamers and junglers up top. A 2v2. And that was the most intense minimap casting I've ever did.
Here comes GK. Seeing if they can convert it. There are already 5 members of Onic around here. They left the Nolan up top to clear. They're trying to force a reaction out. Quanok again in a spot to see if he can get a pick off. They know the timers really well. I believe that GK have made the call that they know that the purple buff of Kyrie is about to spawn and that there is a mini wave up top. Here comes Shen with another conceal. Brings Quanok with him. They're going after Sans. Are they going to be able to get a big start off with Lutby? Decides to go for the body block. Quick little freeze moment. They couldn't get to the juice in. Couldn't pop its Crimson Beacon. Here comes Boy from behind. Finds it. Beneath the golden hour, can Onic turn this fight around? The damage coming out of the Granger. GK has taken a lot of hits, but no member of Onic gets taken out as well. They send back Kyrie to clear his own purple buff. He will go up to orange. GK might actually get this, but it's Sino who goes to his own purple buff. It's a long dance.
Guys, gotta watch out for Quanok now. Doesn't have the ultimate. Lutby happy to take all of the damage coming out from members of GK. Kyrie slowly getting into the right side, but Aizen spots him out. They will now control the Lord. No ult for Shen for quite a while. So is Quanok has the ultimate. Shen onto the back lines. They want to control this. There's going to be the Purify actually for Shen. Shen far too forward, getting punished. And now Lutby goes in forward with Kimo. Implosion with the flicker. There is going to be a kill onto the Granger. And now Onic found their opening angle. Quanok is down as well. There will be a trade for the Jushin, but now Xeno Papa under the maniac of Kyrie. And of course, it was T-Boy who started it all so patiently, waiting for the most opportune moment to pop the flicker implosion, and he finds it.
This is T-Boy. The perfect timing. And Onic have broken the dam, open Pandora's box. They will get Lord #1 after a very long dance between these two. A question for GK, what was Shen doing way too deep behind the lines of Onic and way too early? The other members of GK look like they were not ready to help him out.
Oh man. The battle of patience. Shen onto the back lines. The first one to break was GK Esports. Not gonna lie, that was really close. GK Esports played it so well up until the point where Shen was, well, okay, Kyrie forcing the ultimate, pops the probably misses the Philippines because of that sticker, and was too much stun coming out from Keyboy once again. That results in a Quanok kill. Shen has to back out. Onic, oh my goodness, they're playing with the minds of GK Esports.
Keyboy again. They baited it out. An entry with a falling star moon coming in from Aizen, but now he's stuck because the other members of GK are distracted by Sans of the Crimson Beacon. Kyrie goes in and gets that kill. A monster kill for him. He has hella stacks on the Sky Piercer after the maniac that he got. Shen decides to go forward. Yaga trying to hit from afar, but he has to focus on the minion waves here while Onic decides to focus on it. And they're not going to be able to take it down just yet. They still have minion waves coming in. They have the man advantage due to the damage of Keller going forward towards Baba. The entry by Shen. Just a couple of freezing moments, but not a big set. Doesn't have the golden hour just yet, waiting for it. Full combo from the Eudora. Not going to be able to get a kill. Onic are still relentless if they want to go for the end. They have the minion waves. They can go ahead and lock, but they want to respect. They push back the members of GK and have taken game number 1.
As good as Quanok is, as good as Shen was, as good as the entirety of GK from yesterday and up until now, Onic Indonesia has got their number in the second half of this game. It was very close in the first half, but with just a lot of outplays coming out from Kyrie, you saw how many dodges he was able to do in the tail end of that fight. And of course, Keyboy waiting for his moment, waiting for the time where there's no more golden hour that they can jump in. With the implosion, they were able to find it. Gotta keep your head high now if you are GK Esports, because with all due fairness, that was such a good game for them. They just crumbled in the end. And if they just keep their wits at bay, they can actually recover against Onic Esports.
For anyone who watched GK Esports during MSC 2026, you have to admit this is a huge leap from what we saw from them in that tournament. Let me remind you, they almost were the team that eliminated Selangor Red Giants in the lower bracket quarterfinals in Group B. It had to go into 3 games. It had to go for SRG bringing out their second string jungler just so that they could make it into the next phase, of course, before getting eliminated by Onic. These are the champions of MPL MENA in GK. Do not turn off the possibility that they might still be able to force game number 3, because we were both so impressed with how they were handling it. It just really took one moment. And you mentioned it as well from the beginning of the draft. We talk about it in the form of ultimates, whoever uses their ultimate first, but then it became of the story of which roamer gets a little bit too overzealous and triggers their initiation a little bit too early. And in the key moment, it was Shen on the Marcel.
See, it's so funny to watch Kara just really literally focus on the base, and then it actually prompted a lot of reactions from GK Esports. And all of a sudden, you can see Quanok here already ramping up. It feels like Onic is kind of prepared for this one. They're kind of expecting it, in fact. Look this, Kyrie dodges the ultimate, even Suns as well. They knew that it is going to happen. They knew that eventually Quanok will be tempted into popping the ultimate. They dodge it and they win the fight afterwards, win the game afterwards, I mean. And GK Esports almost took down Onic had it not been for Keyboy's heroics. And of course, Kyrie just outplaying everyone with the Hirara.
It's been a trend for Hirara games for Kyrie and Onic that it could be very level, very steady, and then just when they find that moment, you get multiple kills on the Kyrie. A double, a triple, maybe even a maniac. I feel like we've seen it a lot more, definitely. And again, it's the understanding of Onic and their timings and their power spikes and the importance of patience. I know this is the meta of just like snowball, go, go, go. But sometimes if it doesn't, you don't get that clear opportunity to get that snowball starting. Sometimes you just have to play it patiently and go back to just a few months ago of waiting for that major power spike or major turnaround point in Lord 1. And that's what we saw from Onic here.
Yeah. Still, when it comes to the draft choices for both teams, I think they're pretty solid. I honestly believe that GK Esports have found what they wanted to have. And for Onic Indonesia, that last pick, Tigreal, I think it's more of a comfort pick than it is an actual good pick in that game. I still stand by what I said. It's difficult to play the Tigreal in the presence of the Marcel. And you see how much hard work Keyboy had to do, how much patience he had to muster just to make sure that he will land the game-winning play. He did, however, find it. It looked really good. It looked amazing. It looked cool. But it was difficult. And I don't think that it's something that Keyboy would want to do day in and day out.
Yeah.
Because it's I can feel how stressful it was.
Yeah, it was, you have to be a little bit too patient for that. Although he is known for making some very perfect timing, take real plays. When we get back, we'll see the culmination or the continuation, whether or not Onic will sweep it here, or we'll get to see GK force a game number 3 after this break.
Күмістері әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
one more win till Onic sweeps up GK Esports in this series and gets a better placement in the playoffs here at Games of the Future 2026. But we might just be left with one more plot twist as GK look ready and look poised to deal with Onic. It all boiled down to one moment that didn't go their way. We talked about the drafts, we talked about their execution. I'm gonna be real with you. To ask you, dog, bro, Wolf, you really think GK could force a game number 3?
Mike, answer to that is yes, because Renmar, I have seen stranger things happen in the past 2 weeks, right? I've seen like the strongest teams being brought down without a win for MSC, and I'm talking about Team Liquid. I've seen a team from Europe 3-0 Onic Indonesia, but being forced to a 7-game series up against a team from Myanmar. So yes, Renmar, there's so many things that we did not expect will happen, but happened in the last 2 weeks of MLBB, and GK Esports team from the West, they can actually force the game number 3. After seeing them perform well in the game number 1, maybe game number 2 is where they finally win against Onic Indonesia.
Blessed be this meta and all the craziness that it has spawned. Still, the community is trying to think of a name for it. Whatever we'll decide in the years to come of what we're going to be calling this era and this meta of MLBB, may the name be as worthy as the surprises that it has provided. It's on game, and they provided. I don't know why I'm going down this line of thinking it route, but hey, let's think about what might happen here in this game number 2. In game number 1, we see, of course, a quick little trade with the Marcel. No one going for the Valentina, which I like. There's community sentiment about Valentina and her underwhelming presence in the meta game. Despite there, yes, being great ultimates you can take, sometimes it's also better to look the other way. Exactly what Onic did betting of the Jews at red. But again, we return to one of the breakout stars of this tournament's draft, which is the Melissa getting prioritized.
Yeah. And with the first, it even reaches a point where it's like the first pick for some teams. It seems to be the marksman choice right now because it just needs to give us a specific timing. There's a habit for its explainer to be tanky enough and get its own 3-item power spike, and all of a sudden it's a threat. And the really good thing about Melissa is that it can actually be a threat even when it's pushing and when it's sieging. You saw how Terra was able to utilize the muddles so that they can't easily push. GK Esports decided to instead of Barrett, which was a if I'm not mistaken, the previous game. So I think Onic will not ban the Barrett anymore. They will just maybe take away Marcel perhaps. passive,
Yeah.
as well as the dispersion is what it's called.
Yeah,
dispersion. To always hit and ricochet to the other members of your opponent. So probably is the idea, but to pick it up third pick, that is quite interesting actually. For Onic.
Well, as you put it, it makes it easier in terms of the team fighting. They're expecting that there's going to be a lot of front to back action here, but I think what Onic might have overlooked is the way Quano plays this Eudora is he makes the front to back look like it doesn't even exist. He'll flicker forward, he'll get that combo off it, and it forces the formation break. Or Onic are going to be looking towards taking care of their map incredibly well and just maximizing the speed of rotations you can get with the Lowy and the Marsen together. Let's see. Maybe they've cooked up some very unique takes here and a combination with the Lowy pickup. Now they're losing their gold lane options. The Bliss gets banned out here by GK. Still, if they're leaning towards front to back and looking at the dispersion, and they need a little bit more shred, they might be keen on picking up the carry a little bit later. Maybe even the clip should still be good. Play the front to back and allow Kelra to freely hit from behind.
I think it's more worth it to get the Killer hero now and just wait for the rookie hero afterwards. But then again, since you're playing Kelra, you might as well give Kelra the best hero for their last pick. So I'm thinking of a tank hero. Could fit maybe Teresa actually for Lupi.
Oh yeah.
What other tanky dude can be in the front lines? Baksha.
Oh,
that's a tanky dude.
yeah. It's an XP Baksha?
Yep.
Oh, they're throwing it way back. This is some M2 level trainings in the EXP with Baksha and Paris in the EXP. Go way back, and now here comes Ling making a comeback. It's a gold lane Paquito. This might be tough for the Ling, not gonna lie.
On the contrary, I can see it. I see the vision.
Because they don't have any catch, like hard single target catch.
Yeah, 100%. And also, Louis hates playing against the Ling. When Louis was the top pick hero, Ling will always be the tech pick against that. So that could be an option now. Paquito, what would you now pick? Kelra up against that hero. Well, Brody is available, and I think it's just a very safe pick. They go for the Ruby.
Whoa.
Actually, one of the traditional answers in the Ling.
Yeah?
Not gonna lie, I think I like GK Esports' lineup better.
Yeah, it's very sound ideas around it. Maybe just maybe this early low-E priority might be good. Onic might be playing a little bit, but if you see the vision and the idea behind it, while GK go for just something a little bit more familiar and something we're a little bit more used to. But Rubies in the gold lane, especially if it's gonna build full damage, I feel like has been a nightmare for many of us, surprisingly going up against it in our ranked games where we're suddenly always wondering, why can't we kill this Ruby and why does it hurt like a truck? Maybe that's what they're banking on Onic and what they're hoping this Ruby could be, but if we just follow the current trends of the metagame, GK looks like they might be on the way to forcing a game.
Yep. See how good they are with it. Alright. There's something that we will be able to discover after this game. How powerful is it on the EXP lane? And already we're seeing some benefit for picking up this backshot with this leashing actually is one of the best heroes to actually lead for your jungler. And up against that, there was a time, and I'm not gonna lie, there was a time the backshot was the answer to the bans. And that was around M2, around Season 6, in fact. Because of the anti-heal properties, and you generally don't care about each other. But if you get hit by Lupi's plates, you can easily be taken out eventually.
Shen might be the first one taken out of here. Perfect stun there by Quanok to stop Kyrie and Kaboy from completing the kill onto that Bellerin. But Onic did get a small win. They forced out the flicker from the Bellerin. So no surprise takes here. And let's see, maybe, if I remember correctly, the box the last time we saw it, it had one simple job. Especially the EXP lane, back in M2, you just keep diving the back line. You drop down that poisons, you break that formation, and then now all hell breaks loose for the opposing team.
Wonder where...
Because it can survive the burst of the Eudora.
Yes. There's not much to jump onto apart from the Eudora. But you do have that extra anti-heal that can also be a problem for both the Pakito as well as this Barrett. And of course, the Bellerin. What I'm concerned about is how will Onic actually play this Louis? Like, where does it stand? Is this like a diversion play? Okay, why is Quanok there? We don't know. But they did take out Quanok, which is a really good trade for Onic. Now they will take the turtle with it.
So much tanky boys right in front of you. The Pakito and the Ruby aren't even here just yet. And look at Aizen melting, struggling to get away from this Baxia. But you still have Zeno Bomba close by. He looks like he went in a little bit too early. He still has the retribution, but Sans gets the last hit onto that turtle. Ludwig now trying to run away from this. Yaga gets a kill onto Carry. Ludwig brought down really low, but GK Esports decide to back off.
All things considered, I think they have the better trade-off. They were able to feed a kill, an assist for Zeno, a kill for Yaga, the gold laner. They denied some minions away from the Baxia. So, Aizen was quick to react up to the top lane. There's a teleport play. Not going to be able to take down Quanok. Quanok is still level 3 at this point, now level 4. That death up top was really detrimental to the levels, the experience of this Eudora. However, GK Esports gonna be happy with whatever happened. Every time the lane does not die in neutral objectives, it's good.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Yaga gets spotted out. Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra. The teamwork to get a kill onto the gold lane Pakito. Be opening up a little bit more room for Kelra to farm in the bottom lane, expediting the process of his farm.
Looking sweet now for Onic as Kelra, the Ruby, being fed 1 assist as well. And will actually be able to get a double lane setup for himself. And the good thing about this Ruby is that it's very spammable. They want to go for Aizen. Tanky DULU. Yep, not the best target to actually try to eliminate at this point.
They whittle him down a bit, somewhat. Yaga gets a couple of hits there on the turret, getting a little bit more gold for himself to recover. Bomba, Zeno, gets the gold crab. I don't know why, I think it's just because we are so used to calling Kid Bomba Bomba that I can't help but call Zeno Bomba just Bomba also.
Yeah. It's Bomba sanity just recently because of the achievements of Kid Bomba, but and again, Turtle, neutral objective, very important in here. I think they'll use the Louis just to transport the Baxia into that fight. Okay, so that's exactly what's gonna happen here for Onic. Diversion is just used to really just an express way for the split pushers of Onic to get into the neutral objectives, which will now commence.
The fight breaks off. Shank is taken out. Oh, Aizen missed the death and his welcome. This could be really massive. But the missiles and the knockback brings Onic a little bit closer to victory, actually, even though they're the ones that get hit by it. And Turtle number 2 will be going to Onic. We'll see if they can build that into an even bigger win as Yaga is trying to clear the minion wave in the bottom lane. Ludwig decides to go in for the dive, a little bit of a sidestep and a flicker, but they decide to dive the tower. Instead, Yaga falls to Onic after Turtle goes to them.
5 people in for Onic. They take out 2. They will be able to take the turret as well. Zeno just decides to split push. Smart play coming out from Zeno, given what is the situation there for their team, as it was a quick elimination onto Shen. And don't run Wolf King from Kelra. It's perfect. Lupi now, it goes Kelra once again, snagging Quanok. Quanok is down. Now They wanted for the Breath of the Giant, but it comes the Golden Hour to counter the play coming up from GK Esports. Trapping 2, and of course, the Louis with Breath of Duality passive. After the Golden Hour, that was the tech that we were looking for. Kyrie diving in, being teleported. Oh, Zeno misses the shot. Kyrie is going to survive despite him diving too deep. Onic is showing us a new tech with this Louis in combination with this Marcel.
Chloe, Marcel, Ruby, a lot of close range, but Quanok again gets the burst of a lifetime. But Yaga quickly gets answered. Ludwig decides to go forward with the shield unity. Kyrie, high frame, takes out Quanok, gets a damage off. But with Aizen, Zeno, and Shen all healthy, Kelra, Sans, and Kyrie all back off. This combination is nasty from Onic. It's like it will suck you in. It will just group you up, and it will not let you go and slowly eat you up. That is crazy tech by Onic that they're showcasing.
We saw that there is little to no reaction that GK Esports were able to do afterwards. They lost 2 of their members immediately after the Golden Hour. And fortunately for GK Esports, Zeno is still alive. And Zeno is able to farm up top. Kenra smells something awry at the top. Yep, Sans. Again, Sans is more like a ride-hailing app. Practically.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I mean, yeah, he literally grabs his team with him.
Yeah.
And takes them wherever they want to go. Oh, but here comes pedal to the metal. It's Gus for Onic. They go forward. They get the pick off onto Shen. And GK immediately back away from the turtle. It's all 3 turtles going to Onic in game number 2.
We'll take it. They will now force the issue into the middle. They know that Apito is up top. They want to dive in Aizen. This time Zeno threatens for anything. He's just overseeing the operation right now. Oh, Aizen misses the Daytonas again. And he's punished for it. Damage coming out from Quanok. Around to the Dryad as well. It comes the Golden Hour for the counter. Papayaga onto the backlines. But he's quickly stopped by Kelra. Second skill to stun him down. And now Kyrie with the iframes to take him out. With the help of Kelra, they eliminate the Paquito. And now Keyboy controlling Shen. Shen taken out by Sans. Perfect movements coming out from Onic on using Lupi. And now Kelra jumps in. Quanok is dead. Just like that. You cannot be stationary against the members of Onic because everybody can just snag you away and take you down.
What is this lineup? Absolutely disgusting by Onic. And it looks like they've trained and practiced this for a long time with how smooth they're playing it. The flicker, I'm offended, and all of the layering of crowd control before that. Yeah, it's a problem for GK because they're literally immobile against all of this crowd control. The constant procs of the duality and dispersion coming in from Sans and his Low Yi. If you blink and look at if you squint and look at it in a certain way, this lineup was built for the Low Yi as the centerpiece, and they go again. Aizen gets taken down. Kyrie is godlike. Even with the anti-dive here from the side of GK, there's just too much crowd control. But finally, Onic might have bitten more than they could chew. They finally access Sans, but he's safe. He's free because he is well protected by the other members of this crazy-ass lineup.
And you can see the reaction coming out from Onic. It's as if they were expecting Yaga to go in. The moment that the Paquito went in with the flicker, they knew exactly what to do. But it wasn't the flicker that Yaga used, but the mobility coming out from the Paquito and the potential burst onto the backlines, able to react, protect themselves, peel for each other. Reaction time coming out from Onic is pristine. And this chaotic lineup that we thought does not make sense. The backshot from the EXP, the Louis third pick. We didn't know that it could be as smooth as this. And Onic, Coach Yep, CW will never doubt you again.
They have cooked. I guess it works out very well for them too that it's into a lineup with a Paquito gold lane.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see how this lineup would have fared with a longer distance poke marksman, but I feel like it also might not have made that much of a difference. Onic would have just continued diving, continued fighting.
This is the Hail Mary play. Look at Shen. Going for the backlines. Okay. But there will be flicker for Suns and the rest of Onic available as well. Let's see how can GK Esports cope this time.
Shen, conceal. He'll have the flicker. He tosses it out. It doesn't get everyone, but it gets enough. Tempest of Blades gets brought down, but it's delayed by the Golden Hour. Onic gets taken out by Kyrie, who has decimated the backline. Keller takes down Yaga. Double kill there for Kyrie. 3 members of GK down, and Onic with this lineup. Run and gun. All gas. No brakes. Ruby in the gold lane. Basher in the EXP. That's Onic in 2. No need for game 3.
Unbelievable. Lineup so chaotic, so good, so random. You would think that it will not win, but Onic have rehearsed this, practiced with it, and showed us how it's done. New text unlocked by Onic Indonesia. Marcel with the Louis, it works. And a lot of displacement as well. Again, the duality being propped means that there's a lot of displacement already coming out from the Louis. And then you have Kelra with the I'm offended. Ruby obviously has a lot of displacement. And of course, this Baxia that is always going to be a threat when it comes to the dive. And it's unlike any other diver out there. It's very tanky. And maybe, just maybe, we have found an answer to the Barretts in the EXP that has been running rampant all throughout the past 2 weeks of MLBB action in the Pro Seed. Thank you so much, Onic, for actually making this happen.
Time is a flat circle. It seems like we're quickly running through the history of MLBB, except of course people constantly just whipping out Sabres and Karinas back when they were absolutely busted. But what's next? Again, it's like what, in 3-4 weeks, maybe the midway through the next MPL season, suddenly there's a team bringing back full-on Ube somehow. But this meta game, just when we thought we have settled in, here comes Onic. And you have to put GK up there in terms of quality. Look how they played game number 1. It took one mistake, just one little mistake, and they lost it. And they were giving Onic a huge struggle and challenge in that game. Game number 2, here's Onic, bring back an old favorite. Again, we discussed it during the draft, and you brought us down a history lane as well early on in the game. The Barretts, very old answer to it. What's the Baksha and the EXP lane? M2 days. But that's when, during the time, you suddenly got more trades popping up in the Lapu, Benedetta, where you can balance either going for tanky or for going for damage in EXP. Up to you which one seems best for the scenario. In this age where the assassins have made a comeback too, you go into this what almost looks like role-less, formless lineup harkening back to the preset role era of MLBB, where you have Ruby, you have Lo Yi, Marcel, and you have a clear carry in the old idea of it all in the Hirara. But again, if you squint, again, it looks like this lineup is built up for Sans, and it's just Keller was somehow getting the last hit. It's crazy how versatile and how formless this lineup of Onic looks like.
Only the best minds in MLBB can actually conjure this kind of composition, conjure this kind of lineup. And it seems like at first you would think that they will we're just picking heroes that counters one specific hero from the other team, and then it's a mishmash of counter heroes. But then when you see it in action, it actually has some synergy to go with it. At the end of it all, Kyrie was just phenomenal with this Hirara, and I think that a lot of teams are giving way too much of a leeway for Onic. Every time they are giving Hirara to Kyrie, you saw that in the 3rd place match, you saw that all throughout the 4 games that we've seen Onic play in games of the future, and that's something that you have to be wary of. And I think that we have come to an age where it's now Kelra's time to flex his hero pool, because I know this kid, he can play so many heroes. And I feel like him with Kyrie and the rest of Onic, with their coaching staff of Onic specifically, is getting empowered to showcase his hero pool actually.
Yeah, where it's not just all about the gold laners. Again, he came in at a time where some of the best gold laners that you can play was actually an Alice. So this young man definitely has it in the bag to be able to pull out unique picks in the gold lane. But of course, the MVP of the game, Kyrie, you said it, realized and acknowledged 931 of the GPM, only 1 death, 12 kills, a maniac, 6 assists. You can no longer give this hero to him. It's going to be too much to ask for your team to respond and draft towards it. It's a worthy respect ban right out of the gate.
Absolutely. Then again, we are going to see GK Esports. I think that GK Esports, again, hold your head up high. I think that you have proven that you can actually match up against the top teams in the region, but you have to be really prepared for your next matches in round of 16. I'm not entirely sure who will they face, but they will be moving on. Additionally, Onic are in a very comfortable spot after winning their 2 games. They're going to be waiting at the top 8, right? Top 8 matches.
Yeah, they're already there. You're going to be seeing the full picture of the bracket in just a little bit. But here's some breaking news for you in case you aren't watching stream Group A to C, where our friends getting a look at are calling the action there. Selangor Red Giants lost in under 10 minutes to the open qualified team from Kazakhstan, Rune Eaters. You heard that right. This team of players that we are not familiar with completely decimated SRG in game number 1. And that might just change the picture of what the top 8 looks like here in Games of the Future. You were calling back to Games of the Future last year. That's where we started seeing teams like Dianfang Yaguay deliver some surprising results. Remember last year they made it all the way to the Battle of the Third? They took on teams like RQ Hoshi on the way there.
Right. So yeah, surprises are gonna happen, and you have to really respect everyone. But here we go. There's a final picture. Well, not the final picture, but we still are waiting for one last match. Rune Eaters were actually just getting knock goals out there, so maybe I'll tune in. I'll directly tune in after this, after seeing the development of the matches. So you just have to follow our socials, follow for Games of the Future, and wait for the announcements later on, because I feel like the matchups for the playoffs will be reviewed pretty soon.
Well, we're about to wrap up our day real quick. Wolf, any final thoughts you'd like to share as we're about to close things out?
Don't try Claude Skyfiercer at home, and maybe try Marcel with DELWIN.
Well, that's a good way to wrap it up. Again, on behalf of our entire production team here of this broadcast, thank you for taking the time and the effort to follow our teams. Remember, we have another broadcast ongoing, so check that out. Games of the Future is still going to continue as we head into the playoffs. Again, my name is Red. We've been here with Wolf. It has been a tremendous day. Thank you for all your time. GG, well played.
қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. KEMARIN мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.